Professional surfer and talker, and this is your behind the scenes all access look at the WSL World Tour. Come along. What day is it? Finals day. What time is it? 7:30 in the morning. Who's here? Not everyone. I reckon about 8 of the people that are going to be here soon. Waves are firing. It's the best it's been the whole event. It's going to be a wild, wild day. I've actually learnt quite a bit of Portuguese this trip. 10 pontos, 10 points, tetra. I can't remember exactly what that means, but basically everyone's going to be screaming it today because they want Felipe to win this event 4 times.
I can change my excitement till I need to, till I'm on air. Right now I'm just in like mode.
You're on air right now.
Oh, this counts?
Yeah.
I don't know.
You should change. You should put it.
Finals day! Let's do it! Ah! Bom dia! Finals day! All Brazilian semi-final for the men. We have the Warriors. They're coming through. They're gonna kill it. This is the Macarena of surfing.
30.
I'll give you some preheat tips. Don't bail. Don't want to snap your stick. I like your necklace. That's pizza.
Thank you so much. I'm your big fan. Can I have a picture?
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
What an absolute cracker
Cabeça de
day.
chave nessa bateria.
Absolutely love Tati. Ti amo Tati. Going to the WSL Finals, baby! Clinched it. Come on, do a quick dance, TikTok. Yeah. But what are we gonna do now?
Probably settle down and get ready for the finals.
Get ready to go. You're gonna go out there and get 10 pontos. Do you know what that is? 10 points. Not total.
I hope I can at least get a 10-point total.
Good luck, darling.
Surfing Titans enter the arena. The crowd goes wild. Women's final for the OI Rio Pro presented by Corona is coming up next. Don't go anywhere. Right there.
I actually want to jump under there with you. Yes! First finalist!
First final.
How are you feeling?
Amazing, I mean, can be better, right?
So sick. Vamos! Team Felipe, Team Sammy.
We got monkeys. Have you seen the monkeys? His name's Earl. He's my pet.
You guys see?
Are you kidding me? That is the cutest thing on the planet. I want one.
They're right
See
here.
those?
Oh my gosh.
They're flying out of the trees.
They seem a lot nicer than the G-Land monkeys.
But yeah, they'll still bite you with rabies though.
Oh,
but
really?
Yeah.
What a day. Finals day's over. That was nuts. I need some coffee. Of course, we had to go have a little bit of a party. I was going to film some of it, but I had too much fun that I filmed nothing. As all the best moments are. Now we're going to go get some breakfast. It's the last few hours here in Saquarema, and then I'm going to head to Rio for a few days and check out the zone. Yeah, what an event. That was an incredible finals day. As you would have seen in the last video, I've been testing out some Portuguese. I'm pretty terrible. Ow. Oh, that's hot coffee. Ooh. Yeah, I'm pretty terrible. It's a work in progress, but we're gonna go test out the Portuguese at the bakery. Ovo e queso sandwich. Ovo e queso sandwich, por favor. That's yummy. I aim to live a simple life, minimalistic.
Not many things, just...
Life is so much easier when you are minimalistic. You bring 50 hats with you. Oh my God. I really thought I would at least wear any of these, like in El Salvador, G-Land. I might as well throw them out now.
No, you could use them in South Africa for sure.
Yeah, maybe J.
That's a safari hat.
This is a safari hat, you're right. Okay, we'll keep them.
Got an edge and goes down.
No, not fast, just accurate.
It's probably quite dangerous. Bye! Goodbye! Goodbye, wall! Goodbye, tree! Goodbye, tree, Gandhi!
Having this vision, either rise or you fall. I'm on a mission, bringing my dreams to fruition. I ain't playing at all. Bring out the body bags, I'm about to kill them, deliver them to the mortician. I gotta do what I gotta do. That's for my vision, like in my face. I gotta do what I gotta do. I pray to God, he never came. I'ma do me, I'ma do me. That's in my blood, I'll never change. That's in my blood, I'll never change. That's in my blood, I'll never change.
Good morning once again from the Eastern Cape of South Africa. We are here for the Corona Open J-Bay, and we are gearing up for what could be a very special day. All the competitors absolutely buzzing, some making their return from the lineup already this morning, and their eyes are wide open because it is firing out there today. Ronnie Blakey alongside Peter Mel, and Pete occasionally the stars align and you get dream conditions at these world-class locations, and as a result you see some of the best surfing on show, and we're expecting a lot of that today.
I got to start out today dialed down because when you start to look at this lineup and what we're going to have in store today, this is exactly why you come to Jeffreys Bay, is this type of surf, this picturesque, beautiful, offshore, amazing swell that we have on tap today.
Let's talk about it a bit. Yesterday we had a beautiful day to start with, but also really light winds. That swell, it definitely came to the party, but it was still kind of filling in. But overnight we could hear it, the white water just rumbling across the beach here. And this morning we were greeted with stack lines to the horizon. We've already seen some of the biggest sets of the event window so far this morning. Some brilliant rides already, and I can't wait to see what unfolds today.
I mean, like again, I'm trying to contain myself. I think that today we're going to see some amazing, probably J-Bay, the best it's ever been surfed.
We're gonna let the Mad Dog out of the bag pretty soon. But right now, let's find out what's coming our way today. We're gonna throw it down to the beach. Rosie Hodge is with Travis Logie. Morning, Ro.
Yeah, good morning, guys. Well, Trav, tell us the good news. What's on offer for today?
Yeah, Rose, it's looking absolutely glorious out there. If days like today don't make you want to become a professional surfer, nothing will. So 7:35 a.m. start. We're going to start off with the men's elimination round, straight into men's round of 16, both rounds overlapping at 48 minutes, and then into women's quarterfinals at the end of the day, 35-minute heats, regular format.
Love it, guys. That's what's on offer. Enjoy the action. Back to you, Ronnie.
Oh, thank you, Rosie. Cheers, Travis. Callum Robson at the moment, warming up. He surfed well in the opening round yesterday, but still trying to just figure out this wave. Looks like he's getting it a little more dialed this morning.
Yeah, that's exactly it. And you know, the judging elements from yesterday have carried over. They did kind of preference variety as something that moved up the ladder as far as looking at today's action. What do they want from these surfers? A bit of variety, but obviously being able to handle all the speed that you're going to be carrying.
I'm just looking over my shoulder. Felipe Toledo's timed this paddle out through the keyhole with a set, and he's going to wear a few big whitewaters on the melon on his way into the surf here. But Toledo has a big first heat. It's a great story. Only the second time this year he's been pushed in the elimination round. That happened at G-Lander, and we saw how well he was able to recover there. But Pete also coming off one of his lowest heat score totals.
Yep.
But he still had an excellent number in his tally in that opening round.
Yeah, no, he's that guy. I mean, he's been, I was noticing how he posts huge numbers in every round, in every event.
I think he was really the victim of the slow conditions yesterday, expecting Felipe's going to ramp things up. He's going to have to. He's up against Jose Faulkner. We'll get into his story. But right now, let's have a look at the surfline forecast. We knew there was good waves coming. And today it's just dreamy conditions. This wind is ideal.
It is absolutely perfect. I mean, this is that predominant wind. It's just that nice light. It's not too strong. It'll get stronger through the day. We anticipate, and even going into tomorrow, we'll have some little adverse winds, but fingers crossed we can get this thing done tomorrow. But I mean, this storm has been very active. It was a very broad, big storm, so it gave us kind of a couple pulses. I mean, last night when we were closing out the day, it didn't look like it was going to be pumping, but sure enough, about 2 a.m. this morning again, we heard all that white water just roaring down the point. And you know, this is kind of it too. I mean, there is a chance at the very, very end, but I think looking at this, it's going to be 8 to 10. 6 to 10 for the most part. Even this afternoon, still pulsing, big, going bigger. So tomorrow should be plenty of surf.
I mean, the entire southern hemisphere is getting pounded. We've got a really good storm pattern at the moment. That's what's bringing us these incredible waves, and they're spinning off around the bottom of Australia. They're giving waves up there in the Pacific, and it's just a special week for surfing.
That's right, exactly. And I mean, we look and we wait for this type of atmosphere to be moving all those storms around the bottom of the Atlantic and Pacific.
Yeah, we obviously are looking to get into the best seasons at each of the stops on tour, but you're at the mercy of the ocean, and sometimes you just get a little robbed. But a complete gift with what we've been presented for the event window here at the Corona Open J-Bay in 2022. And have a look at this first lineup. Felipe Toledo, the current world #1, just been on such a dominant run, made 5 of the last 6 finals. And you're just thinking back to what Gabriel Medina was able to do last year, made 5 finals as well, had a couple of wins.
It's not easy to do, and
it's incredible.
Yeah, it truly is. It's, even going back-to-back in events, I mean, in these, and that's what champions do. The one thing he is missing right now is a world title, and is it this year?
I think so. I really do. There is still a lot of surfing to do. I think the big priority for Felipe at the moment's, the world title's in the back of his mind, but at the forefront, he's going into the Rip Curl WSL Finals in September in that #1 position. He knew that it really worked in Gabriel Medina and Carissa Moore's favour last year, so that's the focus. And Jeffreys Bay is his best chance at locking in another victory before the end of the season.
So true. I mean, again, look at just the conditions are just optimum. I mean, if I were to start dissecting it, there is a tiny little waffle in it. It's not absolutely perfect straight.
I love waffles, especially in the morning.
Right. There is a little waffle bit there, but it's actually probably going to make for some unique sections that'll happen on the wave face. It's just great stuff. I can't wait.
Been loving watching the run of this kid on the Challenger Series. Jose Faulkner, loving the opportunity to compete at home. He's going to have the crowd behind him. They got up in a big way for the South African surfers yesterday morning, and we'll see what Jose can bring to the party. But this guy is going to be so hard to beat. He's been a strong performer here over the years. A couple of victories already, and locking into the barrel. Not going to find his way through this one, though.
Ooh. So opportunity, both surfers, ended up going down, not capitalizing on that first set, getting the feet in the wax, as we always like to say, or everyone says. Yeah, no harm, no foul, though. I mean, I think that with 48 minutes in this overlapping format, that's a lot of time in the water. And again, you're only 4 people. This is a very long wave. There's opportunity up and down the entire piece of the point. So, yeah, this is going to be an action-packed full day.
I think, here in South Africa and the continent is going to be tuned in, focused in on this heat. It's a huge opportunity for Jose. I often hear people say, he's got nothing to lose as a wild card. And, that is true. But I always think of what you've got to gain, in taking down the most in-form surfer in the world at the moment. One of the greats, and a surfer that I think will never be forgotten in Toledo.
It's an opportunity to, bring your profile through the roof globally, right? That's really what it comes down to. And especially when you're looking at conditions like we have right now today, to be able to do it in this type of a wave would be incredible.
And Jose, his profile is on the move. He is really starting to collect a big following, and for good reason. This is a kid from the townships who is just so talented. He's locked into the barrel at the moment. This is a long tube ride. This one's starting to stretch out though, and he won't find his way through. But surfed his way through the townships. He's had amazing support from South Africa in his quest to chase the Championship Tour dream. Had some good performances during the Australian leg of the Challenger Series. Threw down some big airs and lost out in some very close heats.
Oh yeah, I mean, to be honest, I actually watched one of those where he came back and just Hail Married a big laid out backside 3, and it was incredible. That's the first time I was like, who is this kid? And that's the profile that he's been able to do. And I thought he turned the heat. It didn't happen for him, but man, he earned a fan.
Yeah, I first read about him actually in Afro Surf. And that's the untold story of African surf culture, put together by Mamiya, which is co-founded by our good friend Salema.
Yep.
Masakela, and yeah, he was interviewed in that book, and his story came to life, and it's an incredible one. Felipe Toledo on his second effort here. Looking to really just hammer it home and put some pressure on the wildcard, it seems, in the opening stages here, but maybe just needs to reel it in a bit, Pete. Needs to do what you're doing and just put a cap on things for a moment.
Yeah, dial it back. He didn't like that. A little slip of the feet, maybe a leash under his foot. That can happen. But again, you reiterate, 48 minutes. As you see here, no leash under the foot here as he's moving his foot. Watch his feet work. He is one of the best in moving his feet around on these little short boards. Goes up and look at the back foot, goes right back into here and just into the lip. Trying to go too big early.
Didn't sink that rail. And we're going to cut to live action now. Jose up once again. So no big numbers locked in just yet, but we know with this overlapping format, the competitors are going to get a whole lot of time in the lineup. 48 minutes to lock in 2 excellent scores. As Jose throws everything at that final turn.
And it's super consistent. Like, that's the other part of it. It's just a wave after wave.
And it's really a blessing being in the first heat when the overlapping format comes to play, because you just get that lineup all to yourself for the first 24 minutes as Toledo looks to line up the tube on the inside. This wave holding open, and out he comes. And can he add the extras down the line? Big slice, big cut down. Held that rail for eternity, and that'll be the best number of the heat so far, but there'll be room to improve on that because there's better waves than that out there, and he really didn't take that from the top of the point.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. I mean, we saw, I did this yesterday, got an overview, of this break, and there is an opportunity you can take off outside of the keyhole and ride all the way through, and that would be 400 or 500 meters of section. And there's definitely opportunity today to have a wave like that.
We've seen Toledo, Pete, in bigger conditions here at Jeffreys Bay in the past, and he's worked it out. The rail turns are sublime, and this wave, just called for a big barrel ride, but great slice off the top to get started.
Yeah, and look at it now, he's getting warmed up. Feet are sticking into the grip and the wax, and sets up this barrel beautifully. Stalling, but you have to stay high. That's the one thing about getting the exit out of here clean, is staying high in the barrel to come out. Beautifully done. And then this slice all the way down, knowing that wave was going to shut down. Finishes off clean. Yeah, again, so 4 sections, the outside turns, but just such a great setup for this barrel as look at where his foot is, above the grip, and then it even moved forward again in the barrel. So everything moves forward, and just super clean.
What's that do for you?
It just gives you stability, brings it up. You're pulling it up, it puts everything forward in the widest point of your board, keeps the speed up, keeps you solid, dip up in the tie, keeps that rail engaged.
This is Felipe, I think, giving it about 70%. He has so much more to give, but after falling on his first 2 rides, he's just toned it down a little bit, kept it clean, reconnecting with this equipment. A lot of the surfers probably stepping on a different board today
yeah,
too.
And it doesn't feel like to me that he's changed. It feels like he's riding the short board, the board that he feels the most comfortable with, and it is shorter looking. It isn't, you know, we've seen a couple different surfers use different equipment. I mean, for example, I feel like the boards that we saw from McGillivray were maybe a touch longer and a little more slender, those pintails, whereas he's riding a swallowtail and it looks like a, you know, a wider, curvier short board in comparison to, say, the McGillivray style board.
Let's get more insights on the equipment that our surfers are taking into the lineup today with our good mate Luke Egan, who's down there in the Red Bull Athlete Zone.
Morning, Ron. Morning, Pete. Yeah, I love having access into the lockers in here. I'm a surfboard geek. I'm looking through, especially when there's a swell change, just looking through what everyone's got, and I've managed to get hold of Connor O'Leary's board here. It's a DHD DNA. He usually rides about a 6.0, 6.0 and a half, and he's gone to a 6.1 today. It's a little bit narrower in the tail. He's got his JS larges in here. It's interesting to see too, he's got a Mayhem in here with futures in it. So Connor really experimenting with equipment, different fin systems. But he said that this board felt really nice out there this morning with the narrower tail. He could push through the steep parts of the wave, and he said that's what he'll ride this afternoon in the round of 16. So everyone just maybe going up an inch, half an inch, just to handle that extra power with the extra swell today.
Luke, we were absolutely buzzing watching those bigger set waves roll in. What are you expecting we're going to be treated to today?
That period seems to stay the same size, Ron, and so does the you know, the size and the period, I should say, and the winds. They're going to get a little strong, I think, mid-morning, but then they're going to back off, and the rest of the afternoon is going to be incredible. The swell, it's a 16-second period, and it's got a lot of west in it, so sometimes when we come to Jeffreys Bay, you see these wide ones break, and then they kind of have to reform to come back in on the point. I don't think we're going to see that today because it does have a little bit more west in it, and it's going to wrap around the point and stay really close to the rocks, and that's what you want here at J Bay because that's where the best shaped waves are. So yeah, it's going to be an awesome day.
We've been talking about the brilliance, Luke, of Felipe Toledo, just how strong he's been here over the years. A couple of victories for him, but the most winning surfer in the event will be coming up later today in Heat 6, Kelly Slater. Not his best opening round effort, but how inspired do you think he'll be by the conditions on offer?
Yeah, for sure. Actually, here's his locker right here. I was just having a look at, he's only got the same board he rode in here yesterday. It seems to be like an EPS construction. Looks fairly nice, pretty thick and narrow. Yeah, we'll see if he shows up with anything else today. Probably the only guy that left his board down here all night too, so he's pretty game. But I'm looking forward, you know, Kelly anywhere in the world, that's why he's still on tour. He's experienced when the waves get good anywhere. He's just a sight to see, you know. He's just still so good when the waves are good, and I'm sure he's going to put an incredible show on for us this afternoon.
It's going to be a lot of fun to watch because, Pete, you know Kelly, he had that wave, I think that little confidence builder at the end of his opening round heat. It didn't get him the heat win, but he stuck a big end section turn and just sort of seemed to be falling back into place, and he had less prep on the wave prior to that heat than any other competitor. He surfed down the point just prior to the competition getting underway yesterday, but I'm really looking forward to seeing what Kelly brings, and it's probably the heat of the round for me. He's up against Baron Mamiya.
Yeah, and we saw Baron out there this morning, and Baron was surfing him, you know, insane. So it is going to be a big matchup for Kelly. We did see him surfing last night on a different equipment, and he looked pretty good there through the evening sesh, so into the dark. Yeah, so I expect it to be, I mean, he's going to lift for Baron too. You know what I mean? Like, he's going to go, okay, wait, I need to have my A game if I'm going to take out that kid.
Here goes Jose. Nice big swoop off the top. Look at the size of this wall standing up and really promising a lot down the line if he can stick with it. He's had a couple of falls already, so he needs to stay on his feet. And you've got to think that's
crushing.
You know, that's just nerves on show there because he's surfed plenty of waves here at Jeffreys Bay throughout his childhood, and he's disappointed with himself there. He knows he was on a gem of a wave. That thing's still reeling off down through impossibles at the moment.
Yeah, man. I mean, yeah. It's all right. Shake it off. There you go. Scruff up the wax. You get another opportunity.
Pete, I think about you and the waves that you tackle and that cold water. Do you ever just put a little bit of wax in your suit and keep it out there?
I don't, no. Generally, I'm wearing booties, so that doesn't even come into play. That if it's a bit colder here, if I were to know that I'm going to be out there in booty or just booties, and I wax up, man. I mean, this is a competition. You're going to wax up as best you can, no matter what. Like even the tops of your feet, right? So you're trying to get yourself so grippy before you're even, starting out in the water.
How hard is it to recover or just get past a slip?
It's crushing, right? And that's the whole, I mean, psychologically, he's never experienced this probably before. This is one of the biggest heats of his life. So it's a learning experience no matter what. And I expect him being, all he has to tell himself is, hey, just enjoy this experience. This is incredible. And just I know that situation right there hurts. Shake it off as quick as you can. Forget about it. And, the next wave will do that generally.
Hard to tell if he actually slipped or he just lost contact with that front foot, pushing the board hard through the top of the wave.
I mean, it's literally the energy of the heat. Like you're so buzzing right now. This is exactly, I mean, it's perfect waves. You're up against Felipe. I mean, all of those situations, you're just heightened. And so you're wanting to go out there and rip. And sometimes you go a little early. It felt like that was because it had a little undulation. I was talking about the waffles. That had a little waffle in it. So he just, unfortunately, bit a bad piece of it.
Your highest number of the heat so far, 5.67, belongs to Toledo, and it was a pretty decent ride. A few really clean carves, got himself nice and barrel, came out, laid one over, but I think they're leaving a lot of room in the scale. We're expecting big turns, high-risk manoeuvres laid down, top to bottom, in order to turn in those big, excellent scores.
And I believe there'll be some nice, long barrels today, too. If we keep this wind at this direction, it's absolutely perfect. Exactly what you come to J-Bay to see and to participate in.
Well, Felipe Toledo, we've just been talking about that magic run he's been on. Geez, he's been putting big numbers up all year. I mentioned that the opening round was one of his lowest heat score totals of the year so far, but he still had an 8-point ride in the mix. So he was really kind of held back by slower conditions in the opening round. There's going to be a lot of consistency here. He's had plenty of opportunity already, but still hasn't put it out of reach. Jose's still in this heat.
I will say about Felipe, just a stat that he carries, that excellent heat totals. He has a 57% he'll get over 16 points.
That is remarkable.
Right?
And he's up at the moment. Big slice to get started. Love the way he cuts those turns from the top of the wall right down into the top of the wave, and now starting to load up for some more high-impact versions of that manoeuvre. Drives up into the pocket now. You can tell he's just flowing his way through these rides at the moment. Isn't pushing too hard. He's saving that. And he's made a really good job of this wave. Hasn't given us his best, but still just great flowing surfing, and just gets that end section hit a little mistimed and goes down. Awkward wipeout.
Yeah, I mean, I like what he did there to go early like he was. That's what you want to get down and out in front of that explosion. And by doing that technique, it was a hard fall. I mean, when you fall in the flats like that, it doesn't just, it's not just water you're diving into. It hurts. It's straight up concrete.
Yeah, it's caught a few people out. He's feeling it at the moment. He's taking some breaths in. Might have knocked the wind out of him.
Yeah, that would be it, right? Just a big side, concrete. Oof.
Well, this is concerning for Toledo.
Yeah, he's not rushing out by any means, and the ski's coming in now. But let's see here as he goes early, trying to hold that speed, and yeah, it's just a poof right there. That's a slam.
I just wonder if his arm got pulled up. That looked pretty awkward. It's like you said, it's very flat in there. It's like concrete, especially that cold water. He's starting to paddle back out now, but a bit of a burner on the shoulder there. But Toledo, he's about to put up a decent score. Well, it'll be second best score. I don't think it'll be huge.
Yeah, it'll be similar to where he's at right now. I mean, it was so much flow on that wave, though, I will say. That's one thing he carries, and that's why he's so good out here.
It's a big story, too. We're going to see the replay, Pete. You can take us through it. But, this is Toledo pacing himself, and still the turns are just so crisp and clean.
Yeah, it's incredible. I mean, again, he's riding a little shorter equipment. I mean, it's a, full little swallowtail, normal shortboard, most likely. And he just has so much flow, and just in his rail turns. The only hitch right there, a little dig. And you're right, it was paced, especially when he was doing those maneuvers in the lip. He didn't really push on it too hard. It was more about on the face. He pushed a little bit harder here, getting there early. That'll affect the score too. The judges have been pretty clear about being able to finish your rides. It's important.
I think his arm got ripped upwards as he fell here, and we're going to take a really close look at it. But this is the concern for me with this new format. You know, you've got someone who's on such a dominant run, and you've got to be very careful not to injure yourself before you get to those Rip Curl WSL Finals. Felipe seems to be paddling with a bit of freedom now, warming back up.
Yeah.
But that was a really concerning wipeout, the way he reacted when he came up.
Yeah, let's take a look here, super slow-mo. So his arms are spread out, and oh, yeah. I mean, he can't, there's no real evidence, I guess, of it, but it definitely by the placement of the arm, you'd have to say, I mean, especially where he's touching it too, right? Right up in that top portion, and you get it ripped up right there and crushes those tendons up there.
Well, I'm sure he'll see the medical team when he finishes this heat, but we'll see if Jose can get himself a good number on the board. It was a 6.5 for Toledo, so he did manage to improve on the 5.67. They like the work on the outside, and Jose just having a bit of a tough time out here at the moment. That's a number of falls that he's had now, and we were talking about just psychologically trying to overcome those mistakes,
and now it's
proving difficult.
Yeah, it's compounded once more again, right? Like you're trying to shake it off. You're like, okay, I got this. You're on your next wave. You start to feel the rhythm, and then another mistake happens. You're like, okay, this is it's falling apart. No, you got to self-talk, bring yourself out of it. Remember, 30 minutes still. I mean, you only need 2 waves, right? That's what you're going to be telling yourself. Hey, I got this.
Well, we've got eyes on Toledo. He's back out the back, so he's paddled his way back up the point. No problem, but he's taking some moments in between looking at some of these set waves just to, I think, just settle down after that wipeout. But just under 30 minutes to go here, and he is holding on to a pretty strong lead now without even really giving us his best. It's just been clean work, a measured approach, but still the application of pressure here with each of those last rides.
In this situation, I would love for Jose to get himself on a set wave and actually get the best wave, the best number of the heat in. It wouldn't be that difficult to do. You know, get himself on one of those bigger set waves again and just surf the wave for what it needs to be. Don't overcook it. And he gets himself say a 7 or 7.5. You know, all of a sudden the momentum would shift in a big way.
Pete, it's funny surfing, isn't it? You yourself, you've caught some of the biggest waves ever ridden, paddled into them, and then in smaller conditions had injuries. And J-Bay, when you look at it, you know, it doesn't look like a treacherous ride, but that end section, it's tripped up a lot of competitors already through the opening round and the elimination round and the women's yesterday too. And it's just, I don't know, it just sort of creates these awkward moments. Your board gets tangled with you and flips over. It's kind of punchy.
It's because you're going fast. That's what it's about. This wave, you're going fast all the time, that when you have mistakes, you're going so fast that it makes it awkward. You know, the boards are flipping around, and it shuts down on, and you have to worry about the fact that the rocks are right there at the very end of the ride. It's so shallow. So all of those elements just creates these crash and burn moments.
We had a magic day yesterday, some really strong performances and some underdogs getting up. How good was Maddie McGilvray?
Oh, so good. You know, and there was talk. I mean, because that heat, that very first heat, that was the best surfed. I mean, competitively between him and Griffin. You know, Griffin was surfing amazing. Had a really great heat total, but Matthew just went above and beyond. And I mean, there was one significant wave in that heat that really was the difference. The 8.5 for McGilvray. That was it, right? That wave was significantly different. It was there was the sections that came up. They were very vertical on the face. It had a lot of water in it, and he just surfed incredible, and especially on that wave.
Some really strong performances, great barrel riding from Jack Robinson. I like the backhand approach of Connor O'Leary and Nat Young.
Oh,
they look
They're
super strong. Yago too.
Yeah, and those goofy footers, they had big numbers. Those were some of the biggest numbers of the day. And that's where that backhand, if you can get that style of wave in your heat, you know, and all of those surfers picked up kind of similar waves. They were nice paced waves, and then just that backside approach is much more vertical. And gosh, the tail kicks from Nat were incredible.
We're going to have another look at Felipe Toledo's work on the 6.5 because the wipeout kind of stole the show at the end of this ride. But the rail turns, Peter, are just so clean. Yeah. And this guy has really kind of established himself as one of the best power surfers on tour.
For sure. and an added element to already the aerial antics that he carries from when you have a youngster now, and one of the most consistent at it. But this really, to me, is where he sets himself apart from the rest of the title contenders, is this work on the rail.
Yeah, so strong. I love it. I love his extension. Also, his variation with his calves. Just when you think that he
see how high speed, it's almost better, you know, to see it at high speed, you'd notice how fast he was going to have it just rip his arm like that.
Yeah, you see Toledo, though, the track behind him when he lays those rails down is deep. You know, it's almost a nice combination of, say, a Mick Fanning-like slice, but with some extra push and power in there, and then he has that ability to really explode and kick that tail and go into that release as well.
And another part of that too is that when he comes out of that, as hard as he's digging, he's still coming out into the bottom turns with a lot of speed, and that, again, that's that flow. Looking at this, I'm going to read the elements that they're looking at is today. Of course, we've got the elements of the criteria and the judging that stay the same for every event, but there's certain elements that get lifted at certain venues, and here obviously the first one they're talking about is utilization of speed, power, and flow within combination of major maneuvers, which that's what we saw just there on that outside section from Felipe. He kept the speed nice and paced, and everything was you know, flowy, which is exactly what they want to see. Then the variety of maneuvers, and then they talk about innovative and progressive maneuvers will be highly rewarded, and the deep and technical barrel riding, which is, I mean, we're talking about perfect waves. Those are the elements that are going to get risen.
Well, just under 25 minutes to go here. More set waves rolling our way here, and it is stacked as we look out and see Felipe Toledo now taking off once again. This is wave number 5, trying to get rid of a 5.67, and we'll see how he goes, hurting his shoulder on his last ride. Oh, looks like it's no problem for him though. Big hook there, and now thinking about lining up something on the inside. This wave might start to barrel, but he's going to go to the rail again. Huge turn, and really starting to push now. And on the outside, Jose's getting himself a ride as well. Toledo, double arm stall, got a little bit of a vision, and Jose on the outside is going to fall again. So things really not going his way. He's got 24 minutes to recover here as we get set to introduce the second heat of the elimination round. It's going to be Miguel Pupo up against Seth Moniz. But what did you make of that ride for Toledo?
Just incredible. He's going to lift it, his scores again. He's going to tighten the screws to Jose here. Jose had an opportunity. That was a much bigger wave, but he had to work hard to get around it. Big float. I mean, that was awesome. That's the type of maneuver he had to get around it. But once you land with no speed at the bottom, that wave ran off without him. So that opportunity lost on another big set wave for Jose.
Really, really good to see Felipe get back to his feet and actually rip a wave, and even throw some, I think, a couple more critical turns in there as well. So, you know, I think we can just let go of that worry that he had injured himself earlier in the heat. Here goes Seth, looking to get things started. Now, Seth, he had some big turns in the opening round, but really looking to find his flow and link some of those moves together here in the elimination round. It's a tough draw. Miguel Pupo, one of the star performers of the opening round in a losing heat. And Seth lets go of some nice big hooks to get started. It's a tricky wave to read though. A couple of bumps in it, a big crease moving through that wall as it reels down the line here. But this wave's starting to steepen. And the Hawaiian drives up into the pocket again. Nice hit there. Let's see if he can finish it off on the inside. Climbs the roof. And it's a tricky section to read, and he's going to bail on it. But he did a lot of work before getting to the end of that wave.
Feels like he made an equipment change. I don't know for sure. I'm just thinking about why the lines, how he's surfing today. It looks like a little bit more board under his feet, and it looks good. That was a great warm-up wave for him. I mean, it's going to be a number, even with the fall at the end, but he's looking crisp.
Yeah, Seth obviously missed the last few events due to a knee injury and MCL tear, and it's great to see him back. You just wonder if he's quite at 100% yet. But he's certainly been digging into some big turns. Here goes Miguel Pupo, having one of his best years on the championship tour, getting some big results, and he's just looked really switched on at each of the events on the schedule so far. A couple of big turns already on this ride. And this wall, a lot cleaner than what Seth had to work with. And as a result, he's finding some real freedom on the rail here, letting go of some big hits, staying tight to the pocket. And that should be a fantastic way for him to kick off this elimination round heat.
Butter. How good was that wave? And he just surfed so Miguel-esque, which just, you know, talk about flow. One of the flowiest surfers, and that was just an exceptional wave in my eyes. nothing super critical, but I mean, yeah, he placed it perfect. The rails were clean as could be. It's gonna be a fun little wave to watch.
Yeah, there was a period as Miguel was fighting his way onto the championship tour that he was right on pace with Medina, right on pace with Toledo, and then he got onto the CT, and I think just losing out a bit early on kind of zapped his confidence, but he started to find it last year, and he hasn't let it go. He's been on a real tear.
It just showcase of how important you know, between the years is on this tour. It's everything, you know, the confidence that you get out of heat wins and performances more than anything, right? When you have waves like this and you perform, I mean, he did not make any mistakes on this wave. I mean, there was mixing it up as best he could, but how paced and perfect is this wave for him? He didn't have to work, didn't have to chase it too long. He was just off the bottom, wait and time that next section. Incredibly perfect wave.
Oh my gosh, it is firing out here today. And we couldn't have asked for more here at the Corona Open J-Bay as we get stuck into these elimination round heats. Toledo holding the lead over this guy, Jose, looking to really just collect his first solid number in this heat. He's been pushing hard, but he's fallen on each of his rides so far, and it's costing him big time. And he has actually been connecting with really high-quality set waves.
It's true. You know, there's, I mean, you can only make so many errors in a heat, unfortunately, and still have the opportunity. But I mean, you still look at that clock, 20 minutes, and it's been non-stop waves, literally just wave after wave after wave after wave after wave. And today, you know, the whole surfing community here at Jeffreys Bay is going to enjoy rides because this energy is going all the way down the line, past Point, down to Albatross, and everyone's going to get their share. But there's 19.5 minutes remaining. Toledo did drop a 7 on his last ride, and he has now pushed Jose into combination. He needs a two-wave total of 13.5. We'll see if he can track it down right after the break.
I kind of like what people talk about it right now, you know, like the fastest surfer, you know, like the unpredictable guy, you know, like kind of like that. And then that's something that I know that people won't forget for a long time.
Still feeling like I'm a whole person without needing to win is a really important human experience. Especially because you've had an unusual amount of winning.
Imagine if your life was a movie, what would you do? After all this time, I almost want people to experience this story that I've had. To properly meditate, I should probably be like, oh.
I want to take this whole new mindset of like being relaxed and trying to surf my best in the Jersey. I don't feel like I've done my best surfing in the Jersey yet, so really just to simplify it, I'd like to do that.
The Corona Open J-Bay is brought to you by Corona. This is living. Eastern Cape Parks and Tourism Agency, official tourism partner of the Corona Open J-Bay. The waves are on. The contest is on. Elimination round is well and truly underway with Felipe Toledo leading the first heat. He's got the lead over Jose Faulkner. Jose needs now a 9.67. He's broken combination. We're waiting on the number to come through for Miguel Pupo, also for Seth Moniz in that second heat of the morning. But we are lapping up the show, and there's more action coming our way. Miguel's not going to get into this one. But Strider Wozalewski now out there in the lineup. Strider, I think these might be the best conditions we've seen on tour this year since maybe Pipeline.
Woo-hoo-hoo, it's cooking. Man, I cannot believe the amount of water moving across the reef. So we saw Toledo checking the shoulder. We just saw Jose checking the shoulder. When these guys are coming down and all that water's unloading on them, they're really getting violently erupted underwater. And we can see them. Like Jose took probably a minute and a half of just laying on his board head down. And I was like, oh no, you know, it looked pretty serious, but he's regrouped and he's back out there again. But that just goes to show you how much water's moving over the reef right now. Super thick, super solid, and the just walls are absolutely beautiful. It's like that beautiful like putting green grass right now. It's just perfect.
And you've had some shoulder injuries yourself, Strider. They're really painful.
Oh, it's the worst, especially, I mean, you think about it, everything in surfing is all about your shoulders, you're paddling, just, you know, your movement on the wave, and really it's just, it's the most important part of actually the beginning of your ride, right? Paddling in, pushing up, everything about it, just will hinder your performance and your go at a wave. So hopefully everything's okay with those two surfers in this first heat, but a lot of water moving, a lot of waves, can't wait to see the rest of it. It's firing out here. Woo! Big day.
It is a big day. It's going to be an awesome day, of course. This is high pressure stuff. We're not talking about qualification in the final two events of the regular season anymore, Pete. We're talking about the race for the WSL Final 5. And there is a couple of competitors out there in the lineup with a great shot of getting there. Miguel Pupo dropping a 6.83 in that opening exchange against Seth Moniz, who kicked off the year with that amazing second place finish to Kelly Slater at Pipeline. But Seth, he's been dipping down the ratings, Pete, since that big result, and he wants to make a big charge in these last couple of contests.
Yeah, he does. You know, and then coming back from injury, just getting back into the flow of things, that's always can take time. I mean, that's why he's in the elimination round. But like, I don't think it would take too much to get fired up when you look at the conditions today. I mean, ultimately, you're like, oh, just give me these 48 minutes. I'm ready.
I've sensed it yesterday a couple of times. Just a couple of the competitors kind of over-amping, almost too excited and losing a bit of composure and missing opportunities. You know, maybe not turning in scores as high as we're used to seeing, just from pushing too hard or misreading sections. I
mean, is
it hard to surf a perfect wave sometimes?
It is, for sure it is. I mean, we touched on it the very first day, and that's the part of it, because it exposes it if you're not able to keep that flow and time all of those maneuvers and, you know, not push too hard and slip out or you know, dig a rail because you're pushing too hard again. Those are, you know, things that happen, and they're easily seen on a wave like this that's so perfect.
Well, we've seen Toledo completely recover from that. He fell on his first couple of rides, and in his last three, he's been building nicely and almost just pacing himself into rhythm. 5.67, improved on that, 6.57 on his last wave. And you just don't really see, you know, Felipe putting up mediocre heat scores in conditions like this on right-handers. It's very rare. I think he'll probably replace the 6.5 shortly. But Miguel Pupo's kicked off with a bang, 6.83, no mistakes. And Seth looked reasonably sharp too.
Yeah, he does. I mean, everyone, I mean, it's perfect waves and the best in the world, right? So that you expect them all to look pretty good. But we got to dissect all of those little moments. Speaking of Felipe and the fact that he's got 13.50 points here, right? And we talked about that percentage of him getting excellent heat scores at 57% of the time at J-Bay. He's getting 16 points and above. That just is incredible to think about how many big numbers he's gotten out here.
Well, let's have a close look at the 7 once again, and we can just dine out on just how clean he keeps the rails through these turns. But there was the application of a bit more pressure to the tail on this ride.
And then the speed, that's just a great mix too. He saw the snap, right? So he's going a little lower speed when he's able to do that type of turn. With higher speeds, he lengthens the rail and the arc in the turns. But just the arms, you know, they sweeping through. It's, you know, like a dance. And again, that was that jam, more of a, and then, you know, mixing it up, showing the variety, getting a barrel ride on the inside. All of these things are added variety to the wave, which again is high on the elements today to look into. Is you want to mix it up because you're going to get opportunities for 6 to 10 turns on a wave. Might as well mix it up.
I'm just relieved to see how much movement he had through those turns with his arms too. There was the full extension of the arms. I think he's going to be okay. I think it was just a bit of a burner on the shoulder. I'm sure he'll get checked out, but Toledo out in front and by a pretty good margin too. Jose Faulkner needs a 9.67. Miguel Pupo winning the opening exchange between himself and Seth Moniz there. And Miguel's got that priority too, so got the bonus of reaching the takeoff zone once again. Of course, with the overlapping heat format, Pete, Miguel, Seth, they've got to hold back when the big sets come because the priority belongs to Felipe and Jose.
Yeah, and so you end up getting the scraps, I guess you could say, but today's scraps, oh boy, they're a delicacy.
Yeah, I love the fact that we've gone to the format today. I mean, even yesterday there was some high quality, smaller rides that you just wouldn't take in a head-to-head heat with no one else out there, but you know, I'm sure if we had the overlapping heat format yesterday, there was some more consistency in the surf. We would have seen some of those smaller rides picked up on and taken apart. But here we go, more set waves rolling our way at the moment.
And here's basically a scrap that moved wide. It's going to be a perfect wave through the Super Tube section. Actually, it kind of fattened up, didn't it?
There's something else on the outside. Well, Toledo, he's been building on his last few rides. Let's see if he steps things up again here. A bit of foam on the face. It's going to make it tricky to sink that rail. And he just cruises through that first turn. Really just eyeing off what's happening down the line here. Weighing up his options. Is he going to stick with it? He's sensing that this thing's going to open up. A bit more energy today. These barrels are really starting to throw. This is a throaty one. And he'll easily come through the first section. Stalls, gets back in there, re-emerges, and now has time for a big turn down the line. Kicks on the tail. How do you like that?
That was good read right there. I mean, there was such a slow beginning to that wave. You're like, what's he looking at? What's he doing? He saw that that thing was loading up onto the Super Tube section, and it squared up beautifully. You know, basically a double barrel really kind of came out and then stalled back on, you know, underneath it. Good read. Beautifully done there by Felipe. Had the maneuver at the end.
The extra energy, it's really opening these waves up. They're throwing out a little bit wider today. We were talking about just the characteristics of the tube here in conditions like we saw yesterday. Occasionally it'll clamp up, it won't let you out. No problems there. It was a big tunnel to drive through.
It was, you know, loads up. You can see it's doubling up and it's pushing onto the reef, so it's shallower where this wave starts to get all that energy, and that's why it goes a much more square. Look at how he sets it up. He's dragging that arm, stalling to keep himself slowed up. Again, puts the handbrake down. Not super deep, but very technical. And again, the judges want to see technical barrel riding skills. And then he gets the maneuver at the end to finish it. I don't know if that was kind of a rolling hand claim as we watch from up top too. Look at that technique of just, that's the technical aspect of barrel riding at J-Bay, is slowing down, speeding up, and how you do it and keeping the flow going.
Yeah, I mean, bar those first couple of falls and just that little hit, the big float that kind of went wrong, Toledo's just so on now. His read on the end section's good. He knew from earlier on he wanted to get there a bit early with that layback jam.
Oh,
it was a nice little way to finish off that ride.
For sure it is. And see the footwork? You see how he just popped his board and he dropped, he moved forward like 4 inches on his feet. And then that's to do the maneuver. Whereas everything was so forward, he actually had his back foot on the side of the rail to slow down as well. His toes dragging off the side. And that's another technique to try and slow yourself down.
Back to live action now in heat number 2. Miguel Pupo starting to flare up, kicking the tail there. Drives up into the pocket again. It's a medium-sized ride for today, but he's surfing it so well. And we only caught him halfway down the line, so probably did some work on the outside as well as he brings this one right through to the inside. Miguel's going to overdo it and go down. And Seth just skips out on the bottom turn as that wave's starting to flatten out a little bit. But Toledo's starting to warm up, Pete. We had the feeling that he was going to put the foot down. 7.33 on the last wave, getting closer to that excellent heat score range. 14.33 already. And Jose Faulkner, he has a big mountain to climb now after that big 2-wave total of 14.33 already, and still hasn't finished the wave off just yet. But Miguel was on his way to a really solid score on his second ride. As we see Jose up. Let's see if he can just string one together. This wave's going to reel off without him.
Yeah, it's challenging, you know, when you feel like nothing's going your way and then you get hurt. You know, he had a lot of adversity in this heat, really. A couple falls, psychologically probably hurt you, then in the physical fall, which, you know, his shoulder. But again, this is, you know, the reason he's a wild card, he's able to use this as a springboard into his career. I mean, it's going to be very helpful for him psychologically to be able to go and compete on the Challenger Series coming up for the next 5 events that are, you know, he's in every event too. So he's going to be fun to watch.
Just saw one of our South African wildcards making his way down the steps here. He's got his hands full in the next heat. But Luke Thompson pushed Jack Robinson until the final stages in the opening round. And we'll see what he can bring against Italo in the 3rd heat of the elimination round. The 2019 world champ has looked really solid in the free serves, and he also performed pretty well in that opening round, so it should be a great clash.
Can't wait for that. And again, this kid's been surfing so well. Put on a great performance at the Challenger Series event up in Toledo at his hometown.
Well, Luke Egan watching on and enjoying the big battle between Felipe Toledo and Jose Faulkner here, Luke. But Jose, it just feels like the nerves might be getting the better of him at the moment.
Yeah, as you guys said earlier, he is picking the right waves and, you know, getting upside down in the right parts of the wave. But, you know, it doesn't look like he's going to win this heat. But I'd just like to congratulate Jose, one of the local guys from born and bred in Jeffreys Bay. He's actually really close to putting on a fantastic performance. There's been a couple of nose picks at the end of some huge upside down turns, and I'm sure this heat out there with Felipe Toledo in the yellow jersey, he's going to take this a long way, and we're going to see so much more from him in the future. And I just want to throw out a huge congratulations for the performance that he's made. You know, when you are a wild card and you're up against the guy that's technically won the most heats of the year so far, it's a bit daunting. But you know, if he had landed a couple of those big upside down turns early in the heat, we might have seen him get some confidence and get a bit further than where he's gotten. But I just want a big shout out for him. I'm pretty impressed of his surfing.
Well, we know that'll mean a lot coming from one of the best goofy footers of all time in Luke Egan. But Jose Pete, he's got a big future, starting to get some results and chasing that Challenger Series dream. This heat not over yet, but it's going to be hard to fight back because there's no jet ski assist and it's a long paddle.
You know, I was able to observe Jose, you know, on the beach in his warm-ups and stuff, and how receptive he is to everybody on the beach here. I mean, he is a hero to the kids. They all know him. They were there getting autographs, and he was so gracious with his time, you know, soaking up this atmosphere. And that's the type of things that we've seen for success for surfers, is when they soak themselves in this atmosphere of championship tour surfing. It lifts your game in a big way and allows you the confidence to carry into your career, which is the Challenger Series right now. That's his focus, is to try and get to this. You know, this is the taste. Go, okay, now I'm going to have the desire to be here each and every year.
Have a look at this thing shaping up on the outside, and it is going to be Jose digging into this one. Let's see if he can put on a show for this hometown crowd. Arcs off the top there, cutting back to the bowl, looking to set up a bit more of a vertical approach on this steep section. Huge hit there. That's a bit more like it. That's what he's capable of. And he'll hammer the lip again. And he's just having a bit of trouble with his traction at the moment, but he's riding this one out. Johnny Cockroach style.
That's classic.
On his back.
Get barreled. Get barreled.
And he's going to look to tuck in here on the inside. The most amazing coffin ride we've maybe ever seen here at Jeffreys Bay.
That's amazing. That was fun. Right on, Jose.
Well, that's working the crowd for sure.
Awesome.
But how was that second hit, Pete? That was solid.
Oh, it was, that's what he's capable of. I mean, Luke said it. He's like, hey, he's so close to putting on a sick performance, and he just did it on that wave. That was entertaining. Good job, Jose. That was rad. Look at this. And this one cupped out, too. I mean, it's a full barrel. How good is that?
Well, he's not going to get the heat win, but he's going to make a highlight reel for sure. That is unbelievable.
And
he got some distance in that thing, Pete.
That's so good. Oh, I love it. What a day, you know, and that's the kind of stuff that this is fun. Surfing's fun, and he's taking that time to enjoy it. Good job.
Strider, a pretty unique barrel riding approach there.
Yeah, I like it. Pretty, actually, well performed, actually. I mean, just the style, right, the commitment, and the line that he held through that thing was mental. He's just inside and out, and he's just looking up to the heavens, and he's thinking about, like, how did I slip off the back foot there and, like, you know, get it together. But I think the performance just before that was insane, and I just feel like getting comfortable for him is what it's going to take. And we've seen him belt the lip so beautifully out the back on that one. It was just so fun to watch. And then, well, he's going down in the books for that thing. That was the best coffin barrel I've ever seen.
Yeah, great to see him throw down a big turn, Strider. As a goofy footer, you know, you can talk to just how hard this wave is to figure out backhand, but he really did dig in there.
Yeah, it's one of the hardest waves in the world, actually, on the backhand. But as you can see, he comes straight up into the hook there. And just to redirect straight up into it is the hardest part. And that's the part that, you know, he's done so well. Unfortunately, he came off there. But now you can see him. He's just like, you know what? it's done. I'm going to stay with it and see what we get on the inside. I thought he was going to jump back up here, and then he just stuck to his guns and just got piped. So imagine the vision he had inside of that one. I mean, look at that. I mean, he's just piped all the way down. The drone shot, everything.
So awesome.
He's got something for the books there. It's for the portfolio for sure.
Oh, that's
Gummer's got the
unbelievable.
6 shot from the drone.
Amazing vision. But a minute and a half to go, and Jose's run in the Corona Open J-Bay this year is going to come to an end here. But, you know, no shame in losing out to Toledo. And, you know, I think, Pete, it's just his board's been slippery. That's all you can put it down to, you know.
And, you know, looking at his facial expression, he's bummed, right? He thought he had a chance here, and he came into this heat with, you know, the opportunity to take out the world #1 at the moment. And, you know, it stings, but at the same time, this is just such a great learning experience for him. First ever championship tour man-on-man heat.
Well, on the outside now, less than a minute to go in that first heat of the morning, but things are just getting started for Seth Moniz and Miguel Pupo. Seth has a bit of work to do at the moment. He's after a 7.5. What about that turn? Love that angle. Shows how tall these walls are and how much there is happening down the line as Seth looks to step on the gas again, driving up into the pocket. Nice hook there. This wave's starting to bowl out on the inside. He'll tuck into the barrel and come flying out, back out onto the open face, glides through a big carve, gets a little sticky on the top, but he can save it here with a big finish. Drives up into the lip, gets the fins free for a moment. That's a nice finish and a good recovery after almost getting it wrong at the end of that ride. Toledo on the outside. Big wall standing up for him, and he's really just on a victory lap now. He doesn't even need this ride, and no need to risk injury on the inside by attacking that end section. The job is done for the man wearing the leader's jersey.
Yeah, and he'll be out pretty quick. We're going to go straight into that next round, around a 16. So he's going to be right back into the water. Hopefully that shoulder doesn't stiffen up.
My job is professional surfer.
My goal is to win titles. That's what I'm here for.
The world's best surfers in the world's best waves.
We've had a shark attack. Whoa.
It's the most intense surfing scenario you can imagine.
I have to step up my game now and not make any mistakes.
Oh my God!
This is a war. You have to find a way to win it and do it at all costs.
It does. It reveals all your inadequacies. It reveals someone who understands the complete canvas, who understands that surfing is not just about that one aerial maneuver, that surfing is about the flow between the maneuvers as importantly as it is between the tube rod, the air, and the carve. You have to have that flow, that rhythm, that connectivity with the wave. And you see the best guys have that amazing connectivity.
Well, welcome back to the show. Overlapping heats here today. Day 3 of the event window, day 2 of competition. As Italo Ferreira, the 2019 world champion, takes on the wildcard Luke Thompson, the South African from Durban. So strong in the opening round. Didn't get the win though. Was overtaken by Jack Robinson in the dying stages of their clash. But he has looked very solid. He's been right on point. And we heard Sean Thompson talking about the connectivity. Well, this guy found it yesterday and he's tapped straight back into that same zone on his opening ride here this morning, Pete.
We love it. You know, a big heat for Luke. Again, another one of those surfers is surfing one of the biggest heats of his life. right now as a youngster up against Italo Ferreira, and he waited on that one, knew that that was going to be the barrel. I mean, those ones that you can see that kind of back off and set up into that Super Tubes end section, those are the ones that are going to have basically the steepest and best barrels. He read it very, very well. It unfortunately wasn't as clean as we would have liked to, you know, and that one section had some ripples and waffle in it, but he surfed it well, got through it. Won't be a huge number, but a good start to this heat.
It's been a good contest for wildcards over the years. When you think about it, Joel Parkinson breaking through for his first CT win here as a wildcard. Geordie Smith got himself to the semis, and we'll see how Luke Thompson.
Well, Sean Holmes back in the day.
Oh, Sean Holmes was a dream wrecker for the world's best, chasing title points. But here goes Italo on his first ride.
Beautiful stuff here on the back end, and again, he picks this wave because it had all that water moving into that inside section, and generally that's where the money section is. It's going to be closer onto the rocks, right in front of the judges too. That's where the steepest part of the wave is going to be. That's where the barrels are. This one didn't really load up too good for him though. I mean, there was that one moment on the outside section, but now it seems to steepen up here, and beautiful float to finish. So a good start for Italo as well. You know, it's unfortunate for Luke on this outside section that he wasn't really able to get any maneuvers done. It was just more weaving and setting it up. So really all of the points are going to come from this section here where he snaps underneath it. Good technique in the stall. Not ultra deep, but technical in the way that he was able to weave through that section. This is going to be a great angle here. Snap into it, stalling. But then he has to pump up into it. Nicely done there, because that was a good speed control. He was able to pick up a little squirt out of the concave and get through that section, no worries. But again, not ultra deep, so I don't see it being a huge number.
Waiting on those numbers to roll through. Meanwhile, the heat with priority out there at the moment. Heat number 2, Miguel Pupo holding the lead over Seth, but there's not too much in it at the moment. Seth banked a 6.33 on his last wave, only needs a 5.68 to jump up into first position.
Yeah, thinking about Miguel's wave, and you know, it felt like that wave could have gone higher, but I mean, ultimately it didn't have you know, that criticalness and the looseness of the turns, although the wave was epic. You know, you'd probably be a little disappointed that it was a 6.83 and not something a little higher for you know, the beginning of the wave, the heat.
Got a special treat for you, Pete.
Oh, Drew, what?
Going to bring in the 77 world champion, South African great Hall of Famer, Sean Thompson. Great to see you. We missed you, mate.
I am super that I'm not seeing those perfect waves in person. It just looks so dreamy. It's dropping. I'll give it 2 more hours and it's going to be epic barrels out there.
Oh, awesome, mate. You must be so proud as a, you know, a South African great to see such a great performance from the South African surfers in this event so far. In particular, Matty McGilvray and Luke Thompson, who was unlucky not to get a win in that opening round.
Yeah, I thought Matt surfed tremendously yesterday. I mean, it was the highest scoring heat of the day. I think Luke had the 4th. I think he had the highest losing score of the day. I mean, it was so close between him and Jack Robinson, and Jack Robinson's just been on fire. So for the young guy from Durban to really step up, I just think it showed incredible composure. And also, he has got a really cool attacking style. I loved his style. And then it was wonderful to see Jose Faulkner in that last heat. Now, you know what that maneuver is called? If you're a Jew, you know what it's called. It's called a tochus tube. That means you get the tube on your arse.
I love it.
That was great to see that for flair. But I did think Geordie Smith unbelievably well yesterday. And that one wipeout that he had, I mean, that could have been a career ender. He just showed incredible commitment. And Geordie has that surge of speed and that flawless carve where there's no changing of rails. 90% of the guys out there do about 3 or 4 change rails before the big turn, but Geordie is just raw power. It's just beautiful to see, and I think he was unlucky not to get through. So I'm really looking forward to seeing him out there in this incredible surf today.
Yeah, he's got a big matchup too, doesn't he? He's up against Chloe and Andino. Should be a fantastic heat as we see Felipe making his way up the beach here. And Sean, I've spoken to you at length about Felipe's performances in the past. We were here for his first victory. We got to call that action together, and he's really found a special place in this lineup, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has. Who's that on that ride? Is that Miguel out there? Also beautiful. You know, he reminds me of like that fantastic Australian Wayne Lynch, just with that flawless, stylish, incredible, beautiful arcs. I saw Wayne Lynch surf out here at Super Tubes in 1970, and his surfing is so, I think, indicative of that dial. Beautiful flow and just such a
Yeah, well, you said a word in that little piece that your interview on the lineup with Dave Prodeng, connectivity, and the best surfers have it here, and Miguel Pupo on the backhand just really pieces his rides together nicely and chooses his maneuvers wisely.
Yeah, I think Jeffries is, you know, I've always said it's an easy wave to ride, but it's a very difficult wave to ride well, especially in a competitive situation, because you have this broad expanse of wall. It's not like you're getting 1 or 2 or 3 maneuvers in. You know, you're doing like 8 or 10 maneuvers.
We've got Italo up at the moment, and he had a 4.33 on his first wave. Second place here to Gabriel Medina in 2019, last time we were here. Prior to that, hadn't really had any big results to speak of, but he's figured it out. He's worked out the puzzle that is Jeffreys Bay. He knows where to put the pieces now, and he is linking this one through to the inside. This guy grew up on a sand bottom right-hand point break. Doesn't get this big very often, but it's just allowed him to kind of work out a repertoire on his backhand that he can bring to these long walls, Pete. And this is going to be a great score. He has hammered this ride, start to finish. Huge turns. There's the fist pump, and he is loving it, and for good reason. That's going to be the best score of that heat so far.
Yeah, momentum builder, and that's you know, applying pressure to a young Luke Thompson who has yet to really get this type of experience. You know, so he's feeling it right now. And again, that's why we love the wild cards, because they're generally sometimes their first you know, CT events ever. And if his dream is to be here in the big leagues, he's got to get a taste of it.
I actually thought Italo's board looks fantastic. It seems to be a little bit longer than what he generally rides and a little bit tighter. You know, when I say tighter, it looks like the tail's a little bit narrow, and he's really managing to really throw it over with no sort of, no hesitation and just sort of raw power. Some of those off-the-top carves that he does are just so beautiful and so forceful and so fast, and there's no hesitation at all, just full-on raw power.
I think he was a little unlucky that this wave didn't load up as much. I mean, right here is where it starts to get steep again, but it didn't. The whole ride, he had to kind of move through these sections to find these moments. But man, when he got the moments, he just went. This one was a beautiful turn there. This was these 2-turn combo here. I mean, straight up vertical, powerful. You know, just exactly did that on the outside as well. So this is going to be a pretty good score.
Sean, Italo is one of those great modern day surfers. He's got all the tricks, obviously the big airs, and he can be twitchy off the bottom if he's in beach break conditions, but he's such a good surfer. When he finds that big clean wall, he can also go rail to rail and clean that up and draw those bottom turns out.
Yeah, and I think also he has that incredible drive, that enthusiasm, that stoke. He's always like in a fever, which is wonderful to see, that incredible passion. And then he's not scared of big waves. He's not scared of chopu. He's not scared of pop. I mean, the guy just goes for it. So, yeah, I mean, this whole Brazilian movement that's sort of happened over the last decade, it's just, it's wonderful to see. I mean, Brazilian guys always used to charge in Hawaii, even back in the 70s and 80s. You know, you'd have these amazing Brazilian surfers. But it's great to see that he's sort of got this exuberance and radical flair along with that courage. And out the back we have Luke there from young South African from Durban. Let's see what he can do on this wave.
Yeah, nice hook in the pocket to get started. And this wall, unfortunately, just looks like it's going to flatten out and not make that connection through to Super Tubes. So he'll head back out there. But let's bring Strider into the conversation. He's out the back on the back of the Red Bull ski there.
Thanks, buddy. Sean, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can, Strider. I miss seeing you, man.
Oh, man, I'll never forget the drive that I took with you from the airport all the way here to Jeffreys Bay. It was one of my highlights ever, you know, in a moment with one of my idols. So thank you, Sean. I had a question for you. Yesterday, one of my favorite waves, and I think it was Ronnie's too, was Stephanie Gilmore's Highline, and her just beautiful form out here. Didn't score very well, but it was amazing. How do you know, you as a competitor, you could probably talk to this the best because you've seen the evolution of surf here on this wave. How do you really, like, get out of that mind of just freestyling a wave and then going into competition mode just for sport and for turn and for point?
You know, that's a tough one, because when you get on that wave at J-Bay and you do that high line, and it's like you're riding along that lip for 40 or 50 yards. It's all you want to do, man. Just get that amazing sensation of speed. So it's been always, J-Bay's always been about the carve, and it's been about the tube, and it was really Philippe that I think changed it around and really brought the air game, the functional air game, into J-Bay. And outside the back, we have this incredible set. I mean, it's just cleaning everyone up, a solid 6 to 8 foot set. So what's going to happen is the tide is dropping. I think low tide's probably about 10 o'clock today, because it's a full moon at J-Bay. We love those full moon days at J-Bay. So we're going to get a dropping tide. As the tide drops, we're going to get those incredible barrels that come through the midsection and then drain through onto the impossibles, is what we used to call the end section. So let's see what they can do on this baby.
Well, it's a big wave. He's way down the line already, so we'll see if this one actually makes that connection right through past impossibles potentially. He's just on the attack. This wave has a good pace to it at the moment. Already let go of some decent turns, trying to get rid of a 4.33. Last ride came just under the excellent range, 7.67. Big steep section here, belts it, and he pumps the fist. And he knows that he's probably going to be improving on his heat score total at the moment, really starting to turn the heat up on the young wildcard.
I mean, that was down, way down, beyond even where we can see. So, that, I mean, judges would have to hopefully be able to get a view from down there, because it would have been impossible to see it from the actual tower. Free surfers getting held down there. It's powerful out there.
So, yeah, he took that one way down the point, Pete.
Yeah. Well, he ended up with the 7.67 on wave number 2. So that was huge. That was that inside section that just, you know, judges rewarding that in a huge way.
I think Strider was picking up on a really cool conversation point with Sean Thompson before, and you know, just talking about Steph Gilmore's ride yesterday. It's always great when someone appears to have time when they're going so fast in this lineup, and you find those moments to actually express yourself between the big critical maneuvers, and Felipe Toledo is probably the best at it at the moment.
Yeah. Hey, Strider, you're out there. Where was this wave in relation to you know, the main peak where you're scoring waves?
Italo just did the biggest gouge that I've seen, and the ski drive, the wave was so big that he jumped over to the side back, and I was just like looking at this turn right up in the hook, right above me. I just like, it was glorious. And the wave was all the way down past what they called Salads, which is a whole nother part of the reef. And then the next wave broke even further down and way outside. And I'm seeing right now, I'm looking at Italo. He's probably 100 yards away from me, down the point, still paddling back out. The sweep and the current and everything out here is just radical how much water's moving. So he's got a long way to go, but what a turn. The beauty of that arc in the bowl was just magnificent. And then to, you know, see the work he's got to do to get back out there. But you know what? He's the Energizer Bunny. That guy's got more energy than anybody that you've ever seen in your whole life. So he'll be back out there before you know it.
That's true.
Yeah, and he's got a whole lot of time on the clock too, just on 31.5 minutes to go. That one came through at a 5.67. Sean Thompson joins us today, the 77 world champ. And Sean, it was a beautiful ride, a big section, and Italo just harnessed all that speed.
Yeah, I thought he, you know, his carve off the top is very powerful. There was that amazing final, him and Gabrielle a few years ago, and it was just this kind of goofy foot explosive. So, and it was like getting goofy foots to J-Bay to the next level. You know, the great goofy footers, Wayne Lynch, Tom Carroll, Marco Galupo. And it was wonderful to see these two guys really elevated. But you can see that he seems to be riding a board that's a little bit less volume in the tail under his back foot, so it's really enabling him to go, I think, a lot harder and a lot deeper, a lot more radical off the top. There's no sort of vacillation or hesitation. You saw on some of Leap's first waves on that, seemed to be riding a very short board for the conditions that they're out a couple of times. Italo's really picked it correctly, looked at the conditions and really adjusted accordingly. And that's really important at J-Bay. As the surf changes, that will that wall gets a little flat. So all the energy and a lot of the tube is in the half of the wave.
Yeah, he's looking sharp, but also looking like Toledo in his first heat here in the elimination round, almost pacing himself. You know, Italo has another gear that he can get to. He's just looking to really put the pressure on the wild card at the moment as Seth goes after the #1 position in heat number 2 up against Miguel Pupo. He needs a 5.98 out of this one to get himself in front. Stalls for the barrel, grabs that wall, stays nice and tight to the face, and he'll come out. And he's been throwing down some nice carves, and he's going to get a couple more opportunities here on the inside. Ducks under that section, and now goes looking for the big high impact finish down the line. And the wave kind of flattened out, but still let go of a decent turn, but was a 5.98 Pete.
Ooh, yeah, I mean, a lot of surfing. I gotta rewatch this wave. I mean, it wasn't one of those major set waves, but it did have sections and it did have moments. You know, the barrel was good, the couple carves on the outside. So again, a 5.98. They're gonna have to do some comparisons here. You know, it feels to me that, you know, Miguel Pupo, it's gonna be close. Again, throwing down the comparisons, you know, of the 4 waves in this heat, feels like Miguel just has that slight edge. But we'll see, because that wave right there, right, you know, looking at a 6, is that a flat 6? It felt pretty darn close. Taking a look on this outside section. Beautiful first arcs here, and as I recall, it did flatten out a little bit after these 2 snaps. This is where it kind of starts to flatten up, and unfortunately there he kind of had to wait it out, knowing full well that it's going to do exactly what he wants it to on the inside. So this was just setting up the timing for this barrel, kick stalls it. Again, trying to have to get much deeper. This is a little different angle than what we saw before. It looked a little deeper from the other angle. So it won't be a high scoring barrel, but just well packaged the entire wave.
Seth's got the moves, doesn't he?
Yeah.
When he gets that turn right, it's a thing of beauty. But then there is just a different connectivity to the conditions than what Miguel's got at the moment. We're waiting on that number to come through.
I mean, if you think about the criteria, right, the flow part of it, which is again one of the elements they're looking at today, specifically very long wave. You know, it felt like Miguel kind of had the more flow to it. But again, we haven't seen any inclinations of what this score is going to be. And it's an important score at this point in the heat.
Yeah, it's going to be a close one. Just on 3 minutes, 15 seconds to go. Luke Egan watching on, and Luke, one of your heroes is on the line. Got anything you want to ask Sean Thompson?
He is. Sean, how are you, Brew?
How's it going, man? To you, my Brew.
Good, my boy. Hey, we're missing you for dinner at Sharon's here at the moment. But Sean, I just wanted to talk to you about surfboard design out here at Jeffreys Bay. I remember I think you were the first person I ever saw in the surf movie surfing out here, and on a longer single fin, just tearing it to pieces, long big arcs out of the lip and super long tube rides. But in your time, who was the best shaper for you to make your boards out here? Did you bring boards from Hawaii, or did I know you've had some great success with Spider Murphy from up there in Derb, so just give everyone an insight on what style of boards you rode back in the day compared to what's going on now.
Yeah, I had some boards from Murphy. You know, when the surf strong at JB, like 8 to 10, I just used to ride a 7.0. And you know, very narrow tail, single fins, 11-inch tails, which are unbelievably narrow today with a big 8-inch fin set about 6 tails. So very different. You know, boards about 18 3/4 wide, but amazing to see how much arc, curve, and speed and the guys are getting out of boards at 5.11 and 6.0. I mean, when I'm on surf, and when of course Geordie, I mean Geordie's on a 6. You know, they're getting way more distance and carve than we did. Much, so just so much faster, like a great wave here.
A beautiful looking wall for Miguel Pupo, who's still hanging on to the lead. Seth fell short on that last ride, a 5.33, but Miguel's going to go down and won't be banking the number on that one.
Was
Where
that
is Seth
dropping
in this
out
lineup,
the
Pete?
broadcast then? Yeah, okay, yeah, I thought so. Yeah, okay.
So Seth maybe a little too far down the line to capitalise on this set. He's trying to get himself into position. Needs a 5.98 at the moment. And there's not a whole lot of time. Just under a minute remaining here, Pete.
Yeah. Yeah, it felt, I mean, again, the judges had that ability to look up at the comparisons. Yeah, and it came up at, almost 3/4 of a point shy.
Not sure that Seth's going to get an opportunity here in the final stages, but we do want to say a big thank you to Sean Thompson for taking some time to talk to us this morning. Sean, enjoy the show. It's going to be a magic day.
Great, looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to that tide dropping, and I'm looking forward to hopefully the starts today. It would be great to see. I saw yesterday there was only, so I'm looking for a whole bunch of big score. Great to be on with you.
Loving to get your insights, mate, and look forward to chatting to you again very soon. And congratulations on that new book. Let's have a look at what's unfolding here in this second heat of the morning. It's coming to a close. Miguel Pupo doing enough to hang on to the #1 position and make his way into the round of 16. Seth Moniz, he made his return to the championship tour, Pete. Did some great turns, but he's going to have some work to do at that final event, Tahiti.
Yeah, don't expect him to bow down there. He's got a good result there, so one of his best of his career.
More big heats coming your way here in the elimination round. We're going to step out of the booth and bring in Paul Evans and Lorenova.
Competitive surfing has given me almost every best attribute I have. You gotta go out and have these crazy experiences, and for me it was competing on the highest level for 12 years.
She has come back reinvigorated and really sharp.
We're surfers, we never retire. You don't retire. Like, you're gonna surf until you're dead.
My dream, my mission is to educate the world. What is going to be our world without cane forests?
Welcome back to the Corona Open, JB, as overcast skies add a little extra touch of drama and gravitas to proceedings. Conditions in the water absolutely AA+. It's pumping out there, and here to talk you through it, joining myself, Paul Evans. It's time to say good morning to Laura Enova. How are you feeling?
Feeling absolutely amazing. What a magic morning we've woken up to. It's just, coming through the competition area and then into just this lineup of just incredible lines rolling through here at JB. It's absolutely magic, and yeah, I cannot wait to see this whole entire day unfold.
Big walls of endless potential out there. Feels like everything's on offer in surfing. Tubes at high speed, big turns, just those beautiful rope and walls. We're in for a treat.
Yeah, and just like Sean Thompson was saying before, we're going to see throughout the day with this tide, more and more barrels. So I'm just so excited for that. You cannot even tell on the screen when you're watching just how much water is moving, how big these walls are. It's hard to understand, and I think through the screen, but these surfers are doing absolutely amazing, and we're just going to see more and more excellent scores as we see Kyle Belly. Yeah, this was his first wave of the heat, a 4-point ride. This came in as, and just getting the juices flowing, I think, for Kaio. Nice way to feel out the first wave of the heat, trying to wait and see if this did anything. Kicks and stalls, getting a little bit of a cover up there, but a small wave and pushing through that end section. So getting some nice work done in his first wave, having to eject there, but a good first roll of the dice for Kyle Belly, a 4-point ride.
Belly came absolutely flying out the gates this season, a blistering start, couple of semis in Hawaii to kick off a stellar campaign. Hasn't been able to match those results as yet. Really versatile surfer in all sorts of conditions, loves the tube. Managing to get some cover on the inside to open up his heat. Meanwhile, here goes Thompson, smooth as you like. We saw flashes of brilliance from him yesterday. He was actually pretty unlucky not to get through that heat. It was close for first. And again here with the heat on his hands, taking on Italo Ferreira. He'll just try and pace this one and be patient. You mentioned yesterday on the broadcast, he did spend a month down here last year just practicing on this wave, getting to know it better for his career. Not sure how much he would have been able to say back then that he'd be here surfing in the CT against a world champion Ferreira right now. He's got himself a good looking inside section, more good hooking work off the top. And he'll go down, unfortunately. So he went a long way and not loads of returns on the inside. Meanwhile, Ferreira, backhand attack from him, and he looks sharp and dialed in this morning. He's got that kind of measured pace between his maneuvers. And on that particular wave, it just pushes a little wide and goes flat. Italo will flick out pretty close to Thompson. Meanwhile, more live action, Marshall out the back. He's in heat number 4 against Kyle Abelli. That signature, kind of slightly hooked over shoulder style from him. A couple of quick redirects. So scores to come in for Abelli as a 4 comes through early on. We're getting one for Marshall shortly. It won't be a huge number, but already, Laura, I think we've seen a bunch of waves being ridden, a bit of a range as well. We've seen some bombing, like 8-foot+ sets breaking way wide. That one Italo got just before. There's also a couple of kind of smaller ones on the rocks, so some decisions for our surfers to make.
Yeah, it's just, you know, strategy. Everyone will be working with their team and their coaches to really decipher what waves they want to go. Some of the bigger waves are obviously pushing so fast down the point, and, you know, the smaller ones are just, you know, the surfers, when I was, you know, talking to them in the competitors area, we're just saying, all of the waves are so perfect, but just finding the wave with the right tempo and the right speed, and, you know, to allow the surfers to do what they really want to do is going to be what's going to be, you know, what's going to get them the scores today.
Well, this is the swell I've been tracking for a couple of days. We had some pulses yesterday, some quiet periods, some periods of higher activity. We've got a really consistent period throughout the day today, so local intelligence tells us these are all really good signs for this just to pump all the way through today. Already this morning, it's been putting on a show, this wave. Been really enjoyable to see what's been going down so far. You just get a feeling we're going to get, at some point today, that absolute kind of magic, that historic kind of moment in competitive surfing.
Definitely. I mean, you know, the mornings are always, even though this morning we woke up with those west winds howling offshore, it's, you know, just groomed out there, but it just feels like it's going to get better and better throughout the day. That 16-second long period swell is just going to keep pumping and pumping into tomorrow as well. So, you know, we're in for an absolute treat. And, you know, we've seen, I think, nothing into the excellent range as of yet. Well, we've seen, you know, Felipe starting off with some amazing scores this morning, but I just think we're going to see J-Bay get lit up during the day.
So Italo Ferreira here looking to get out this elimination round and consolidate his position for that final 5. Talking about the situations, obviously Italo is well up there in contention, but still with the work yet to do. Be looking strong for a finish to go to Trestles. And think about what he was able to do in 2019 and this title that he got. One of those surfers probably quite hardest hit by the pandemic. In terms of that was when he was in the absolute form of his life. I mean, he lost that season, and he's almost been trying to sort of recover that since then in a way. And this year he's coming up against a ton of surfers in really good form, and particularly Felipe Toledo.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that historic win for Italo in 2019 was unforgettable. And, you know, since then, yeah, it's just we had that big break, and it seems that he's lost that rhythm. And, you know, he hasn't had a win this season, which is quite, uncharacteristic for him. So, I mean, I feel like we've seen a different Italo this year. He's got a different feeling and a vibe to him. He seems more relaxed and he's having more fun. And I think, you know, traveling with, you know, his whole crew and a big team and all of the Brazilian Storm just, you know, vibing off each other. So it is a different Italo, and I think that win is close.
Here he is in live action, gets a big chunk of lip on his first turn, a little redirect for the second, and he will set up here with some S-ing down the line, just waiting for this thing to get steep. He'll go into the lip. Already got good scores under his belt here. That's 7.67, his high number. And a little bit of downtime on this as he'll be patient. It's really cool to see from the water angle. You get a really good sense of how dynamic this wave is. And just as we say that, Italo just arriving a little late to the lip, slightly underdoes it with the maneuver, and he'll go down.
Yeah, it really seems like some of the waves out here today, if you don't pick the right one, they just do have that downtime and that bit of lump through them. So it seems like, you know, if you can find the wave that's going to stand up and give you that top to bottom wave from start to finish, that's where you'll get all the scores. Kyle Belly having to jump out here for Luke Thompson.
In the priority heat, Thompson, the 18-year-old from Durban, lays into a carve, lays a little hard into it. The wall backed off a bit.
Yeah, I think he just identified that wasn't going to be anything too special on the inside there. So Luke's going to try motor on out the back. He did get back into this heat with a 5.17, you know, only needing an 8.1 now, and he was, you know, getting close to those scores yesterday. I was so impressed with Luke Thompson surfing in round 1 yesterday, and you know, he had Jack Robinson up against the wall. Like, Jack Robinson had to take off with 8 seconds to go to, you know, get that win out of that heat. So Luke Thompson, you know, showing that he deserves to be here, jump back on the challenges after this event, and hopefully try be up against these guys next year.
And thinking about the sort of conditions we got as well, the needing an 8, you know, going towards the sort of dying stages of a heat, these waves are out there for sure. Get yourself in a deep tube, do some big turns, and the excellent range is very achievable.
Yeah, for sure. I think just with this huge swell right now, it's just going to be, you know, finding that gem between a lot of waves that maybe aren't connecting. So, you know, if Luke Thompson can get himself into a beauty of a wave, I think he has the talent to do it.
Strider out in the line. How's things looking for you, mate?
Sorry, I think I lost you for a second there. Yeah, it's an interesting lineup right now. There's a big lump coming across it, and I was just wondering, you know, let's get that to Luke. He's a veteran here. Luke, is that from the wind just howling out the back? You see this big lumps come across the face?
Hey, Strides. I think we've got a low tide at 10 past 10 this morning, and I think with the swells got a little bit, a fair bit of west in it today. So I think it's a tidal transitional thing. The beauty of the conditions we have today, it's you know, if the contest wasn't on, you could just sit here and surf your favourite tide which part of the point you'd like to surf. I personally like mid to high tide when the supers part is at its best at mid to high. But Strides, I think that wonk is the tide dropping. It's a full moon, as you know, so it's going to get really low at about 10 past 10. So I think we'll see that tidy up as we see the tide turn after that point, and the good waves will move back up into the supers area as the tide comes in, and I think it's around 4-ish for the high, and that could be the best conditions for supers that we'll see. So yeah, what a beautiful day. The wind's nice and strong. I like the wind being strong. Just holds the face up nicely, lets these guys get around those fast sections. And at the moment, down right in front of Strider is where the action is, right at A possibles for those big last turns. You've got to find those waves too that are not too fat on the outside, and pick the right ones that have got a ton of wall to get some nice steep face. But we're seeing these guys do that. So yeah, it's looking fantastic.
Right on. Thanks, Luke. Yeah, when we heard Sean talking about it too, the legend Sean Thompson talking about how in a few hours we were going to actually see better waves as the tide changed. So I guess you guys are all right on the money. I just thought it was the wind blowing around the corner, but I've only been here a few times.
No, Strides, you're on the money, mate, for sure. The wind is strong, but as you see there, that wide shot, yeah, it's getting pretty low, and I just think that it's just falling off the reef a little bit, but geez, once that tide changes, look out.
All right, thanks, chaps. 35 minutes, 11 seconds remaining in our heat number 4, Marshall Ibelli. Just over 11 for Ferreira and Thompson. Luke Thompson, the youngster, looking to try and come back in the 2019 world champ with a little bit to do at the moment. We're looking at live action from him right here as he hits one nicely off the top. Little sectional drop, we'll have to be patient. Clears the water out of his eyes and then goes into the lip. And this section here standing up really sweetly. A beautiful turn there from Luke Thompson. Really nicely done again. Just rips one down off the top. And this wall just offering up endless possibilities for him. Another really nice, powerful control turn at speed. Hook in the pocket. Does have good variety on these forehand turns. We saw that throughout his heat yesterday. And a much better way from him here. Just 18 years old, surfing against a former world champ. and he has ripped this thing to bits, and right at the end there, gets a little bit exploded on the landing.
Wow, that was the fight back wave Luke Thompson needed. Unfortunately, couldn't finish that and complete that wave, but I think he's going to be right back in this after that wave. I loved, you know, the variety of turns he had. You know, that wave that we were talking about he needed with that wall the whole way. He got that. So amazing work by him to pick that wave and identify that. He spent a lot of time here last year, I think a month, just getting to know J-Bay, and you can tell he knows exactly where to place his turns as we see Rip Curl.
Griff coming up in our next. He'll be taking on Jadson Andre, of course, ranked 4 in the world. A couple of huge wins for Rip Curl this year. Just absolutely blew up in Portugal, got the Big 10 for the backside full rotation. Got a massive win. Also, another win more recently in El Salvador. Rip Curl, one of the absolute form surfers on the tour this year. And you think about the wave here on the pump at Jeffreys Bay and his kind of skill set, what he can do. Such a versatile, well-rounded surfer, really good in the tube. Electric on the maneuvers. Can't wait for that one. This is another look here at Luke Thompson.
Yeah, can't wait to see the replay of this. I just feel like he surfed it so well. Just had to get around that little section, but bashing off the lip there and throwing so much spray. A little bobble there, but just managed to hang on. And big whipping wrap there. I just feel like he knows exactly where to place his board and his turns out here at J-Bay. Up here into the pocket. Little carve down, waiting for this to line up, but I think he just got some epic work done. He's going to be back in this heat for sure. He's got a huge paddle ahead of him, but Luke Thompson just waiting for this one to line up, and he went to town on the inside too. If he could have finished that off, I think he would have gone excellent, but that wave turned in as a 6.67, so unfortunately not enough to turn the heat, but enough to just need a 6.68. So he's right back in.
This is Mr. and Mrs. Thompson. Watching it all unfold. A good score for him, 6.67. Would have loved to get that finishing maneuver. Judges have been scoring those end turns and rewarding the risk taken on that final maneuver. Didn't get the completion on that. Nevertheless, a healthy number. Brings that requirement right down, Laura. Now 6.68, that's well within his reach.
Oh, that last turn might haunt him if he doesn't get another opportunity here. He's got a long paddle. He's motoring back out pretty quickly, but that was a super, super long wave, and he's got, I'd say, another 300 meters of paddling to get back out to the lineup, but he's going to dig in deep and do his best.
One young South African out in the water, representing this country. One joining us down from the beach, a legend, Rosie Hodge. How you doing?
Well, Jose, incredibly proud to see you in the mix at this event. A South African, you know, 4 South Africans in this event. What an opportunity for you. Are you stoked to be part of the mix?
Yeah, I'm so stoked. I'm still over the moon, like, still can't believe it. Just to be part of this whole event in my hometown, all the fans. Every time I ran down this beach, I almost wanted to cry, paddling into my heats, and after heats, just seeing the support and all of that was just amazing. So, and with the 4 South Africans, Jordy, Matt, Luki, all 3 I just lost, but the other 3 still in the event. So I'm just going to support the guys, and I hope they make the hits. I'm just proud to be part of that 4 and part of this whole event. Yeah, sweet.
And we're stoked to see you in it, but this prize money probably going to go in that back pocket and really fund the dream for the Challenger Series.
Yeah, it's been a hard few events for me. Because it's so much money to get to these events. This money is going straight into that. I'm actually going to America on the 24th, and I'm going to stay there until December and go from there to Portugal, France, Brazil, and then go back to Cali and then Hawaii. So this prize money is going to help me a lot. So yeah, I'm so stoked.
Well, look this guy up and support him if you can. He's such an amazing talent coming out of South Africa. Just an update on Felipe for you guys. We had him walk past us, and right now he's getting seen to by his team, that shoulder potentially. So yeah, we're going to let him rest up. We do have that next round coming up later today, so we'll monitor that situation. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Rosie. Jose Faulkner, rising star on the Challenger Series.
What a legend.
Flashes of brilliance out here. Very entertaining surfer, super relaxed style. Can't wait to see more of him coming up in the Changers.
Yes.
As we see the little rock dance here from Griff. He just makes his way down to the water's edge, identifying that keyhole. Super important when there is more swell in the water. Meanwhile, in live action, here's Marshall. Already got a 6 locked in. This is his second wave, really nice turn. just added a little venom to it by drawing his line down the wave. Another hook from him high in the pocket. And a little snap stall into the tube, disappears behind the curtain. That one just kind of folds with him, and he won't get an exit on that. But it will be a second number for Jake Marshall. 6-4 his early wave, though. Pretty decent points return for a shorter wave.
Yeah, Jake is just showing that his surfing just suits this wave here at J-Bay so well, and love to absolutely see it. He's surfing with so much style and power and speed and flow, exactly what you need to do here. So I can't wait to see that replay. But he had a bit of a mishap paddling out. Did you see that before he got, I think his leg rope got stuck on the rocks. So I think all the other surfers taking note, he was on his back with his legs up and just rolling around on those rocks paddling out. So hopefully no holes in the wetsuit. Yeah, I'm not the keyhole. These rocks have shown to be, oh dear. Sorry, Jake, for laughing. I hope you're okay. No bruises.
Yeah, it's lucky there's no cameras around to catch that.
Yeah, lucky.
Jake Marshall making his way successfully after that into the lineup, getting himself a 6 and another score to come his way. Kyle Belli, who he's up against, unable to put much on the board thus far. Just got a 4 to open up. That is our heat number 4. We're getting down to the final, we're into the final 4 minutes of Ferreira versus Thompson. And at the moment, it is Italo with a lead. It's a pretty decent one. Luke Thompson's put himself right back in contention, though. Really well surfed wave from him, a long one with loads of steep sections down the end of the wave. Good enough for 6.67, his last. And he needs to repeat that score, just go slightly higher, 6.68, the number he needs. First priority with Italo Ferreira. And so far with these overlapping heats that we've seen, Laura, plenty of waves, and we have seen a bit of variety in terms of where you can take off as well. So all sorts of energy out there for our surfers.
Yeah, Luke Thompson, he caught that last wave with about 10 minutes to go, so he's still paddling. He's got about 100 meters till he makes it back to the takeoff spot. He's motoring, he's putting his head down, kicking his hardest, but it's just such a huge lineup out there, and you're riding these waves forever, so it's like, you know, he obviously fell on that last turn, but he just, you know, like hundreds and hundreds of meters of surfing. Your legs are burning, but these surfers just showing why they're the best athletes in the world.
Well, our heat number 2 of the elimination round was a pretty tight one. Miguel Pupo got the nod. He's with Rosie Hodge.
Miguel, so beautiful to watch you open up on these J-Bay walls. This morning, easy decision to call the contest on. How is it trying to contain the froth when the waves are this good?
It's so hard, you know. I've seen some medium-sized waves. They're not medium, they're like 6 foot, so you kind of wanted to go and, yeah, try my best, you know. I was just so frothing out there, and me and Philippe were talking. We're like, you going the next one? He's like, no, I'm not going. I'm like, I'm going. Like, and super fun, and I wish I got bigger scores, but I think I haven't quite clicked with the wave yet, so one more heat to go and one more chance to click.
And you're having such a phenomenal season this year. Just watching the rankings, are you keeping an eye on it, or are you kind of just doing your own thing?
Yeah, I'm definitely keeping an eye on it, and I think I need at least a quarters to keep my chance to the finals, and one more heat to go to reach that, and I want to go further. You know, I never had a really good result out here, so I feel like the way suits my style, but I haven't clicked, you know, to the leap yet, like Italo and Gabriel. So I've been watching those guys for a little while and trying to match their surf.
And with those heats coming up later today, what will you do between now and then?
I think I might change my board. I feel like my board was a bit too thick, so I can really knife under it. So probably go a little shorter, like a 5'11" or a 5'10". So I'll try it again later on.
Calculated approach, love it. Good luck for that one.
Thanks, Rosie. Miguel Pupo surfed really, really well yesterday. Unlucky not to get out of that heat. Was a little bit baffled as to what went on. He didn't do much wrong. Connor O'Leary just got the nod at the end of that one, didn't he? And he's come back this morning, and another really tough heat. But I love the way he's setting those standards for himself. He's stoked with the win, but he wants to perform a little bit better, and it's those kind of levels you need to maintain on the championship tour if you want to succeed.
No, I've been so impressed with Miguel this year, and you know, he's expressed how he's having the best year of his life. He's, you know, the highest up the rankings that he's ever been. He's right there on the cusp of, you know, racing to the final 5, and he wants that spot. He's, you know, he's sacrificed and spent a lot of time away from his family. As we see something in the lineup here, Luke Thompson's right next to Italo, maybe saying that he thinks priority should have shifted.
So final 30 seconds in our third heat elimination round. Ferreira still in command of this one. And Thompson, just 18 years old, up against the world champ tell you what, it doesn't seem overawed by reputation. He's
Not
like,
at all.
come on, priority judge.
I love it. I love he's not afraid to shy down from the world's best.
So competing to the very last here. Not sure we're going to get another wave come through. And Luke Thompson, I tell you what, he has absolutely ripped this wave apart. He will bow out of competition at this stage. He's come up against one of the all-time greats in Italo Ferreira. He surfed really, really well. And another bright future for another ripper out of South Africa.
Yeah, what a showing by Luke Thompson there. He could hold his head high and, you know, crowd favourite, absolutely shredding. But Italo Ferreira, just happy to get through that elimination round.
Italo getting the job done. Lots of work yet ahead of him. A pumping day of surf on Thursday at the Corona Open J-Bay. Join us for more live action right after this.
Finals day, all Brazilian semi-final for the men.
First finals.
First finals.
How are you feeling?
Amazing.
Team Felipe, Team Sammy. I actually want to jump under them with you.
My job is professional surfer.
My goal is to win titles. That's what I'm here for.
The world's best surfers in the world's best waves.
We've had a shark attack. Whoa.
It's the most intense surfing scenario you can imagine.
I have to step up my game now and not make any mistakes.
Oh my God.
This is a war. You have to find a way to win it and do it at all costs.
Welcome back to Jeffreys Bay, and a beautiful scene as we see absolutely pumping lines come through into this iconic reef break and a brand new heat number 5. We'll see what number 4 Griffin Colapinto taking on the veteran Jadson Andre. Another goofy versus regular clash. Griffin Colapinto, we've already talked about his momentum this year and that form he's been able to unlock, Laura. And with conditions like this is a scintillating matchup.
He has unlocked the magic this year, Griffin Colapinto, and looks like he's already gotten started in this heat. Let's see what he can do. This looks like a nice, clean, top-to-bottom wall. A smaller wave, but not in the priority heat. So, wow, tail blow there for Griffin, getting progressive out here in J-Bay. He must have caught this wave a bit further up the point under the priority heat and just ran so perfectly along the Jeffreys Bay Reef here. So, going a bit foamy here, but getting some work done. Griffin just in the pocket. Big turn there. Can he hold on? And he does. That was some magic right there. I did not know how he did that. How did he do that, Paul? That's outrageous.
Just making this all look ridiculously easy, and a major point of difference. We've seen a lot of people go down on that finishing turn this morning. It is pretty tricky. There's a lot of power. There's all sorts happening as the tide gargles off those low tide rocks, and Griff on the attack, and so much board control. This is ridiculous. Just a little bit of time and just releases those fins and slides nice and cash, and then eyeing up the next section. A big finish for him, brought him all the way back in. He's going the runaround.
And the runaround, first runaround of the morning we've seen, but obviously he's been you know, watching all morning, and him and his coach Tommy Whitaker are identifying that maybe he can surf further up the point under priority, come in along the rocks and do this runaround. So different strategy, but wow, 7.17 for Griff to start off that heat, and he'll be feeling good about that.
Decent number for him, solid 7.17. He's still got 43 minutes and 40 seconds to go to add to that. Strider, how's it looking from where you are?
Yeah, just that end move was just so critical. He was, as he threw it up into the bowl, the thing was just like, you know, it had a mean wedge on it. You saw it bottom out, and I thought, there's no way he's going to make it. As I looked on from the side, he disconnected from his board. He's fully extended, and he just like laid out, and then the thing just compressed on him as he came. As I went over the back, I thought, oh, I don't think he made it. But then I just watched the replay on the board there, and I just saw him come out of it and actually make it, and just the core strength and the ability to just stay in the moment and actually believe was insane. I love it. Griff looks like he was ready to play.
Wow, his foot came off the board there, Strider. But hey, Strider, where did he catch that wave from? Was he way up the point a bit further, or was it just a bit of a smaller wave that Kaio and Jake Marshall didn't want?
Yeah, I think it was just one of those ones that snuck by everybody, and he just picked up on it. Look at Jaddy, he's all over this thing. Oh, man, it's so sick out here. It's firing.
Non-stop action.
Here we go. So on the inside, Jadson Andre, and behind him in the tube, we've also got Kaio Ibeli. So J-Bay with multiple stack lines down, a perfect point break. Ibeli just streaking through sections here. Wants to put a number on the board, doesn't have a lot so far in this heat. This is much better from him. Clean rail work, just adjust the feet a little bit, and he'll go into quite a tricky sort of section to try and get into. Doesn't quite get covered, and he'll snap down again. Nice and steep on the inside. Here's the finishing turn, and he's stoked to make that. It has been troublesome, that end section this morning, and successfully navigated by Kaio Ibeli.
Yeah, I think with that end section, you really need to do what Kaio's done there and find that way to lift line. But obviously, you know, Griffin Colapinto's feet came off the board. I do not understand how he made it through that wash, but just goes to show how strong these guys are. They have some big quads on them that can help them push through. But yeah, a really nice wave by Kaio. They're excited to see this replay.
Wanted to put some pressure on the board for Jake Marshall, who's got that 6 early on. Does have the lead in this heat. They're not big numbers, though. And Kaio Ibeli just looking for that mid-range 5.3.4, his requirement. Judges will have a think about that. There's a couple of kind of missteps there. Tried to get barrel, didn't really get the cover. Did do some good turns, though. And I guess when you're planning your heat and you see it's absolutely pumping, you're thinking about getting bombs and getting kind of disappearing in the barrel. But sometimes you also kind of just check that mid-heat and think, let's go meat and potatoes, just hit the lip, do some nice turns, see where it puts me.
Yeah, fruit and veg. You know, even Miguel was saying in his post-heat interview, you know, it's so easy to over-froth when everyone woke up this morning and just saw line after line. You know, some of these sets are rolling through 10 waves at a time, and to actually be able to pick the right one and, you know, stay composed and calm and just realize that you're surfing a heat, that can be the hard thing on a day like today, because, you know, sometimes you'd want to just take off and maybe just do high lines and try to get barreled all the way down. But yeah, you need to do what's going to be the most high-scoring surfing.
Slater getting ready, keeping a beat. 2 winners for opening events over on the North Shore this season. Kelly Slater, Baron Mamiya, that's coming up next. Heat number 6. They are just stacked in this elimination rounds. And Luke Egan, mates, you've got some insight on Griff Colapinto.
Yeah, Paul, I just wanted to talk about Griff's in 4th place now. He's in that final 5, and just you know, we talk about Jack Robinson just finding some calmness in the mind and really working on the power of the thought process of winning heats and stuff. And Griffin, the insights we've had of Griffin in interviews as well is he's just really wanted to stay calm and under the moment, and we've seen him get two wins this year, but that finishing turn, just staying calm, you know, to get that 7.17, he had to make that last turn on that last wave. And you know, he's just you know, he's going to be at lowers in front of his home crowd in the final 5 if he keeps performances like this up. And I just love that he's just keeping it all together under pressure.
Hey, Luke, what do you think about Griff's runaround then?
Yeah, really smart. Like if you end up right in front of the keyhole, and you know, on a day like today, and especially low tide, a lot of the energy's going down right down the point. So he would have had to duck dive a bunch of waves and have to go under them. And because it's early in his first non-priority round, I thought that was a pretty smart move. And he's probably already back out there anyway, especially banking a 7.17. He can take his time, get back up the point, because you could end up way down past the skis and where Strider is. So I like that. And it is a bit of a different strategy there, surfing right under the priority heat. So to get a 7.17 in your non-priority heat, he's off to a massive start and, you know, consolidating that spot in the final 5 at the moment.
Yeah, Luke, I just want to ask you one thing, mate. We talk about that sort of mental space and that kind of calmness and all those ingredients that are important. We like to kind of look into that and see how that can affect the surfing. Also in the water, coming together with just incredible performances. How do you match all those things up together, like, you know, as a coach and as a high-level competitor yourself? How do you get all those magic ingredients to come together across a season?
Well, I was taught as a competitor that 80% of your talent gets you into this position to be here in these events, and 20% your mind. But on the day when you put the jersey on, it flips around. It's 80% your mind and then 20% your ability. So the mind has to be right on par to put the performances down under pressure, as we see Griff just tearing apart another one. This is his second wave. He's just looked so good this whole time. He was one of the best surfers in the free surfs leading up to the contest, and he just seems to really have a synergy with this wave already. And yeah, with performances like we just saw on that last wave, Griff's way on the way to staying in that final 5 for Trestles, and to get to surf in front of his home crowd. That's going to be amazing.
Griffin Colapinto just going through the gears in this heat. Another really well surfed wave from him. Just seems to have bags of time and looks very controlled as well. If he is feeling any kind of nervous or pressure about being in that final 5 conversation, no signs of it, Laura.
Yeah, no, I actually don't think he is at all. He's just excited to be surfing here at J-Bay. You know, he hasn't had, you know, a better result than a 9th here in the past, but, you know, it's been 3 years since he was back here in 2019, and I think he's a different surfer now. He's a different man. He's, you know, grown up, and he's, you know, he's just like Luke was saying, he's got that piece of the puzzle with his mindset to be able to put together these heats and just surf them so smart. I mean, that wave, I watched him take off on that, and, you know, it was a smaller set, you know, kind of a set that no one was really been looking at today.
Do you reckon he's enjoying himself?
Maybe a little bit. Cheeky grin.
Looking very comfortable indeed. Getting into the flow state, free serve in a heat. Easier said than done. It looks like that's what we're seeing from Griff Colapinto. Let's get another look.
Yeah, see a smaller wave, one of the waves that probably most of the surfers today wouldn't really even look at, but Griff identifying that these smaller waves are running perfectly along the bank and giving him the opportunity to do these turns and unload, open up, get progressive, get in the pocket, do some big layback hacks like that, and do this surfing that we love to see from Griffin Colapinto, and just draining along the inside, finding the tube so fast, moving up the board there and floating that on the inside. So Griff, that felt good. Just being able to connect with every single dot on that entire wave, and yeah, he's having a pretty good time out there, I'd say.
Yeah, not an epic wave in the context of the day, but the surfing that he's able to put on it, just kind of impose himself, add a little extra. And we're admiring the rail work. It's been so sharp from him, able to put variety in and just kind of react to those dynamic situations. A big finish on his first wave. Absolutely beautiful to admire. This wide open canvas, Jeffreys Bay, offering surfers a brilliant chance to express themselves. Waiting for a second score to come in for Griff. His first was decent, 7.17. In that heat with him is Jadson. He's got a 4.17 already. And here he is, making a little room for himself at the bottom of the wave. Go arm in the face for the bottom turn. Nice hit, nice and steep. Stabs it once more. Just kind of rotating those shoulders and hips. Jadson with an absolute wealth of experience. And he's going to need it here against a very informed surfer. Nice rhythm to this one. Maybe a slightly tighter, smaller section through the inside. But decent stuff from him. Meanwhile, out the back, here we go. Really nice stuff. Juicing down off the rail is Jake Marshall, who made a bit of a mistake on a previous wave and fell off kind of inexplicably. It's a little rattled after that, and a little look around. Much better stuff from him, cleaning up with some nice turns and transitions and a decent finish as well. So much better stuff from Jake. Meanwhile, parking it and pulling in. Kiowa belly. He'll get clamped on that one, so unable to find the exit. So overall, that entire exchange, much better stuff for Jake Marshall.
Yeah, Jake Marshall just wanting to get the completion there. Started with that 6, but hasn't been able to complete anything in a while. So obviously that would feel so good. And you know, even talking about Jake Marshall and Griffin out there together, they've grown up competing together in Grom Comp. So they'd be probably, even though they're in different heats, pushing each other. Maybe even Jake identifying that Griff, you know, is getting scores on some of those smaller waves. So deciding to get the completion as we see Griff again.
just easing into this one out the back, smooth as you like, setting up with just some carving turns, putting himself right in that pocket on the white water when things get steep here, and using all of that rail, wrapping it in the pocket, back foot pressure, bang into the lip, sweetly timed. And that one will just run away. Colapinto absolutely in rhythm. The 7.83 on his previous wave, so a wave that maybe looked like it could be offering a little less, and he was able to just flare up and put more points on it, and that's the kind of level he's operating at the moment.
Yeah, Griff got that one paddling back out. He was probably about halfway out when that set rolled through, and how hard is it? You just to paddle over, paddle over a perfect J-Bay wall when you're halfway out. He obviously just wanted to go and do some work on the inside there, and he did just that.
So it looks like we got some equipment damage, have we, Strider?
Yeah, it looks like after that last wave and he came through the inside, he pulled through, and he jumped off and up kind of funny, and I saw him and do a quick change, get back out there, be doing another run around, see if we could get do the run.
All right, well, Strider going through a bit of a tunnel there, I think, just losing reception, but I think we got the gist of that message. Board change from Griff, a little bit of equipment damage. We saw this throughout yesterday, and these changes are a key part of putting together a successful event here at Jeffreys Bay. He's going to come in, change this board, and get back to the top of the point. The way things seem to be going for him, Laura, you wouldn't be surprised if he does change this board, get back out there, and is in position for an absolute bomb.
Yeah, well, 7.5 minutes to go in the priority heat, so he's got plenty of time. He's still going to have, 25 minutes to have priority and be in position for a bomb. Let's see if we can see if that board is creased. It looked like, it's creased there at the top there. So unfortunately, that magic board for Griff is no longer usable.
Just hit that end section, didn't he, on that last wave? Pushed pretty hard. And that could well be it, because the board seemed to be operating very well at full performance up until that point. To get the completion on the turn, judges still thinking on that. As Griff makes his way up the sand here, his board should be transported up towards the keel, so we can do a relatively seamless change and paddle back out. Already a couple of 7s on the board, decent numbers. Another score yet to come. Jadson unable to really unlock big scores so far. Got that 5.33 for some decent work on his previous wave. Better stuff from him. He's going to need a bit more where that came from. And we're also due numbers in the Abeli Marshall heat as well, with under 7 to go in that, as the skies open up and bless us with a little bit of precipitation, Laura.
Yeah, I was checking the weather forecast today, and it was forecasted around 11 a.m. for a bit of showers, but it seems to have come early. Hopefully it doesn't last all day, because we want that beach packed, but I think looks like everyone's got their raincoats out, and yeah, going to just stick by this for some good action as we see Jake Marshall on a nice medium-sized wave here. Super clean, unlocking some turns and hitting these sections exactly where he needs to hit them. Beautiful, clean surfing by Jake Marshall. Those sharp eyes under his feet looking super, super flowy, and just really connecting well with this. This wave is going a bit flat here, having to wrap back in, but he got, this is a 5.83 for Jake, and he just got the completion. And Kaio here, this was a nice wave by Kaio. This is a 5.4, so pretty even waves here, but showing that rail-to-rail flow there, just going from one carve into the bottom turn. Absolutely love that from Kaio. Lining this up on the inside, hoping to get a bit of chew time, just pulls in here, but oh, he made that one. Epic work by Kaio there, just having so much fun. Love that.
We picked up that right halfway through, didn't see the early work done, or even that completed tube section. So close in terms of the numbers that came through. 5.83 for Jake. Kaio got a 5.4 though. That means he's still in control in that one. It's not a big lead, but Jake Marshall looking for that 6.08 now. 5 on the clock in our heat number 4. And we're going to hear from Italo Ferreira, who put in another impressive performance against a very highly rated upcoming Luke Thompson. He's with Rosie.
Italo, the waves are absolutely firing. You made the final here in 2019, but being in that elimination round against a wild card, any nerves going into that one?
Yeah, that was a hard heat. I watched his first heat, and he got a good score, and he knows the wave. But yeah, I was fucking just myself, and tried to get the best waves. And yeah, I got a good one, and then 5 points on the backup. And I was looking for a better one, but yeah, I made that, so it's good.
And how hungry are you to get into that excellent range? I know that you're never happy with mediocre. You always want to push the limits and push those numbers.
Yeah, that was happening on my last wave. I was too hard on the last session, and I fell. But yeah, I made the heat, and I'm looking for the next one, and let's keep going.
Love it, love the energy. It's Lo, thanks for your time.
Thanks, Rosie. It's looking super sharp. Got loads and loads left, more in the tank as well.
Yeah, he really does. He's looking calm, focused, and ready for that round of 16. We're going to have some wild matchups. I cannot wait to see where those seedings come in and who we're going to have match up.
Pumping lines funneling through here. We do kind of associate the swells at J-Bay with procession of the cold fronts. Beautiful sunny conditions yesterday, just delightful. And today, quite a bit bigger. Also a bit of weather coming through soon as well. The good news is the winds are still puffing straight offshore. And at the moment, our surfers out in the lineup just dealing with a bit of a squall here. And quite often that weird phenomena that you get when it starts to sort of pee down with rain. Ocean goes flat. No one's provided a satisfactory explanation for that yet, as far as I know. Why is that, Laura?
I don't know. It's always seems to be the way. You know, you're just getting stung by rain in the face, and you're like, all right, time for some waves. But yeah, some of the surfers might have to get some cover under their boards if it's, you know, it's that sting in the eyes.
So Rip Curl WSL, after doing the run around, make his way out, as is this man right here, Kelly Slater. He's coming up in heat number 6, the elimination round. And a little managed retreat there as he just watches carefully on this low tide. Some sharp rocks down there. Looked like a bit of an equipment change from what we saw him ride yesterday. We actually saw him after the event finished last night, pretty much on dark. Little glimpses of Slater surfing. I think this board looked a little bigger than the one he surfed in the heat. It looked really good, Laura.
Yeah, no, it did. I think he obviously knew that today was going to be much bigger and wanted to dial in his equipment last night. And last night it seemed like it was maybe a bit longer, but I think it's going to be perfect for out there today. And he was shredding on it.
So Slater just waiting for his opportunity to take his place in the lineup as the heavens open here at Jeffreys Bay on an absolutely pumping day of surf. Highly entertaining action already throughout the morning. Some big numbers coming in. We've had a little bit of everything. Some big turns, power surfing, clean carving, some tubes going down too. It's everything you'd expect from this iconic point break on the Eastern Cape of South Africa. As we see a little paddle from Jake Marshall. And he needs to get up and going now. Final, well, just over 90 seconds really. And it's been a close fought heat. There's not a lot to split these two. About, yeah, 0.15 of a point, something like that. And probably say Jake Marshall has had opportunities out there. He's made a couple of mistakes. Maybe just seems generally to be lacking maybe a little bit of urgency. Even his paddling just seems a little bit measured. By contrast, Kaiwa Belly seems to be putting a lot in. And here he is right now, off the bottom, hard off the top here, Belly. Squeezing the juice on a really clean face. Look at this lip section. Nice sort of projected energy. Goes the straight legs to land it out. And again off the bottom. A really nice carving turn. Kaiwa Belly with a little flick off the lip here, and down through a finishing section. Just squeezes out a layback, bang into the lip again. And he's still not done yet. If he gets a finish in here, he's on his way to a really decent number, and he'll be mighty pleased with that.
Yeah, well, Kaiwa knew with a minute to go, he needed to play the defense, and here goes Jake Marshall, last-ditch effort.
Jake up on a good-looking wave, gets that carve completed, and that wave will run away. So I'm not sure what he got for the opening turn, but certainly just in terms of, I know we don't score on length of ride, but the number of maneuvers Kai was able to do, Jake's wave looked a bit shorter. Let's see how this goes score-wise.
Yeah, let's see that replay. I think we would have missed the start of Jake's wave there, so, you know, we'll see if he got some work done at the back. It looked like there were 2 waves in this set, so yeah, Jake Marshall taking off right behind Kaiwa Belly, and let's see what he could do. A big opening calf here for Jake Marshall. He did need a 6, but that will be more now after Kaiwa's wave, I think. Let's see, went a bit flat here through the inside, but Jake staying nice and low. Beautiful big carve there, staying on rail, holding that rail, and holding this rail through the last turn there. Nothing too exciting or critical, but just beautiful, clean surfing. And this was Kaiwa's wave. He got a nice dynamic turn there to start. So much speed and flow. A big crack off the top there, so showing some variety. Another big into the lip snap. and a big carve here for Kaio. So Kaio's waves seem to have been a bit more top to bottom than Jake's. I feel like they're going to be quite similar in the scoring, but Kaio getting the variety with that layback slash there and finishing it off through the inside. Went a bit frothy here, but just getting so many turns down and gets the completion. So different waves surfed by both of those guys there. It's going to be, whew.
A smoother wave with a clean face for Jake Marshall. It could just be like recency bias, but just that end maneuver from Kaio just feels a bit more dramatic. Jake's wave, when he kind of finished with the carve, it just feels a bit mellower rather than that drama of going into the lip. Judges with a lot to process.
Yeah, Jake's style, it is mellow. It doesn't look like sometimes he surfs too aggressive, but that's just the style. It's like a Joel Parko-esque, you know, surfing style where, you know, it just seems like, you know, the surfing he's doing is so dynamic, but it just looks so carefree and effortless. But Kaio got a lot more turns done on that wave, so I think that, judging by the scores that we're seeing trickle in, will make Jake's requirement a lot tougher.
Really good numbers here for Abeli, 7-4, and the requirement now for Jake Marshall needs an excellent number, 8-0-7. South African surf fans aren't scared of a bit of weather. Down there getting the selfies of the autographs with Kaio, and a great way to finish the heat with your best score. So after sort of an inauspicious start to that heat for Kaio Abeli, finishing really strong. Jake Marshall's numbers in 5-6 is decent. He needed quite a bit more where that came from. Kaio Abeli getting the nod, and he will be through to the round of 16. And a heat really well surfed, taking opportunities, making the most of them, and crucially saving the best till last. In a clutch exchange, Abeli makes it through over Jake Marshall. We're going to go to break. When we come back, more live action from J-Bay on the pump.
My job is professional surfer.
My goal is to win titles. That's what I'm here for.
The world's best surfers in the world's best waves.
We've had a shark attack. Whoa.
It's the most intense surfing scenario you can imagine.
I have to step up my game now and not make any mistakes.
Oh my God.
This is a war. You have to find a way to win it and do it at all costs.
Still feeling like I'm a whole person without needing to win is a really important human experience. Especially because you've had an unusual amount of winning.
Imagine if your life was a movie, what would you do? After all this time, I almost want people to experience this story that I've had. To properly meditate, I should probably be like, oh.
The 11 times world champion is in the water, folks, taking on Baron Mamiya, the young Hawaiian, in heat number 6 of the elimination rounds. Meanwhile, we also have Griffin Colapinto taking on Jadson Andre in heat number 5. And here is Jadson going into a low pig dog stall, just trying to slow himself down, get into the tube. And the difficulty with that, of course, you slow yourself down at Jeffreys Bay, well, it can run away from you. An incompletion for Jadson, who so far has only had a couple of waves. That was his 3rd. So a pretty quiet start to things. He's got just over 19 minutes now with priority over the Slater Mamiya heat. But Jadson needs to get his skates on, Laura.
Yeah, we'll see what Jadson got done on the outside there, but unfortunately couldn't get or push out of that barrel on the inside. So, you know, Jadson is, you know, one of the veterans on tour, and I just love watching him surf. A 5th at G-Land this year. It was super exciting to see him just go to town over there, and always so exciting. So this is a bigger wave from Jadson, but it looked like it had that weird bump on the face that we've seen just from some of those bigger sets today. So unfortunately not really drawing out and giving him the opportunity to go top to bottom. A bit of downtime here, waiting for this wave to just stand up on the inside. Let's see what he can do. Bit of an under the lip snap to stall here for Jadson. But unfortunately, this wave just closing out on him. As we see first of the GOAT, Kelly Slater. Big slash in the pocket. Coming around, beautiful swooping carve back into the pocket and bashing it off the lip there. Just this board is looking so skatey and flowy. Big wrapping carve into the lip again, just keeping that board moving and looking so confident. A small wave, but just getting the completion on the inside. So that would have felt amazing to just start off on that. A new board, a new day, and Kelly is looking on.
Shredding in the pocket, connecting with powerful sections, a good finish as well. Slater opening up his heat with a decent wave. Baron Mamiya, the Hawaiian, of course, we know all about what he can do. And such a well-rounded surfer, he'll be relishing a chance to, well, have a go at these conditions, first of all, but also the heat against Slater. Can't wait to watch this one unfold. Just under 41.5 minutes to go of that entertainment. Meanwhile, in the other heat, Jadson, a small number posted. Still Griff, who's had a board change. He's had a run around. His last wave came in as just a throwaway score, but he's got good numbers on the board. Let's hope we get to see him on a wave soon. He's been thoroughly entertaining thus far. And as we say that, here he is. He's found himself a wave. It's a decent looking opening section for him. And he goes into that deep bottom turn. And a really nice flowy, snapping carve. This one just extends out the line a little and then straight from the bottom turn, pulls into a tube. Looked like he got a little bit lip pulling in, and that wave ran away.
Oh, just so fun to watch Griffin. Just those carves there. He got some good work done on the outside, but unfortunately, yeah, just getting lipped, pulling into that one.
Well, we mentioned the equipment damage for Griff, and Luke Egan has got Griffin Colapinto's board.
Yeah, we thought we'd have a look at this surfboard that's got a decent crease through it. And I'll just show you, this is why Griff came in. Sometimes you can ride them with a crease in it, but look at the flex. Look at the flex I can get just with my hand there. You can't ride that. That's just going to slow down and be really hard to ride and be unpredictable. So that's why Griff came in to change the board. We think he's just gone on another 6.0. It's a nice little rounded pin by Matt Biola, 6.0, 18.88, 2.44, 28.5 litres for the nerds out there. And he's riding JJF larges. And, you know, he's been one of the best surfers out here so far. So this was a magic board, but hopefully he's got another one that's going to do the same job.
Yeah, Luke, just speaking on boards, did you get a chance to get a peek on Slater's wave? He's changed up his board from yesterday. It looks pretty good so far.
No, I was just busy chasing down this surfboard off Mitch, his dad, so I haven't yet to watch what Slater's changed onto, but I'll follow up and see. I love being down here. I just sneak around and get in everyone's locker, so I'm going to go over to Slater's now and have a look through it.
Epic, mate. Thanks, Luke. So Colapinto on the backup equipment, pulling into a tube. We'll get a relatively low number for that. It'll be a throw for him. Already got a decent cushion, though. 15-point total for him. He locked that in early on, Laura.
Only a certain type of surfer can wax their board up to the nose, and the average person that doesn't go to the air will just go, you know, 3/4 of the way, but he's all the way up there. I love that.
So some lines approaching here at Jeffreys Bay, getting down towards our low tide. We're not quite there yet. Still maybe half hour of the outgoing as yet to come, so might get a few of these wide swingers. Saw Italo get a really good one of these. It kind of caught everyone inside at the top of the point. He got a really nice wide one that just stood up and ran through towards that impossible section. This one will just kind of cap over on the outside, break a little wide. Let's see if anyone's in position. Tempted, looks like Griff going over that. He's going to let it go. So a bit of line-up decisions to be made by our surfers as we just watch this swell continue to fill in throughout the day. That period will just continue to stay long and strong, just delivering delectable conditions to Jeffreys Bay. And Luke was saying earlier, he likes that mid to high stage of the tide here for the supers. That's coming up around about lunchtime. And right now in live action with a load of wall and a load of speed, Griffin Colapinto going left, back at the whitewater section, and now heading in the more orthodox direction. Down the line at J-Bay, has a little look, realizes not loads of scoring potential down there. It's probably going to run away quick, that one. Gets out.
Yeah, that set just swinging wide. We're seeing more of them come through the lineup right now and just push through and just watch throughs here. We'll see if anyone decides to turn and take any of these, but I think they're just going to, you know, not really connect with the point here.
Slater's number ends a 4.83 for his early work. Barron's got a 3.83 as well. We got a late takeoff here, and this looks like the Hawaiian Baron Mamiya, and he will set up nice and patiently here, just staying in the pocket. looking down the line. Mamiya, a little redirect in the pocket still, really just setting up. Just waiting for the right section to be forthcoming. Looks like a hollow section here for Barron. Some pumps. Realizes that one might just pinch, so slightly uncooperative. The wave was tentative at the start and then just kind of trucked away from him towards the end. Meanwhile, right behind him, we see Jadson Andre in the priority heat, looking for a big number right now. And he'll hook one on the backhand. Jadson, with that unmistakable kind of technique and style, uses those long arms as levers, unable to really get too much in terms of action into the lip on that wave. So another wave that will leave him probably to think on about his numbers.
Yeah, none of those sets really eventuating into anything, and 3 of the guys looking at them, but just not much there. Barron's just giving himself a big paddle out for not many points, and same with Jadson with 12 minutes to go. Just, you know, I understand wanting to maybe just see if they had a big section that could just unload there, just to get some big turns on. And I think for Jadson, with what he's needing right now, 9.67, getting a big set and being able to do something huge and committed on the inside over the rocks is a good strategy and a good way of thinking, but just unfortunately nothing planning out there.
No, it's going to take a certain amount of physicality as well today. It's pretty cold out there. We know that's draining. There's loads of energy and power, bit of a sweep as well. And a long paddle back out, sometimes a long paddle after a wave where you know you haven't really added much to your total as well. It can just feel a little bit more strenuous. You've got your work cut out being a professional surfer at J-Bay.
Yeah, it can be a bit deflating if you've surfed hundreds of meters, and for Barron just 1.6 for that there. But, you know, he's got a lot of time left, 35 minutes in this heat with Kelly. So, you know, worth a shot. That wave could have drawn out and tubed through the inside. So just had to try. As we see Kelly Slater up and riding.
Slater off the top, wrapping turn from him. Good looking wall in front of him here, long bottom turn. And he goes really vertical with that foam climbing maneuver right in the pocket. And then pulls his carve down abruptly. Sets himself up for a really nice looking pocket here. And just extends that top turn because he knows this section's coming. And pulls in. Nice and stylish. Kelly Slater just motoring through a hollow section at J-Bay. Didn't get miles behind. And then goes with quite a flamboyant kind of roundhouse kick-out maneuver.
How fun did that look? That was super fun to watch.
How did it look to you, Strider?
It was insane. He got barreled through the salad section, so it's a little wave down here and a little piece.
Damn, unfortunately, losing Strider there.
Yeah, we'll go and get that intelligence from Strider when we get him again. But at the moment, Kelly Slater paddling back out. He's been in the barrel, he's done some sharp turns. And his form is looking pretty good thus far. Would have liked to have got deeper, but really well negotiated sections on that wave. It does seem to have almost that kind of two-pace energy to it, Laura, where the opening setup, you feel that everything's yet to come. There's kind of a build of momentum, and then suddenly it's full speed.
Yeah, I think what Strider was saying was that this wave was caught way down the point, and yeah, he's got a long paddle left for him, but looks so square off the bottom there, just going beyond vertical, and just the direction that Kelly can put his board is just, it's just second to none. And a big carve here, throwing lots of spray, having to cut that short because he knew this was coming, standing tall through the salad section here, and just classic Kelly.
Strider, have you got us?
Yeah, we're back. So just that wave, back to what we were talking about, it actually just tubed all the way through the inside here in the next section, which is called salad. So all those other waves where they're closing out, Kelly's didn't. It was kind of, you know, it doesn't do it all the time, but for Kelly it did, and he had that nice little tube through the inside there. There's a nice piece of reef. It's just the other side of the keyhole. So there's a separation in the reef there that creates that dead spot in the wave, and then it runs off again. So that wave connecting for Kelly, it doesn't happen every way, but lucky Kelly.
And yeah, same question to you, Strider, that I was just asking Luke, seen that board change from Kelly, and so far looks pretty good. Looks like he's feeling it.
Yeah, you know what? We saw him on it last night, but I think it was just a switch up of the equipment, you know. It's also an environment change for him. He came from Indonesia, where he's riding like lighter equipment and different stuff that on a more, like, I guess, easier going wave, even though the waves look pretty heavy where he was. But you know, you get down here, you got heavier water, you got a lot more moving, you got wind up the face, you've got so many more elements, your wetsuit's on, you're heavier on your board, so I think you just need, you know, different equipment. And then he realized that, but not until he was in his heat. So he switched it up last night. Board looks really good, looks like he's flowing on it really well, a little bit more length it looks like, and a little heavier board.
All right, thanks, Strider. Well, Kelly Slater will need to bring a strong performance here to get past Baron Mamiya. A tough heat on his hands, and he will not want to bow out competition at this stage, partly because, well, the forecast just looks so good. Chance to surf pump in J-Bay is an excellent opportunity for our surfers, and someone who took that opportunity, found himself some decent waves and saved the best for last. Kaio Belli is with Rosie Hodge.
Well, Kaio coming away with an easy victory there. Obviously coming down to that last exchange, you were on the beach waiting for those scores. Any tense moments from you? Because you seem so calm.
Yeah, it's like I knew, like, the waves are really good, but at the same time it's really hard to control emotions, like, because when you are in a perfect ocean like this, like, you just want to catch everything you see, and in a heat it's not really like that you should go. You should really pick, like, the best waves and try to save energy. So, like, after the first wave that I'm like, oh, I surfed pretty good, like, I went all the way through, and I got a 4, and I had like a 8-minute paddle back to the point. Like, I'm like, look, I'm not gonna waste energy anymore, and I'm gonna try to pick the bigger ones. And yeah, I'm stoked how it played out. Like, it wasn't easy, and yeah, I'm stoked to surf. Like, I was thinking before my heat, like, if I make through round 2, like, I'm gonna be glad I went to round 2, because yesterday I was really bummed. But to surf waves like this, it's like free surfing, perfect J-Bay, so I want as many heats as I can today.
Definitely taking the positives out of it. And another positive, you're going to be surfing again today. Will you change anything?
Yeah, I'm gonna rewatch my heat and see my equipment. I'm kind of confused if, like, my board from yesterday was better than the board from today. Both are 511s, but yeah, I'm gonna figure that out, and whatever board, like, both boards are working pretty good, so there's not really a big issue, it's just fine tuning.
Got some magic boards under your feet. Left to see it, Kai. We'll see you in that next round. Back to you guys.
Jadson Andre in live action, still chasing the 9.67, taking risks on this wave, taking on the lip. Much better stuff from him. Has to flick the board away at the end, doesn't get a final maneuver on the end that he was maybe looking for. Got some sharp snaps done there, Laura.
Yeah, he got some work done there, but I think body language at the end, just saying that he didn't, maybe we didn't see that whole wave, so let's see if he got some connecting, you know, up to, you know, up top to bottom turns there, but looked like those last 2 turns are pretty solid.
Rip Curl went incomplete prior to that, inside a smaller tight tube on the inside, unlikely to add to his total. This is a flat 15 thus far, so Jadson looks like his task will remain unchanged for the time being. 9.67, the number he needs, just under 5.5 minutes now. And he's got a pretty hefty paddle out to deal with as well. Slater in live action, himself a bit of a smaller wave here and pulling straight in. Slater in the barrel, traveling. Is he coming out? That next section just drops. And we pick up his board in the white water, so incomplete there for Kelly, but straight in from takeoff.
You can never count him out, can you? He can be so deep and still manage to push through any little foam ball, but unfortunately that one just got the better of him.
Well, a relatively short ride for Kelly. We'll leave him with a little bit less paddling work to do to get up to the takeoff position on the wave. Maybe an opportunity as he makes his way back out. Not having the priority in this heat, but plenty of acreage in this lineup and space for our surfers. Looks like Baron Mamiya, top of the point here, as he goes into a pacey section, drives off the bottom. Nice heavy back foot from him on the top turn, just kind of swings those shoulders. Really nice as he opens up on that one, knifing through. The carving is sharp and fast. And a little sluggish section in the midway point of this wave before he'll go into a low line and into a tube. This one cups out for Baron. And a little hand in the face, and nicely negotiated, gets a good exit.
Yeah, that's more like it from Baron. He had such a strong performance yesterday in his heat against Ethan Ewing, and, you know, Ethan Ewing was just in fine form, but Baron putting up some really good scores, and with that surfing, you know, just connecting really well. That wave, it looked so fun. He took off so nice and deep here just before this big double up came, and just got to wait for this opening section, top to bottom, big hack in the pocket there, and coming around and doing a big arcing carve here, and Just love this from Barron. Beautiful surfing, and then got to wait for this double up and was like, oh, yep, I know what's coming here. Just stalling and reading this to a T, Barron Mamiya. How fun are those double ups?
This is the water angle. We know our judging panel, they're pretty harsh on tubes where you don't get really, really deep. We have seen that throughout. In order to get good scores on the bows, you've got to get pretty deep. It's a nice kind of steep one. Doesn't completely disappear, but a well-surfed wave from here, much better as well. Just had pretty low numbers so far. Barron Mamiya able to get some nice vision at Jeffreys Bay in a heat against Kelly Slater. It is heat number 6 of our elimination round. Surfers would not want to bow out of competition at this stage, particularly in such classic conditions. Really enjoyable to watch it all go down. Enjoyable to see this man back in CT competition. Kelly Slater, 11-time world champ. And a dynamic wave for him. Lots of S-ing, lots of energy. And he'll kind of spring into the tube section. Looks like it clipped him a little.
Yeah, that bow just clamping there, but, you know, just looking so springy, like you're saying. Just the way he can, you know, he surfs this wave different to a lot of the surfers that we're seeing, these younger crew, and it's really fun to watch. It's just classic Kelly Slater on classic J-Bay. It'd be nice to see if any of these waves can, you know, that he can find can really drain through the inside.
One of our advantages of the overlapping heat format, just more water time for our surfers, just laws of probability in terms of how the sets come through. Will just offer us, hopefully, a chance to see some bombs come through for Slater. Barron Mamiya as well. Waiting for numbers for both of those. Barron's will be almost certainly an improvement of what he's got so far. Meanwhile, this guy, Griff, he's got priority. He's got the lead as well. Got his work done really early in this one. About 40 minutes ago since he posted his numbers. Since then, he's damaged a board. He's done a run around. He's had a few throwaway scores. But he does look to be very much in control of this one, Laura.
Yeah, 7.17 and a 7.83 off the get-go. Those were his first 2 waves in the non-priority heat. So, you know, I feel like the last 22 minutes has been quite, you know, quite wild out there. It was, you know, that big rain squall. We saw those big sets pushing through wide, and you know, the big wash-throughs come through, but and the broken board. Lots of, I think, 2 runarounds to Griffin in this heat, but. You know, Judson putting up his best score of the heat last ride, 5.7. I don't think we got the replay on that long wave there, but he must have got some critical surfing done. So, you know, still needing a 9.3 for Judson. He needs to find, let's see where he is, if he's anywhere near the takeoff spot. Looks like he's motoring back out, but might not have enough time to get into anything else for Judson, unfortunately.
Yeah, long paddle back for Judson, and looks like he is feeling it as well, as we mentioned. It's going to take quite a bit of fitness to deal with this out there today. Colder water, the weather as well, and these long paddles against the sweep of the current. Judson looking for that 9.3 at the moment, under 30 seconds. Chances don't look great for him.
Yeah, I feel for Judson. He, you know, just had that 20 minutes of the heat where it just, you know, it was raining so heavy, and that's always so hard to negotiate when you're out there. You're already trying to find and, you know, pick the best waves, and sometimes the weather and the waves just don't really work in your favour.
Sky's brightening up nicely here. Clean, crisp lines, rifling in to this beautiful point setup at Jeffreys Bay. And Griffin Colapinto with a smaller inside wave. What's he got for us? As he'll bring a nice little wrap in turn in the pocket, nice and tight. Just tag a lip. Really nice spring in his step. Just coil solo to his board on the bottom turn. And just releases the tail. Just squeeze in. Heavy drop of potential out of a smaller wave. Will look to bring this one in. And he's gone through this heat really by doing great early work. He looked like he enjoyed himself. Never really in trouble there. A very polished and accomplished performance in the elimination round from Griffin Colapinto. Gets the nod over Jadson Andre. We go to a quick commercial break. More live action from the Corona Open right after this.
Finals day, all Brazilian semi-final for the men.
First finals.
First finals.
How are you feeling?
Amazing.
Team Felipe, Team Sammy. I actually want to jump under there with you.
Check out Lost Tapes on worldsurfleague.com. Enjoying the live action right now, though. Ronnie Blakey alongside Luke Egan. And Luke, how lucky are we getting to see Kelly Slater once again here at Jeffreys Bay, holding a narrow lead over Baron Mamiya at the moment. These two have met in competition already this year in a really great showdown at Pipeline.
Yeah, and here they are again at Jeffreys Bay in perfect conditions. Again, the forecasters cooperated for them to get together and surfing some fantastic waves, so let's see how they battle it out.
Also entering the lineup now, Callum Robson and Jackson Baker, the second time in as many events that these two have come together, and Callum getting the jump on Jackson in the round of 16 over there in Rio. So we'll see if Jackson can get some revenge back on Callum, but in the lead up to competition getting underway today, I saw Callum get a good wave, surfed it much better than he did in his opening round heat yesterday, and it just felt like he was starting to tap into a relationship with this location.
Yeah, for sure, as we see a couple of beautiful waves coming through.
Baron Mamiya on the attack. This guy has a really explosive and eruptive approach. Can lay a big rail turn, but also just has that unbelievable back-footed power. Nice read. Unfortunately, that wave clamped up on him. But I like the way he came out of that turn, got himself up under the lip.
Yeah, he's not needing a big score, but I still feel like he's in the danger zone because Kelly Slater's had a 4.93 and a 4.83, and there's no one else in the sport that can adjust to improve on their scores than Kelly Slater. I'm sure that he's going to realise what the judges want from him from those last ones. It felt like his last waves, he was a bit too far out on the face and taking too long to get back to the power source. So I'm sure we're going to see him tighten up as we see a replay of an earlier wave flying down the line, coming off the bottom, staying nice and tight on that one, pulling in the tube. Beautiful combination there for Kelly, but unfortunate that he couldn't go on with it. And Baron here, Baron's board looks super short. As always, this guy's always riding a small board. Out of the lip one more time. Sometimes a short board, though, it takes a few bottom turns and a few arcs to get to point A to point B, as we see it skipping out a little bit on the bottom turn there as well, and just holding it to get in there. I feel like Baron, with a little bit longer rail, he might be able to link these manoeuvres together a little bit, and that is the icon was on before. Sean Thompson talking about it too. Just that in-between turn out here when it does get perfect is something you got to really have down.
I believe connectivity was the word that he leaned into. But another thing that Sean Thompson often talks about here is getting on the attack and repeatedly throwing your board up into those critical sections. Matt McGilvray did it beautifully in the opening round. He was the highest scoring surfer on day one. And we're going to see someone, I think, turn the volume up at some point in the competition today and drop a couple of big 9-point rides. Maybe it's going to be Callum Robson. He's just biding his time at the moment, waiting for this wave to slow up. Has those nice deep rail turns he can lean into. Hooks one off the top, gets a little sloppy. He knows that that's not going to be good enough to turn the heat in his favour against Jackson Baker, who is a great rail surfer as well. So it's a really even matchup, that one, and these guys are really good friends, travelled together on the Challenger Series last year. It's always fantastic when you're watching good friends fight it out. You and Oki used to have fantastic heats as well.
Yes, we did. We used to love surfing against each other. But this matchup, it's interesting because Jackson Baker didn't give himself enough opportunity yesterday, and it was the first time that he'd surfed some big open face J-Bay on this trip. And Callum Robson, I just felt like he really got hold of this wave pretty quick, and in the free surfs he was on edge and carving with a lot of power and a lot of commitment, but that seemed to gone away a little bit now that the swell's picked up. Maybe he's just been playing around with his surfboards just to see what works or feels better. But yeah, this heat's great because these guys are learning on the fly.
So heat number 6 with Kelly Slater and Baron Mamiya at the moment. It is really, really close. No big scores locked in just yet, but some good moments for both competitors with just individual turns. Still looking for the complete ride. The full, well-constructed wave start to finish with all that linkage and all that flow down the line.
Yeah, this is where Kelly's just got to be a little bit careful. He's got the most experience out of anybody ever at Jeffreys Bay, and he doesn't want to just sit there and go, this is a style of wave I want. I'm going to wait till that wave comes, because it might never come. So he's just got to really adapt to what's coming through and surf a little tighter and a little bit more on edge, tight to the pocket, because it's pretty obvious that's the judges' what they've wanted throughout the whole contest so far, but I just felt like he ended up out on the open face just a touch on his first scoring waves.
There's some locations on the schedule, Luke, where you just see those set waves coming from a mile away, and this is certainly one of them, and we can see some lines stacking up on the horizon now. A couple already hitting the takeoff zone here. This is a good sized looking wave with a nice looking wall stretching out in front, and Slater just riding on top of the water beautifully on this aboard and getting a big first turn in. Let's see if he can turn in an excellent score on this one. The 11-time world champion. He's been on tour for over 30 years, and he digs in. Amazing 56 championship tour wins. Incredible, and 4 of them coming here at Jeffreys Bay with surfing like that. And that was a solid finish, a committed end section, and it looks like he's going to shoot for the keyhole here.
Coming in, maybe it's a board change or maybe just a run around so he can get a look at the point, but it's getting awfully shallow there, and it's oysters right there, so they're sharp. Some of them are razor sharp, so it's pretty interesting that Kelly's coming in. It's not the traditional keyhole either. He's coming in over a pretty shallow piece of the reef. Let's see if Kelly's thinking board change. It looked pretty good then, but you know, some nice arcs, exactly what we're talking about. He needed to stay closer to the pocket, and then that's what he did on that wave. But coming in and wanting to run around, he's got plenty of time to go.
Yeah, when the tide's this low, you really want to hit that keyhole. It can be a tricky little dash over the rocks there. As you said, those muscles there, they can be quite sharp. They break off. They get under your skin a little bit. Everyone is dealing with some cuts at the moment on their feet. I've seen all the surfers coming in. They jump in the hot tub, but they keep their feet out of the water because apparently it stings.
Yeah, absolutely. And what you'll find here too, your feet are a little bit numb, so you'll cut them and you won't even realise because they're a little bit numb, and they are like razor sides of the oysters, and you'll be like, oh yeah, I'm fine, I didn't cut myself, and then you'll be like, oh, what's that? And you'll have a nice slice in your foot, as we see up and riding.
Well, Slater's got 14 minutes to get back out there. Still lots of time for Callum Robson and Jackson Baker, and Callum up at the moment. Great extension through that first turn. Pushing hard on the tail on manoeuvre number 2. Huge combo to get started here for the rookie, who's having a stellar year. He's coming off the back of a couple of quarterfinal finishes in El Salvador and Rio, and that was a well put together ride, and got a little bit more aggressive on that second turn, didn't he?
That's more like the surfing we saw from Callum Robson in the warm-ups during the week. Just more on, you know, just more pressure, just more on rail, and a little bit more commitment and a little bit more risk. I really like that wave too. A couple of good carves, but mixed it up by hitting the lip in the end.
Well, let's check out the replay of Kelly Slater first, because he has just banked a near excellent score, 7.33. I think the judges love the work on the outside. Slater knew he wanted to finish this one off after getting off to such a great start here.
Staying tight to the curl, big carve out of the top, beautifully out for a start that bottom turn and carve, nearly a setup carve for this nice long section, and then realizing how tight he's got to get, and then that one's beautiful out of the lip as well, bringing it around one more time. This is much better by Kelly. Before he was a little bit too far out from the power source, but realizing that when he got his scores and was like, okay, I need to stay super tight and put some really heavy pressure on the rail and carve out of it. And look at this one from Kelly, just full layback, pulling it round, bring the shoulder forward, lifting the nose up to make sure that he didn't nosedive, and another beautiful bottom turn. Look at that wave. Look how steep and beautiful and smooth that little piece of the wave is, right up there in the power source, and Kelly kicking the tail around one more time. I like this last one too. He comes up. Look how smooth that is, Ron.
Yeah, I think Kelly's really still finding his equipment out here at the moment too. This is a 7.3, but really positive signs here. I think Kelly can give us a lot more than that as well. I think he's just warming up here, and he's still got time to get back out there. It is a mission once you run up the beach and hit that keyhole. You've got to punch your way back through this lineup. So it's going to take it out of Kelly, but he's been getting a lot of sessions in over there in Indonesia, and I think his fitness levels are probably getting right back up there.
Absolutely. His surf fitness right now would be perfect. There's been plenty of surf in Indonesia in the past months, and he's been over there practicing, surfing a bunch. And yeah, I just, you know, and he's famous for just working a couple of boards out in the early rounds too. You don't see him here a week before the contest and trying his different equipment, so he's, you know, he's all blazing in his first heat. He likes to gather momentum, and even if that means trying some different designs while he's got the jersey on, he'll do that, and that's what we're seeing again here in J-Bay.
Well, the crowd are right behind Kelly Slater, Strider. At every venue on the championship tour, they make plenty of noise when the 11-time world champ turns up.
Yeah, it's a beautiful thing. Even from the water, you can hear the crowd roaring, and you know, you look in and you see him running up the beach, and then the crowd starts, you know, giving him the cheers, and you see him lift his step a bit more and just get him going even faster. So it's a beautiful thing. It's got to feel really amazing too to have that energy and all that support from everybody. Because no matter what, no matter how he finishes, no matter what he does in the water, he's the greatest of all time. So everybody's always happy to see him, always love to seeing what he's doing, and you know, we even get a glimpse into it with the Lost Tapes at the moment. So you go check that out as well. But he's such a character, and like you guys were just talking about, and Luke was saying, he's working out boards in his heat. Like, who does that? It's just such a head scratch. But out in the back, look at this. We got another beautiful wave coming through for Barron.
Barron's looking for answers now. Well, Kelly had already had 6 world titles before Barron Mamiya was born, the year 2000, but Mamiya, he just showed how much potential he's got. That win at Sunset Beach was amazing. There was a moment at the start of the final at Sunset where you thought, oh, Kanoa Igarashi's going to overwhelm Barron Mamiya here with his knowledge and just class in those moments, but Barron just shook it off, let go of those nerves, and started to attack those walls at Sunset to get his maiden CT victory.
Yeah, I like his approach. Even though he fell then, he'll throw it all at the wave and go high risk every time. And to win Sunset, that's what he did. And as we see, Jackson Baker slow in his last heat, but getting a bit of a start here.
Yeah, well, Callum Robson had a 5.67 on that last ride, so Jackson's looking for a response. He doesn't want to lose pace here. Wants to stay right in this battle. A little bit of a wobble there, but still has room down the line to save this score and get a couple of big high-impact turns done. And this section is just detonating on the inside, and he gets vaporised. Right behind him, though, Callum Robson, he gets an opportunity. We'll see the start of this ride in a moment as he looks to line things up. Will this wave barrel? He's going to not wait for it. He's going to hit the lip. And now thinks about tucking in, but the wave shuts down, so he'll head back out. Kelly Slater's back at the takeoff zone now, and he's going to be hanging on to priority and still going to have that lead with Barron Mamiya's last ride not really factoring in here.
Yeah, so it was just fell, bit of commitment there, pulled the tail around, but it didn't work out. But a couple of good heats. Look at, is that Jackson's jersey's been blown off on that last turn. He's got it in his mouth, so he can go out and try and get priority.
He cannot afford to miss a stroke in this paddle battle, though, back to the top. So he's not going to take that jersey out of his mouth. It's got to have an effect on his breathing.
Yeah, plus it's going to fill up with water there, so it's getting heavier and heavier while he's dragging under his chest. So these guys in a paddle battle, it's a long one too. They're right down the point. They're only just getting to where Strider is now.
Strider, usually in these moments, you're in a lineup, perfect waves. You're paddling out with your mate and you're absolutely buzzing, but not in this instance.
Yeah, no, it looks like the jersey's catching water like you were talking about, so it looks like Callum's going to get the better of the paddle at the moment, but, you know, it's unfortunate because, you know, Baker was ready to get back out there, so Baker's going to just pull the white flag and put the jersey back on, and then he's going to go back out, and you know, he was heating up. You can see the face turning red as he was paddling, so he's just going to take a second, get a breath, and then get the jersey back on and get back out there, check the board, make sure the fins and everything are good, and go back to work.
Seeing the replay of Jackson's ride now, Luke, and well, it's going to be pretty close to what Callum Robson put up on his second ride.
Yeah, it is. There was a couple of nice turns on the outside. It had a lot of whitewater on this wave from the bigger set. But re-watching this, he did get some good work done on the outside before he hit the inside, but it was a really awkward fall. Gets into the lip one more time, a little bit. This was here really awkward the way he went into that, blowing his jersey completely off. I feel like Callum's got the upper hand at the moment. He's just reading these conditions, not only his wave selection, but his turn selection and where he's doing the turn. He's hitting the steep part of the wave and he's picking nice green open face, and every turn he seems to get more into it.
Just a noticeable difference in how much speed they're carrying at the moment. I think just from coming and watching this event, and you've seen it too, you know, there's a trap that newcomers fall into. They want to slow things down so they can really size the wave up, but surfing with speed at this location is what gives you time.
Yeah, for sure, and just the linking turn by turn is so important. And I think over the years, that's why we love when someone's here for their first time. It's like, okay, let's see if you're going to work out what works for you. And it can be different things for different surfers that gives them the edge or their best performances. And for Callum, just linking those turns and turning up into that steep open face is really giving him the upper hand on Jackson Baker at the moment.
Well, Casa Corona is starting to fill up in anticipation of Geordie Smith hitting the lineup, but putting together a couple of big heat score totals already in the contest is Griffin Colapinto. He is with Rosie Hodge.
Griffin, that was a really important heat for you to win with Ethan Ewan going through, Kanoa Igarashi. I mean, are you aware of these scenarios as you're going through the rounds?
Oh, 100%. I've already checked the rankings a couple times, so yeah, I'm fully aware. And yeah, it's been a crazy couple days of just like thoughts running through my mind, but just learning how to handle them like always. And fuck, the waves are so good, so it's just, I don't know. I'm actually kind of stoked I lost the first heat because now I got to surf more today.
Well, Griff, we're stoked you lost too because that was some fantastic surfing and it was very pleasing on the eyeballs. But now as we transition into that round of 16, you know, you broke some of your equipment. Are you going to change anything going into that round?
Well, the board that I broke, I have pretty much a replica of it, and that was the one I took out for the second round, or for when I grabbed the new board. And I hadn't even ridden that board before, so I was kind of just trying to like feel it out, find the sweet spot. And by the time I surfed up my last wave, I think I found the sweet spot. So I'm stoked and psyched for the next heat.
Locking in, but that equipment change too does suck a bit of time. What's it like running from one keyhole to the next?
Yeah, it's interesting. It's like, I guess you use a lot of like leg energy, and you save arm energy, and it pretty much takes about the same amount of time to run and paddle. So it's like you don't really lose much time. It's just like what kind of energy you're gonna burn, you know.
Well, Griff, thanks for your time. We'll see you in that next round.
All right, thanks.
Great interview, Rosie, and that's interesting, isn't it? Just thinking about the toll it takes a run around on your legs, Luke, and just how long this wall is. What would you go for?
I'd stay with the paddle. I just think the risk of maybe damaging a board on the rocks here is pretty high. And it's a long wave, so you want the leg energy as well. So for me, the paddle always, but we've seen Kelly do it.
You're like a riverboat, though. You're like the big Proud Mary, just getting those huge arms going. That's a big motor, mate.
Yeah, I'm not that good on distance. I'm good at good short distance, but not
like a big crocodile.
Yeah.
Just on 3 minutes remaining, Kelly Slater does hold the lead at the moment. The surfing luminary. I mean, this is a guy, Luke, that you were on tour, you saw him coming, and man, it didn't take him long to figure it out. Started winning world titles, went on an amazing run, and I mentioned that 6 world titles before Baron Mamiya was even born. So he has actually faced so many different generations now. He's still getting the jump on the young guns, and he's got the lead over Baron at the moment.
Yeah, he does, and he's just improving too. That 733 was a beautiful wave. You know, he realised what the judges wanted from him more from just reflecting on those first couple of scores, and the board was looking better. I don't think he changed boards on the run around, but yeah, he's just going to improve and improve.
I think the interesting thing with Kelly, and you know, I'm actually getting a lot of insights just from lost tapes. Obviously get to chat to him at each of the different championship tour spots, but his toughest adversary at the moment seems to be himself. When he is on, he is capable of beating anyone on the championship tour. He proved that at Pipeline again, getting that 56 win, and it was an amazing victory. But, you know, even throughout the year, just the free surfing that he's done around events, it's event-winning surfing, and we've touched on it a couple of times, but at some venues, the results haven't reflected it.
You know what, too, and at 50, and what he does best is when the forecast shows up, as it is this week at Jeffreys Bay, Kelly Slater feels like, oh, I've got more of a chance now because he's been in these situations in pumping waves in these locations, and he's going to lean on his experience to know what's going to go on out there.
Well, he's, you know, obviously brought a lot of joy to a lot of people. Everyone relishes the opportunity to watch him surf, but probably no one prouder than his mum Judy, who'd be watching on at home. His brothers Sean and Stephen, his partner Kalani is here travelling with him, and they definitely lap up their time at any of the venues. Kelly's always immersed himself in the culture. He makes a home at each of the venues on the schedule, so when he comes back, he doesn't need a lot of time to get re-familiar with the lineup. He just taps right back into all those amazing memories that he's got.
Yeah, and you know what the pattern that happens too, he gets somewhere, he has fun, there's some good waves, and then he doesn't want to leave. And then he stays on and just keeps staying there until until he has to be somewhere, and he seems to be last minute to the next spot. It seems as though as he goes on, he doesn't want to leave what he's doing and enjoying the time in that location.
Yeah, his good mate who worked with him and coached him, Stephen Bell, he said that the key to Kelly's success is that he's always made himself at home on tour. That's where he's at home. He doesn't miss anywhere in particular. He just sets up camp, and he has lifelong friends that he visits at each of the stops on the schedule, and he's reconnecting here with Jeffreys Bay. He's still got to bring his best, but holding on to the lead here with just 10 seconds remaining. And that's no easy draw coming up against someone as strong as Barron Mamiya here in the elimination round. Yeah,
I think Barron just needing to learn from this heat, and he will. He's been learning very well all year, and yeah, he's going to enjoy J-Bay probably down the point for a couple of surfs.
Kelly Slater survives the elimination round. He's charging on. We've got Callum Robson, Jackson Baker still out there, and up next, Jordy Smith and Chloe Andino will hit the lineup. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the Corona Open J-Bay.
Acho que a minha marca para deixar no surf profissional é essa quebra de fronteiras, assim, não importa um brasileiro, é um australiano, é um havaiano, acho que é um oceano e...
I went on a trip with my dad to Sumatra when I was probably 14 or 15, and as soon as I come back from that, I pretty much didn't want to play footy anymore, and all I wanted to do was surf. So what I've been riding lately, my own model.
My job is professional surfer.
My goal is to win titles. That's what I'm here for.
The world's best surfers in the world's best waves.
We've had a shark attack. Whoa.
It's the most intense surfing scenario you can imagine.
I have to step up my game now and not make any mistakes.
Oh my God.
This is a war. You have to find a way to win it and do it at all costs.
We're trying to create these ocean guardians that will go into the township, that will represent the oceans, and will, be the ones fighting for it.
We're here today for a surf therapy and environmental education program with the WSL Pure grantee J-Bay Surf Alliance.
There's so much awareness being spread with this little program, from mindfulness to cleaning up the beach and ocean. It's an amazing program, and it's just the first step to making a big impact.
The action continues here in the elimination round of the Corona Open J-Bay. We've just seen Kelly Slater get past Barron Mamiya, and we now welcome Jordy Smith and Chloe Andino to the lineup. They're going to be battling out in heat number 8, but we've got a special guest with us too, South African surf legend Frank Solomon. Great to see you, Frank.
Thanks for having me, guys, and geez, the waves are pumping.
What about our setup, mate? Do you like it?
It's best ever. I can't believe it.
Tell us a bit about what you've been working on, mate.
Yeah, we were luckily enough one of the WSL grantees for this year, and we set up a program, myself and Sharon Clark, called J-Bay Surf Alliance, and yeah, we're helping kids from the community have access to the ocean and how to learn how to surf. Luke joined us the other day, and it was epic to have all the guys down there.
How was that, Luke?
Yeah, it was awesome. Just all the activities, even prior to getting into the water, have them all dancing around and playing different games with them. It was so awesome.
Yeah, there's a real buzz around surfing at the moment, and I guess it's there's been a lot of trailblazers from South Africa in the past, but Jordy Smith really sort of setting the pace for South African surfing on the Championship Tour and inspiring generations over the years.
100%. I mean, I think a lot of these kids don't have positive male role models, so to see someone like him and Jose Faulkner especially, seeing someone from their community making it on the big stage, I mean, their eyes lit up when they saw him, and such a special story to have him from the community in the event.
Let's talk about Jose for a bit, because he is representing South Africa beautifully on the Challenger Series. He's an exciting surfer. He didn't have his best stuff today, but man, he's got a big future.
Huge future, and it just takes someone like him for those kids to see someone like that they can do it. Before they didn't have, Mikey Febby was the first, Jose Faulkner now, and hopefully, we have a bunch of people from all around South Africa that don't have a lot of opportunities, but they're having access to the ocean, they're able to learn how to surf. Man,
I think getting involved in something like that for Jordy Smith at this point in time, with the rough year that he's had on the Championship Tour, he hasn't been past the quarters. Like, it probably couldn't have come at a better time. A bit more perspective, tapping into the joy of surfing once again.
Yeah, for sure. It's a really good thing you got going on down there, and yeah, thoroughly enjoyed it, and great for Jordy.
Let's talk about Jordy's chances. He didn't win the opening round heat that he surf ranked, but he has a special relationship to this wave. The way he can float and transition through really stretched out sections is pretty remarkable.
I know he didn't make it through his heat, but he had that one huge hack that he did. I mean, he showed like how well he can surf out here. And I think in conditions like this, he's going to be really hard to beat. And yeah, I'm backing the South African.
Yeah, it's going to be a good heat up against Chloe Andino. But Callum Robson and Jackson Baker, they're still locking horns at the moment. And this is Callum's last ride, 4.83. What have you made of the rookies' performances this year, Frank?
Yeah, unbelievable. I'd never really heard of him before. And yeah, crazy to see someone surf so good with no stickers on their board and just absolutely shredding. Yeah.
There's a couple of stickers there, mate. Just the little ones, though. He needs that big backing, and the way he's been surfing and just how confident and headstrong and determined he is, Luke. I'm sure someone's going to see that opportunity soon.
Yeah, for sure. He's, he made the cut. Both these guys made the cut, and yeah, Callum's just been learning on the fly and doing a great job of it.
This is Jackson Baker on the replay. These guys are so close in their scores at the moment. It's just a slight edge that Callum Robson has at this stage.
They both look like a similar kind of surfer to me, They look like, I don't know if they're probably not from the same area, but they both seem like they come up against each other often, and they surf very similar. So I like these two guys, and yeah, they've been ripping the whole year.
Luke, you like your Aussie muscle cars. That's what these guys remind me of. Just a couple of big V8s, leaning into those big burnouts and throwing down some great turns. Here's a replay of Chloe Andino's opening ride in heat number 8.
Yeah, I think Chloe's, that was a nice barrel, but Chloe's finding his feet, probably some of the first real open face wave he's had. Wow. Oh, wow, that was insane. Really taking some risk out there, and yes, this wave was really well surfed. He's another, I don't know, would you call him a veteran, but he nearly is on the tour, but he hasn't really had the year we thought he was going to have this year. And here we go, Jordy Smith.
Well, let's see the response from Jordy on the replay here. Frank, you can take us through it.
Oh, massive turn there. Oh, drops the wallet, but unbelievable. I mean, he's so powerful on these waves, and he reads it so well. Wow, such a turn. I think one thing people, when you're watching, looks easy, but when you're out there and you haven't surfed there much, such a hard wave to surf.
He's just got his signature all over this wave, Luke. This is just a classic J-Bay ride for Jordy. Lost it on the finish, but the work was done. He collected a lot of points and put together some serious combos on the outside, and that wave was moving at a pretty quick pace down the line.
Yeah, and that's the Jordy we know from the past, is just those big open face, a lot of variety, and just harnessing the speed too. that's one thing out here that Geordie does that not many others can get hold of, is going as fast as you possibly can and pushing as hard as you possibly can. And he did it with perfect timing as well then.
Been a long time since he's had a CT win too, 2017. He won Bells Beach, but you know, this is the comp that Geordie always turns up for. Super inspired, hasn't broken through for a victory since he went back-to-back in 2010 and 11, but always a threat, especially when there's some swell.
Yeah, that was an amazing wave. I'm interested to see where the scores go. And, you know, Kalohe looked like he had his tough heat yesterday, but that was a great way to, you know, kind of build his confidence from a slow heat.
Awesome way to kick things off. More sets coming our way at the moment. What a magic day here. Day 3 of the event window. Our second day of competition, looking to establish our quarterfinals by this afternoon. But right now, let's hear from Jadson Andre. He's with Pete Mel.
So catching up here with Jadson Andre, his last heat up against Griffin Colapinto in perfect conditions, man. You know, what's the takeaway from that heat?
Yeah, I mean, J-Bay is just pumping today. I feel so blessed to be able to just surf 45 minutes pretty much by myself out there, because I never really saw Griffin that heat. There was like so many waves, just like getting waves. So yeah, I mean, when you surf against like those guys, like against the top 5 guys, you know, they always gonna go like for broke, and I just wanna like make sure that I got my waves and I did my best. And yeah, I mean, I never got to make my heat, but I'm okay because I know that I gave my 100% out there. So yeah.
And coming into an event you love, Tahiti, should be fun for you to go there.
Yeah, I mean, even last night before I sleep, I was watching Tahiti. It's been pumping over there, like it's like 25 to 30 feet, and I just love that contest. And I was like, I know we're here, J-Bay competing here, but I mean, I just can't wait to go to Tahiti and just have fun. You know, I love that place. I always say that is my favorite contest of the year, and I kind of always do well over there. And I kind of have a feeling that at some moment I will have like a really great result over there, and I hope it's going to happen this year.
Oh, it's so fun to watch, Jaddy. Congratulations.
Thank you, man. Thank you.
Yeah, Jaddy so enjoys his time on the championship tour. We're watching scores roll in from the opening exchange from Geordie Smith and Kalohe Andino. It feels like Geordie will get the edge here, but Kalohe won't be too far behind. An 8.5 for the South African, and the crowd will get news of that in a moment and absolutely light up. And Kalohe at 7.67. Andino up once again, loading up. He's going to go the oop and just loses the landing there. But Franco, I want you to tell us a little bit more about the J-Bay Surfer Alliance. What is it that you're focusing on?
We're focusing on we're not just focusing on surfing, but it's a mental health program where we take, you know, kids that are struggling in the community, we bring them down. It's an introduction to the ocean. We do meditation. We're trying to give them a safe place to come to at the beach, give them positive role models. We also do an ocean education program where we talk about marine plastic pollution and the threats facing the ocean, and we tie that into you know, our program down at the beach, and the kids absolutely love it, man. You know, for them, they come, you know, South Africa's obviously, there's a lot of people that don't have a lot and they don't have access to the ocean, and we're just trying to give them an opportunity. I think a lot of these guys, all they need is an opportunity, and, you know, they can do great things.
And how's the buzz after they ride those first waves or enjoy a couple of sessions? Are they instantly kind of hooked on that feeling like the rest of us?
Man, I, you know, with all this and everything going on, you kind of forget what it's like to be a Grom sometimes. I remember I was one of the kids running down this beach getting autographs. You know, when I was growing up, we used to come here on school holidays, and to see those kids like having that feeling when all the pros came down to the container and surf with them, huge smiles on their faces. I mean, that's what it's all about. You know, I wish I could keep that stoke with me my whole life, that feeling that you have when you're a kid.
Oh, most definitely. I've still got it. I'm going to go get Kelly's signature after I call these next couple of heats. He's down there with Peter Mel.
To Kelly, break down the heat. Break down for the folks out there. How did it go out there for you?
Went pretty good. I made a couple mistakes on which waves to take. Kind of early, I was just like trying to get my feet on a new board, and I probably took a couple waves. I could have been more patient, but it all sort of works out in the end, you know. The waves I did take, I could tell there wasn't anything out the back. Considering there weren't enough waves out the back, because I would be like 4th in line in the first half of my heat for a priority.
And so I could see that, like, even if I took off and kind of felt that wave out, that I wouldn't really lose any time getting back to where I already was after those guys kept their wave. So, but then at the end, I couldn't really conceal the heat, and I just got stuck up too high in the pocket on that good one I got, and then nothing more came for Barron. But kind of a low-scoring affair, really. I just, I don't know, I have to watch it back to kind of tell, but I was a little tired. My arrival procedure wasn't exactly perfect here. I got here just the day before I served. So anyway, but the waves are pumping, and it's like magic, J-Bay.
And in regards to, like, you're using different boards too. I mean, it's kind of because of the fact that you haven't been able to try any boards out, right?
Yeah, I mean, all the boards everyone tried were in small waves anyways, and you know, the board I rode yesterday, it's a bummer because it works really good in like pockety small lefts, and that's what I've been surfing for 2 months. Not exactly what you're doing at J-Bay on a big open face wall that's a little flatter. So yeah, that didn't work out for me, but it's all good. You know, different boards for different waves, and the board I rode today is the one I've been riding for years, just a little bit longer, and I know that board really well. It's not a perfect board for out here, but it works well enough to just do some carves and get barreled.
You've got a quick turnaround maybe, depending on how the outcome of this heat, so I'll let you get back to it. But yeah, you're right into heat 2 probably.
All right, cool.
Can't wait to see you out there, buddy.
Talk about composed. Slater, you know, we spoke about it. Luke, he got the 7.33 in that heat. He put together some great turns, but Kelly's still clicking, and I think he's warming up. And he was one of those surfers that liked to pace himself through an event draw in his most dominant years on the championship tour, and I'm expecting a big clash in that round of 16.
Absolutely, yeah. He just, you know, like no other competitor, he's experimenting and just building while he's got the jersey on. Only getting here a day before, he would have been looking at the forecast going, if there was good waves prior to the waiting period starting, Kelly Slater would have been here to go surfing. But as he saw it was going to be small, he stayed in Bali and got here last minute. And, you know, he's working everything out on the fly, as he does, and he does a good job at it.
So just over 9 minutes remaining here in Heat 7. Callum Robson just starting to build on this heat score total at the moment. Jackson Baker in second position, chasing a 6.37. Look at these lines coming our way at the moment, already capping and reeling off from boneyards. It's just a thing of beauty, Frank.
It's absolutely firing. It's absolutely firing. The guys in the next heats and all the heats must be so excited to surf these waves, and such a blessing to have the rain. There's such a drought here in this area, and we really need the rain, so it's a blessing all around.
Beautiful stuff. Well, here we go. Callum riding high, loading up, a lot of speed to use on this first big wall, and he just glides through the opening maneuver and looks to set up something a bit more aggressive here. Another clean swoop off the top. Just really patient off the bottom, and it's giving him a perfect read off the top. Love the variation there, kicking on the tail, getting some release, and this wave looks like it's starting to double up on the inside. And it's going to hit this inside reef and really start to load up, throws, but closes out, unfortunately. And he's not going to get a whole lot of points, but some nice, smooth, big turns on the outside.
Some beautiful turns on the outside, and carving right in the pocket. And yeah, that wave, thought maybe there was going to be a nice barrel down the inside, but it just closed out. But he's getting better every turn.
Yeah, I guess with Jeffreys Bay, Frank, you want to push on those first couple of turns, but you've got to be careful not to throw it away. The wave can give you a lot more scoring opportunity as it steepens up down the line. And, you know, in retrospect, Callum maybe would have pushed a bit harder and put some more risk into those opening turns, as we see the replay of Jackson Baker, who was right behind him.
Yeah, I mean, it's a hard wave to surf well if you haven't surfed here often. And here we go. Here's a good replay. And, you know, you keep wanting to race and do a turn, but you kind of have to restrain yourself and, you know, put it in the pocket like that. Wow, that's a beautiful turn. I think he's probably going to get a good score. Yeah. Oh.
Yeah. He made something of that third section too, didn't he? The wave was flattening out, but the depth of the bottom turn just gave him that option.
Yeah, it did. And he's so smooth. He's so smooth out of the bottom, and just got some variation out of the top carve as well, and I think that's going to consolidate his lead.
All I'm thinking is what I saw on the big day in the early rounds at Bells Beach, and Callum can sink that rail a little bit harder if he wants to, but You know, I think he was just pacing himself there. There's no big scores on the board just yet. He might have felt that he was on a winning wave if it connected through the inside, and it just didn't come together, unfortunately.
No, it didn't. We thought it was going to barrel down the impossible zone, but the work was done, and I think he'll better one of his scores.
So just on 6.5 minutes to go here. It's been pretty quiet for Geordie Smith since he banked an 8.5 to kick things off. But here he is again on wave number 2. And this is what he missed in the opening round, a solid second score, and he's going to try and make up for it now. Look at the placement of that turn, so tight to the bowl, and back up into the pocket again. So surfing critical and tight to that pocket, putting it on the line as he brings this one through to the inside. Great style as he steps back on that tail and really starts to force the issue. On his way to a solid score. Great linkage of his manoeuvres. This wave looks like it's going to stretch out. And will Geordie have enough speed to find the tube on the inside? He does. Kicks on that tail, finds a bit of cover. Geordie Smith loves J-Bay, and J-Bay loves him back. And that wave just kept opening up and giving him great opportunities to attack.
Yeah, that was such a bomb. His legs must be burning right now. He rode that all the way down, and wow, what a great wave to back up his first score.
Yeah, Jackson Baker's celebrating something there too, Luke, so he might have got some serious work done on the outside.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. Or maybe it's just he managed to keep the jersey on that last section and he didn't get hammered like before. But yeah, that's a close heat, only needing a 6.37 for Jackson Baker. We'll watch the replay and see how he went. But yeah, that wave of Geordie Smith just so linked so beautifully, and just carves everywhere, and getting variety with a couple of lip bashes. I thought he was nearly going to catch a rail on the landing of one of the lip bashes, but managed to pull it off.
Geordie's pretty unique in that he has that ability to obviously get a lot of momentum and read the wave beautifully. Let's firstly have a look at the replay of what Jackson got done on the outside section here.
A few little slip-ups by Jackson, catching the rail there, but that's a nicer turn. And he's been catching these whitewatery waves as well, which doesn't help. It's really hard to see the contour of the face. There it is. That's cleaning up now, and his turn's looking better. Just carving through. Still think Callum's got the better of him. Just maybe that green open face, the judges like it, and it does allow you to get on rail and show some more commitment. So Jackson is surfing very well, but just a bit harder on those whitewatery waves.
Yeah, maybe wave selection just letting him down a little bit. It was a 4.07 for Callum on his last ride, so he didn't up the requirement for Jackson Baker, who's after a 6.37 out of that last ride to get himself into the lead with just over 3.5 minutes to go. Geordie Smith with another score on the way. But I wanted to, before we see a replay of Geordie's second ride, I just wanted to say he gets that speed up, but then he gets back on his back foot, and he's able to pivot. Obviously, he can hold the rail and the length of the rail in the water for a long time, but he just backs up and really sizes up his options off the tail of his board, unlike any other, I think.
Yeah, it's just, I like the way he's trimming high and just looking down the line, deciding what he's going to do. There he is on the paddle, probably just trying to listen for his second score. Judges having a pretty good look at it. And here it is from way up the point. I love there's no double pump bottom turn from Geordie Smith as well. He just leans straight into a nice one. There's where he stands high and just decides where he's going to pick the nice carve out of the top. Comes around, gets it up in the lip. That was the one that I thought Geordie maybe was going to fall, but he manages to hold on. A little bit caught up in that turn, but then he just reassesses what's in front of him, carves out of the lip one more time, comes down, looking down the line to see what the wave's going to do. And I like this little check into the barrel. I thought it was all done here, but Geordie Smith never giving up. And just this little carve to check into the tube. And even the effort into this carve. He's way down the point by now, but still, after all those turns he's done, he's put huge effort into another snap after the barrel.
Well, you can make the comparisons too with surfers that are visiting here for the first time. Where Geordie starts his bottom turn, it's right down there near the whitewater. Gives him that carve right next to the bowl. Look, he's going to ride over the foam here and straight into that next turn, just so on.
And that just sets him up so perfectly for the bottom turn. And little double pump here, but Geordie is one of the greats that doesn't double pump if he doesn't need to, and I love that in a bottom turn. This one was nearly over, but he just managed to keep the balance, got low on his board, and managed to keep that rail from digging.
Yeah, it didn't tee off on that combo the way he would have liked, but just has the control to recover, and he knew that he'd done some decent work at the start, so took it right down the line. It's a 6.5, it's a solid backup score. Andino now after a 7.34, but just over a minute remaining in heat number 7, and Callum's still holding on to the lead. Jackson Baker, he improved his heat score total, but it's not the number that he's after. He got a 5.17, and he needs that 6.37.
Yeah, he's got to pick a better wave. He needs green open face, some nice steep sections so he can get that beautiful big top turn that he's got. It's still possible, you know. He doesn't have priority, so Callum probably going to stick with him, but there's a few lines out there, so Callum's going to have to commit at some stage. A
really close heat when these guys met over at the last stop in the round of 16. Callum got the win with a heat score total of 13.4. Jackson was on 13.17. It's the same scenario here. Not a whole lot separating these two competitors. Similar approaches, big rail surfers, but Callum just edging ahead again.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really close heat. I think he can probably easily get a 6.37 if he gets the right waves, and it's probably hard to choose the right wave when it's absolutely firing. You've got to be, you know, have quite a bit of knowledge, and yeah, let's see what he can do here.
Well, this might be the heat. Callum Robson with the lead, only 3 seconds to go. He's going to take this one right through to the inside, and it'll give him the opportunity to, again, just work this wave out as he drives up into the pocket here. Nice big jam there, really extending that rail turn into the point of release, really, and a lot of power unloaded as he works this one over. This might be his best wave if he can finish it off with a bang, and a great floating re-entry there, and that's going to feel good, and that should kiss the 5.67 goodbye and give him a pretty healthy heat score total here as this one comes to a close. He's going to get the jump on his good friend Jackson Baker. We're going to take a quick break in the next heat. We've got a showstopper. Don't miss it. But Jordy Smith is still up against Kaloe Andino, and they have a lot of surfing to do. Don't go anywhere.
I want to take this whole new mindset of like being relaxed and trying to surf my best in the Jersey. I don't feel like I've done my best surfing in the Jersey yet, so really just to simplify it, I'd like to do that.
Competitive surfing has given me almost every best attribute I have. You gotta go out and have these crazy experiences, and for me it was competing on the highest level for 12 years.
She has come back reinvigorated and really sharp.
We're surfers, we never retire. You don't retire. Like, you're gonna surf till you're dead.
Acho que a minha marca para deixar no surf profissional é essa quebra de fronteiras, assim, não importa um brasileiro, é um australiano, é um havaiano, acho que é um oceano e
my earliest memory of surfing would have to be just down 4 or 5 years old at my local beach, my dad pushing me into waves. The thing I enjoy most about surfing is the freedom, the peace of mind, the passion. It's what I do and it's what I live for. When my life changed, I'd have to say around 18 years old when I got third at this event as a wild card. I think it was from that moment on that it made me believe that there possibility was a place for me on this tour, and yeah, to go give it my best shot.
Let's hear it for your 2010 Billabong Tour.
First CT win was here at Jeffreys Bay in front of my friends, family, all the people that I've grown up in front of my entire life. Yeah, I didn't just kind of feel like I won it, you know, I felt like South Africa won in a way, and that was really special.
Rip Curl, Bells Beach Pro Champion.
Hurley Pro Champion.
And it is unanimous. A 10-point ride for Jordy Smith.
Jordy Smith and J-Bay, he is by far one of the best out here.
I think influencing the next generation and future generations to come is one of the most important things. That's kind of just been my goal, really, is just to be able to inspire people. And if I can inspire one kid then I've done my job.
Well, Jordy Smith has done that job. He has influenced a generation of young surfers here in South Africa and around the world, and he's currently out in front against Chloe Andino at the moment in that last heat of the elimination round. He's got an excellent heat score already. The 8.5 was a great way to start. He's backed it up, and he looks on song, Luke.
Yeah, he does. You know, Chloe's got that 7.67, so he's right there, but he's going to need some work to catch up to Jordy Smith. So we'll see what happens. But Jordy, just that last wave, just seems like he's managed to find his groove, and it's just still pumping out here. So he's going to get plenty more opportunities to go with 20 minutes left in his heat.
We're also diving into the round of 16 now. We're on the lookout for quarterfinalists. Felipe Toledo's been on an incredible run, making 5 finals from the last 6 events, taking a couple of victories as well. He's up against Iago Dora, though, who had one of the highest scoring rides of the opening round and just looks so on point and powerful. We're lucky to have a South African big wave surfer and a man doing great work here with the J-Bay Surf Alliance, Frank Solomon, with us. And Frank, Jordy, a good friend of yours, and awesome to see him competing here at home. What's it mean to the South African crowd here when Jordy competes?
Oh, it's amazing, man. Everyone, you know, him and Matt, just to have local guys in the event, it's massive. And, you know, I haven't seen this many people down in this event for 5 or 6 years, and to have all the guys involved, I think, has really, you know, brought the crowds here at school holidays. Everyone's for our thing, so it's incredible to have him.
Yeah, and he's looking really sharp, Luke. I mean, only the 2 waves, but the big keeper scores, and there was a bit of a glitch or a loss of that flow through that previous ride, but still some big moments, and it just feels like if the sets keep coming, Jordy's going to up the ante here. We've seen him have perfect heats here at Jeffreys Bay before. I feel like he could turn in a 16-point plus heat quite easily. Yeah,
Definitely, I'm right there with you, Ron, for sure. He's feeling in his mind that 6.5 isn't going to last very long as some opportunity shows up, but he's got plenty of time to do it. Finding his feet on a couple of waves there, and yeah, just getting his variety and with some massive turns.
Toledo getting this one in the opening stages of that first heat of the round of 16. He's up against Iago, and he's changed up his equipment.
Yeah, it looks like he's riding a different board. He had the swallowtail in the last heat, so I feel like he's probably gone to a pintail with the surf getting bigger, and this one was a little bit white watery and on the inside, but he got a couple of good waves, because look at this one. Look at this open face, and he's coming around, stopping, carving. It's about the third or fourth barrel Philippe's had today, and then that one straightening up. This one's a little bit, got a bit of white water on it for Iago Dora. Must see something down the line to take off on a wave like that. This guy just did some incredible backhand surfing in the first round like that, just straight up in the lip. When he sees the lip on its way over, he just points the nose straight at it and goes upside down and gets another one done as well. He could be pretty dangerous here for the world ranked #1. He's get the right wave. He got an 8.6 in his first round, so he knows what he needs to do.
Just has that power, and even before he injured his foot at the start of this season, towards the end of last year and through the Australian League in particular, he just seemed to tap into something. He found a confidence and started doing some of his best surfing, I think, with the jersey on. And, you know, for a free surfer, I think that was always going to take a little bit of time. But, you know, Iago's a major threat for Felipe in this heat.
Definitely, yeah. Philippe's got his work cut out for him for sure.
Chloe Andino and Jordy Smith, almost similar kind of stories at the moment. Young fathers and travelling with their families at different stages. But, you know, both of them haven't really had the kind of results that we expect from them this season. They're going to try and turn it around here at Jeffreys Bay. Andino started off strong, 7.67. And he looks to grab that wall and tuck into the tube, this one holding open. And he's going to get a big wall to work with down the line here. He's had some huge end section hits over the years, but this time he's not going to find it. He gets pushed out of the tube, and not sure that's going to be the number that he's after to get himself into the lead here. He's after a 7.34.
Yeah, just losing his way at the back of that wave. Board looks nice under his feet as we see Iago up and riding.
Well, Iago got the jump on Toledo on that opening exchange. He had a 5.67. but that wasn't the backup number he was looking for, and he's going to get back out there now. But they've got so much time, obviously, with the overlapping heats, where we're giving the competitors great opportunities. They get the first half of the heat without that priority. There is priority between the competitors, but not between the heats. It goes to the heat that has been out there that little bit longer.
Do you guys think there's a benefit to forehand or backhand, or do you think kind of depends on the guy? And the
Luke
way
Egan's going to say no.
You know what? It depends. It's so perfect today. I'll say no, but in different swell directions out here, it could be. But I think the Goofy Foots have really lifted their game over the last few years. You know, last time we were here, we saw Gabby's. Can I spit it out? Gabby and Italo. And yeah, we saw those guys both be finalists, and it hadn't happened in a long time. And I think everyone's seen what they did, and we've got some other guys knocking on the door as well.
You know what I think's interesting, Frank, is that when we've had the bigger swells, we've seen amazing backhand performances. Matt Wilkinson and Owen Wright come to mind. Bobby Martinez way back in the day with his beautiful big off-the-top backhand carves. You know, even Adrian Buchan in bigger conditions, near perfect rides out here. So it sort of gives them a bit more space, and I think they get the advantage on the backhand. They can kind of really find that pocket and let go of those big backhand jams when the walls are a bit taller.
Yeah, just having that bottom turn, just hold on, and then just getting into that steep part of the wave when it's nearly just throwing over and getting upside down. And I feel like Yago's found that this trip to J-Bay, and we saw that 8.6 yesterday, and we saw if he gets the same sort of wave, he's going to be dangerous in this heat.
I guess you could go all the way back to the mid-80s and Mark Occhilupo as well, Luke. You know, I remember the highlight vision of Occhi. It was always in those bigger conditions, and there has been amazing runs, even though there hasn't been that many goofy-footed victories here over the years. There's been a lot of goofy-footed finalists. Nathan Hedge, Damien Hobgood, big performances on the backhand, especially when those walls are a little bit taller.
Absolutely.
I also thought that was the other goofy footer, sorry, from
come on, Frank.
Sorry, I forgot.
Channel it. I'll tell you what, in the women's side of things, Caroline Marks and Tatiana Weston-Webb, they looked really strong too. So there is certainly, I think, an advantage sometimes in the bigger surf here at Jeffreys Bay. But just under 13 minutes to go. Geordie Smith hanging on to the lead still. Kolohe's got a shot though, needs a 7.34. Plenty of time for the competitors in that first heat, the round of 16. But Callum Robson is with Pete Mel after getting the win over Jackson Baker.
Callum, you're one to study the lineup and take a look at how the conditions are. And that one, it kind of seemed like a lot of sets, spreading wide. Was that the read you had out there?
Yeah, for sure. As we've seen, like the heat, some heats, it was like the sets would run down the right direction, and then others that break wide. So it was just about letting those ones go, and then trying to capitalize on the right direction when come through.
When you're riding the wave here, what is it what you want to execute? What is it about this wave that you want to be, known for?
I think this wave is just a really great canvas to be able to just paint your own picture. I think for me, it's just like that heat, I felt like after the first one, I was a bit pumped, a bit excited, so I tried to slow down, and I think I found a bit of rhythm on my last wave, and I kind of want to bring that intensity with just a slow mindset out there for the next one.
All right, we got a quick turnaround, so I'll let you get back to it.
Thank you.
Really interesting just hearing all the competitors in their post-heat interview, just trying to figure things out. Even Kelly Slater, who's spent so much time here, is still reconnecting with the location, but Callum, with his first opportunity here, starting to figure it out. And I think he gave an apt description of what it takes here, Luke, at the end of that interview.
Yeah, like it's such a long wave. Callum there talking about he just wants to slow it down, wants to slow his mind down. Like, you look at the lineup and you get so excited, and you're like, oh my God, I'm out there with only two other guys, another heat, so there's 4 guys out there, and you really got to calm yourself down, and everyone's talking about it, just getting to that point so that they can put on a good performance, as we see Geordie Smith on another good one.
Yeah, Geordie now looking for his first big major turn on this ride, and there it is. Just devastating, right in the steepest section of that wave. And now goes back into that just casual approach. He's so patient with this wave. as he tucks into the barrel. Gets spat out of this one. Now loads up for something big to finish. Another huge layback jam. Pushing so hard on his equipment as he attacks the lip to finish this one off. And we had the feeling he could go excellent again. It was broken up at different stages that ride, but when he did attack and commit to those turns, they were huge. As we see Toledo tucking in and finding a very deep barrel. He was in there for an age.
Yeah, that was awesome. Toledo just standing there, didn't really need to do anything. The wave was doing all the work. His timing was perfect. He was traveling at the right speed just to stand there and enjoy the view.
Yeah, this is amazing, just watching his relationship continue to grow with this location. He hasn't misread a barrel so far today. He really knows when the wave is going to stand up, and a lot of surfers have kind of mistimed it or pulled in at the wrong time. And he's just got it dialed, that little inside section. Takes a while to figure out, Frank.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say, I think Geordie looks like he suits this wave so well, especially in these kind of conditions. Feels like he's built for it. And, man, if he keeps his confidence going forward, I think he's going to be hard to beat.
Yeah, that is going to be a decent number. It'll be Toledo's best so far. But let's have a look at Geordie's replay here. Just casual. He's got so much trust in the wave here at Jeffries.
Yeah, sitting up on Joel Parkinson's spot, I think, for this one. Way up the point, coming around, taking his time, carving out of the lip. Thought there might have been a barrel there, but there was a bit of a kink in it. And then I just like that he's just cruising, just setting himself up into the right position. Knew it was going to barrel at some point with the angle of this wave. Beautiful barrel into a huge carve, coming around, and then gets the lip glide to finish off. So that is going to replace that lower score of a 6.5 for Geordie. There's the water shot, just sitting in there, dragging a bit of an arm, coming around and then into the carve. That first setup is everything for the barrel. Once you've succeeded in that little part of the wave, you just stand there and enjoy the view.
There's not any question marks, it appears, in Geordie's head when he's riding a wave here at Jeffreys Bay, Frank. Yes, that wave had some moments where it got a little disjointed and stopped reeling down the line and kind of backed off. But Geordie knows when to put the foot down and go. As we see Iago here tapping out of this one, because Andino's looking to seize his opportunity to put in a big score. Great start there. Pushing hard on that rail. A bit of foam on the face here. This wave starting to hollow out on the inside as he gathers some speed and takes a line into this pit, travelling for a long time. And he finds his way through, drives up into the lip. Huge floater here. Oh, lands on his feet, but that was a high impact section and he couldn't hang on.
He couldn't hang on there as we see live action. Oh, tail release.
Iago Dora just losing that back foot there for a moment, but finished the turn off. We'll see if he got any damage done on the outside in just a moment. But the waves just continue to pulse on in here at the moment, Frank. And, I mean, it couldn't have come at a better time. These are some really exciting heats, these two.
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, the waves are absolutely firing. I was down on the beach earlier. Everyone's so frothed out to be here watching all their favorite surfers compete, and to have it in these kind of conditions, I think is, so incredible.
7 minutes to go, waiting on the numbers to come through for Geordie Smith. They're expecting something pretty solid. That first turn was dynamite on the outside. Luke really stuffed it into the pocket of the wave. But here's Andino's response.
Yeah, Andino, just a really good turn out of the top. This wave goes a little bit white watery. He's patient, waiting for the barrel section in the perfect position. Just once you get that first part right, you just stand there. And then this was a very optimistic go for it floater. But he knows he's got Geordie Smith and he really needs to get some huge completion on the inside.
Well, it's that kind of commitment that could see you into the nines. He really gave it everything, but almost got there, Frank, with maybe not enough speed to get the projection over that impacting water.
Quite risky down the bottom there as well. It's so heavy, and yeah, he really he knew he needed to do something big, and he really went for it.
I like the way he checked out of that barrel a little early so he could get the turn in. He could have kept going in the barrel and just gone for the doggy door, but look at this. This is really go for it stuff there by Andino. Nearly landed. His back foot comes off there. Just couldn't handle the compression. If he hadn't landed that could have been a massive score.
That's all heart, that manoeuvre. I mean, that is a heavy section to try and stick it. We've seen so many people get eaten alive down the on the closeout there, including this guy, Felipe Toledo, earlier on. This is the replay of his last ride.
Big carve out of the top. Oh, coming a little loose. And sticking with this one, feeling like he's going to get some good time down the end of the point into the tube. Look at this. This is beautiful. Just had to stand there in this one. And that's a replay of his earlier wave that he just had to stand there and enjoy the view right down into impossibles.
Just with that extra energy today, Luke, we know this barrel, you know, at this size, it'll start to open up for you.
Yeah, it will. Once you get down that inside, it's a lot kind of, when you take off, you see the guys just cruising and just getting ready for it, making sure that as soon as the wave barrels, they're in the right spot to take advantage of it. Look at Philippe, they're just standing there and enjoying it. Once you've tucked up on the inside and succeeded with that part of the wave, the rest of it's just money, and just sit there and enjoy it.
Just dream conditions here today. Day 3 of the event window. Jordy Smith really starting to push hard. He's got an 8.43 for that last ride. And Andino now after a 9.26. And you got to say it. There is the chance that someone could go perfect out here. So I wouldn't say that Chloe's out of this one just yet. It's going to take a bit of a turnaround. He's going to have to get that big finish like the one he just went for on that last ride. It'll be interesting to see if he's gassed it all after that heavy wipeout.
Yeah, we'll see. You know, yeah, it's, you know, you need a 9.26. On a day like today, you're like, I'm still in this heat, you know, because the opportunities are coming around the point. There's plenty of, seems like, Frank, the 16-second period nearly seems to be perfect for here. It just seems like as though it just keeps coming around the point. Any higher might get a little bit more inconsistent. Just seems to be the perfect period for the sets to just keep coming and coming.
100%. Looks like it's a great pace as well. And do you guys think this is the best day the guys have had all year on tour? I know Pipe was pumping, but I mean,
it's definitely the best since Pipe. But just a completely different wave, and it's just giving us just the opportunity to see these guys really flare up, express themselves, choose their own lines, paint their own picture, as Callum Robson said after winning that last heat. But it is just awesome to see the variation and, you know, a completely different style of surfing for each of the competitors. Toledo doesn't really like the look of this one down the line. It kind of pushed off the reef into flat water. Might have had a couple of swell lines in it and just fattened up a bit. But there's 3 minutes remaining for Andino to track down this score, and they haven't yet given priority to Jordy or Kolohe just yet, so it's neutral at this point in time.
9 minutes past 11 local time. I think 10:10 or 10:15 was low tide. Mid-tide today. What do you think, Frank? Oh my goodness, I feel like it's just going to be at its best. It's just going to be unbelievable. So a couple more hours we could see just picture perfect J-Bay.
100%. I think you called that spot on earlier. It was a bit low this morning. You had some of those wider sets closing out, but as that tide starts to push, I think you're going to get those photos of those waves lined up all the way down the point, and it's going to be an incredible afternoon of surfing.
I'm out of gigabytes on my phone. I've taken so many lineup shots today every time those sets roll around the point here. But scores on the way. Andino 7.13 on that last ride, and you think if he was able to stick that huge committed grab rail floater on that last ride, there was a good chance that he gets the number that he needs to get up ahead of Jordy Smith at the moment. But Jordy, 16-point plus heat score total already, and he's just lapping up his time in this lineup.
A 7.67 and a 7.13 would have won a few other heats today. You know, 14.80 would have won a few other heats. So, you know, Kolohe's up against Jordy Smith, who's the master of this point break. So, you know, he has surfed pretty good.
Kolohe had a bit of a shocker through El Salvador and Rio, but at G-Land he started to get back to his best. His backhand was looking sharp, and, you know, he left that venue proud of his performance. If he loses out here, he can do the same thing, put some great turns together, and really threw everything at it. You know, it's not like he's tripped up, and as you said, he would have won the majority of the heats in the elimination round with those scores.
Can I just really want to thank, before we run out of time, WSL Pure for supporting our program down here, and we really needed like some seed funding to get off the ground, and without the support of this event and the WSL, we really wouldn't have been able to get it off the ground. So before I go, I just want to say thank you to you guys. Thanks to everyone for coming down. And I know the town really appreciates it. So, yeah.
Frank, please keep us up to date with what you're doing, and where can people follow your efforts with the J-Bay Surf Alliance?
Yeah, I can check out J-Bay Surf Alliance, Instagram, Sentinel Ocean Alliance, and check those out. And if people want to help, support, if guys are in town, they want to come surf with our kids, just hit us up and we'll be stoked to have everyone.
And can people make donations?
Please do.
Make sure you get behind it. It's an incredible organisation doing great things, inspiring young lives and giving people the opportunity for potential greatness. But more than anything, just really looking to stoke people out, and that's the big goal.
100%. We just want to stoke out the grime to get people in the water.
Well, this guy's stoking me out at the moment. Andino with an incredibly long barrel ride and really crept a long way up the board. All style here, Luke. He's going again, tucking into the tube. He's not done with this one. He's going to take it right down to the point. And what a performance. Couple of 7-point rides. He still has a number on the way. But Andino, he'll always put in a good fight, won't he?
He will, and you know, he's up against the best 2 scores of the day, or so far of the contest, so he can keep his head high and walk away from this one.
Well, the local crowds are loving the performance of this guy, Geordie Smith. It was a stressful heat for him. He has lost out in the early rounds in recent years here at J-Bay, but that's not the case here at the Corona Open J-Bay this year. Geordie Smith is going to make his way through to that next round, and we'll be seeing him surf again today. And the way he's looking, there's a good chance that he could improve on those numbers.
Yeah, well, that was a great performance, and he's got more to come, and there's more swell this afternoon, so look out.
I'll be talking to you again, Luke, but Frank, thanks for joining us here on the set, and congratulations with the great work you're doing. We're going to take a quick break here. More to come from the Corona Open J-Bay. We're going to bring in Paul Evans and Rosie Hodge for the call.
I kind of like what people talk about it right now, you know, like the fastest surfer, you know, like the unpredictable guy, you know, I kind of like that, and then that's something that I know that people won't forget for a long time.
Still feeling like I'm a whole person without needing to win is a really important human experience.
Especially
because you've had an unusual amount of winning.
Imagine if your life was a movie, what would you do? After all this time, I almost want people to experience this story that I've had. To properly meditate, I should probably be like, oh.
I want to take this whole new mindset of like being relaxed and trying to surf my best in the jersey. I don't feel like I've done my best surfing in the jersey yet, so really just to simplify it, I'd like to do that.
Surfing, I think it's one of the hardest sports to be a world champ. You've got that pressure, nerves, rivalries, all the expectation. Felipe's always put on like this really positive, forward-facing attitude, but he's obviously had a lot on his shoulders. It's really tricky to quiet those nerves and overcome that challenge.
All-time classic conditions at Jeffreys Bay greet the world's best, and 4 absolutely electrifying surfers in the water right now. And we are in for a treat here, Rosie Hodge. Can't wait to see how these next couple of heats go down.
Oh, we've been gorging ourselves all day on the conditions this morning. The surfers, it's so fun to catch up with them because they're coming out of the water, they're exuberant about what they've been experiencing in the lineup, and it really gets all of us amped. There's so many people as we watch Kelly Slater doing what he does.
11-time world champ streaking down the line with tons of speed, a stretched out wall, and he will pull under a lip and through the back. He's taken on Jack Robinson in an absolutely scintillating clash. We've got just over 44 of that to come. We've got the back half of the Felipe Toledo Llagadora Heat 2. And our world number 1, who's wearing yellow, does have the lead in that one thus far. Hasn't put huge numbers up, though. And Llagadora showed how dangerous he was in the opening round, Rosie. And talk about that backhand attack and the lightness that he's got. he could be a big problem for Felipe Toledo.
He could be, and you know, Felipe coming out of the water after this morning's elimination round heat, he did actually have a little bit of a niggling shoulder thing going on, so he went straight past me. We didn't do the interview, he got seen to, so hopefully he's feeling, you know, up to scratch. He's been yet to see his best out at J-Bay. It looks like something's going on, Paul.
So we look like we've got surfers on the back of skis right now. And as we know, here at Jeffreys Bay, a lot of elements to deal with in terms of what's around in the water. So we'll just wait on an update what the situation is right now. The surf is absolutely pumping. And at this point in the heat, we've got surfers on sleds, on skis, and that big crowd just lining the beach here, Rosie, really soaking this up and enjoying it. The swell is absolutely delivered from, you know, we look at forecasts, we can get a little bit excited when we see too much too far out. It's been absolutely kind of what we expected from the surf.
Yeah, spot on, and it is so great just to see everyone come down and support this event.
But in this part of the world, it's not completely unexpected that sometimes we see situations where we do get alerts and warnings. We do have protocols, of course, for wildlife incidents, but at the moment just got Felipe on the back of a ski. Looks like Kelly's about to get picked up. And we are dealing with a raw natural environment with a very healthy, thriving ecosystem full of fish, full of mammals, the bird life too. I'm not really sure what the situation is right now. Wait for confirmation on that, but we do have spotters as well, of course, flying over with the drones and the planes. Just trying to make sure the safety of our athletes, as ever, absolutely paramount. As we see Toledo heading his way, looks like back out.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like they've stopped the clock, so the guys electing, and it's so fun. I mean, Geordie, you'll just watch him running up the beach. It's like the Pied Piper. All the Groms are so excited to see their heroes. So many of these kids looking up to the likes of Geordie Smith, who's done so well in this event. He's a two-time winner. Always got time for his fans here in South Africa.
Yeah, and you think about Geordie and his career that he's been able to have, it just looks so relaxed out here, really just reveling in being in his home country, representing, and obviously that experience and the good memories he's got, surfing amazing heats here, getting the win as well, but just looks really, really comfortable, and that's when we see the best of Geordie.
It definitely is, and to look at his season so far, he's got a lot of ground to cover as you see Kelly up and riding.
Here goes Kelly. Into the bowl here, sets up with a snap high in the lip. Slater pumping off the bottom, and he will project a long line, cutting back, all the way back into the white water. Now it will get hollow on the inside. He's pumping here. What's he got pulling in? Slater streaking through a tube. Bit of a chunky section ahead of him, little adjustment from him, and he dips in. Slater still traveling, and looks like he went down there quite a long way through that inside in a big throaty section. Meanwhile, Robson up and swinging, pumping from a high line. Doesn't like the look of that wave. A little bump to it. Some white water on the face, bit gargly. Decides to check out. Jack Robson, Kelly Slater, Rose met a couple of times this year in three-man heats.
Yeah, they did, and you know, it has been Jack that's had Kelly's number, so I think that would be niggling in the back of Kelly's mind, but he's had a field day with the younger surfers so far this morning, outseeing Baron Mamiya in the earlier heat this morning in that elimination round. Now up against Jack Robinson. Kelly's so aware of all the stats, and he's definitely going to use that as fuel in this matchup.
Peter Mel, a little update on the situation with the jet skis.
Yeah, no, you guys were probably wondering what they're doing on the skis, but in round of 16, we're going to be using an assist. It's going to be a slow roll out. They're trying to keep the wake down, so that's why it's kind of different than usually you're seeing speeding around. But in order to keep the wake down with 4 people in the water, they do a slow roll out so they can save their energy and still get out the back without having to paddle too hard. So it's nice being on the championship tour, isn't it?
So going slightly faster than paddle speed, but obviously we're dealing with an absolutely perfect ruler edge break. Don't want to wake out the lineup. So just going at a bit of a trot, we'll say, as our surfers get deposited back at the top.
Yeah, just catching up with the surfers this morning. It takes a lot of energy just paddling back up this point. Obviously, you've got the swell that's really pushing down towards the point section. So this is a nice little breather. Watching Kelly getting ready for his heats, that deep breathing technique, he was using that all morning in preparation. So it's probably nice to save that energy and get the slow roll back out to the outside.
Absolutely. lined up conditions at J-Bay. It is pumping. And we were just talking before, Rosie, one of the things you kind of appreciate, we look on our screen and watching the action in that tight shot to appreciate what these surfers are doing, but actually maybe like tightens down the size a little bit. When you're watching it just walking up the point here, it looks pretty solid.
Yeah, it doesn't do it justice, you know, looking on the screen and when you look over our shoulders in real life and watching that water moving and pushing through this bay, you really recognize the energy that's in the water at the moment. So definitely the screen kind of downplaying the size that we're seeing.
Drawing so much water up the face and down the line, and a man who threaded together some meaty, powerful set waves and looked pretty much in command throughout his heat. Jordy Smith is with Peter Mel.
That's right, Paul. Amazing performance right there. Our first excellent heat number of the event so far. A couple eights. I mean, tell us about the conditions.
Yeah, the conditions are pretty groomed. There's a few that are maybe a little on the big side, but those in-between ones are just perfection, yeah.
I mean, when you think about J-Bay, this is exactly what you think about.
Yeah, definitely. It's what comes to mind, definitely.
And what's going to take to get a heat win? I mean, not a heat win, but an event win today, going into tomorrow?
Geez, just more excellent scores, bit of durability, and yeah, I don't know. I think for me, just kind of staying in the moment and just kind of enjoying this. I've had a rough year, so just loving being home and surfing some good waves.
Going to have Griffin in the next round, and he's been on point, so it's going to be a great heat to watch.
Yeah, he's definitely the informed guy this year. I think he's in that top 5 conversation, so yeah, I've got everything to lose.
All right, well, he's seeing Heat 7.
Well, a rough year by his own estimations. I tell you what, he's looked really, really good thus far out here, and that looks like an absolutely brilliant matchup with Griffin Colapinto. Let's pick up live action here. And we see a concerted paddle effort from Jack Robinson off the bottom, swooping back, a figure 8 carved down, and then he'll set himself up here to go into the lip. Little layback energy from him, nice vim and vigor to that turn. Setting up again. This early part of the wave does feel sort of preparatory for what comes down the line. Another big snap from him there, and you see a little hand stall from the bottom turn and a really nice throaty tube. Jack Robinson finding some cover and negotiating an exit too.
And some fancy footwork. I mean, just watching the shuffle up and down that surfboard, really utilizing, you know, the meat of that board and the different points of width in that surfboard to gather speed, to drain speed when he needed it through those slower sections and when he needed to speed up through that barrel.
Jack Robinson making his way back out after his second wave. Didn't really have a number of any significance, just a small throwaway prior to that. Decent stuff from him, taking on Kelly Slater. Let's get another look at his wave.
Yeah, so just gliding into this wave, you can tell that these surfers really taking their time for these waves to stand up. It's such a beautiful thing when it starts to hit that shallower section and they really get stuck in. I love the variety from Jack too. A slow roll through that cutback maneuver, starts to step on the gas, meets that section, comes under the lip. Almost that double hand stall, decides to drag that arm there. But like I said, just watch the feet. Like, watch how he's just shuffling up and down to really maintain the speed and letting go of it when he needs to, dragging that arm to stay in that barrel. He stays high in that barrel. You know, you're looking at supers, it's kind of got that almond shape to it. So you need to stay in that top section just so you can get the speed through it in order to make that barrel. A lot of spray from Jack. Double hand drag there, decides to kind of get a bit more speed. Just a lot of control in his surfing and a lot of awareness, I think, too. When you look at what he's doing to set up for the barrel and how he's threading through it, he's just so aware of where he is on the wave. I mean, he doesn't get particularly deep, but just looks so cool to see his comfort level. I know that he's had about 4 trips here to Jeffreys Bay, so he does have a couple reps, but never in the jersey.
Surfer at the absolute peak of his powers, found the winning formula and has shown us a new side of Jack Robinson this year. A glimpse last year with that win in Mexico, but he has looked every bit the world title contender, challenger, very much in that conversation as well for the Final 5. Also, one of those surfers, when we look at these classic venues, kind of timeless venues around the world, the real A-list, Jeffreys Bay, Jack Robinson, Oh, they go together pretty well.
Yeah, Jack, I mean, just thinking about his career, and we've been having, you know, visions of Jack as that young, kind of scrawny grom with the bowl cut, and now he's become this man. He's this athlete that is really just a force to be reckoned with, like you said, in Mexico, to clinch his qualification spot, and then to go back-to-back in his second year on tour and win 2 events in a row. I mean, he's just showing us what he's capable of, and his headspace, his physical ability, everything. He's got all the attributes to make him a champion.
Good number in for him, 6.67. So Jack Robson locks in the first kind of real significant score, a couple of threes for Slater in that heat. That's our second heat of this round of 16. On the other side of it, Toledo with early work done. A pair of 6 is good enough at the moment for the lead over his compatriot. Yagadores got priority, does the goofy. He's a 7-1-6. Got a little quiet for those two.
Yeah, it's been fun to watch, you know, these old Brazilian matchups. I think Felipe and Iago, they met up in El Salvador in one of the earlier rounds. And yeah, Iago was someone to beat in El Salvador. He really laid down some of the biggest scores. We saw him in the earlier rounds in this event, laying down some excellent numbers. So I'm sure Felipe is well aware that he's got his hands full. But yeah, great to see Iago back from that injury, back into competition, and pretty much picking up where he left off.
Ever an exciting performer at any location. Can just do things that maybe you weren't expecting. Able to pull things out the bag. And very much ticking a lot of boxes here with the backhand weaponry that he showed us. Some good stuff yesterday from him. Really sharp, spicy into the lip. 7 with an absolute ton of speed. As ever, light on his feet, always pleasing on the eye. And putting that together with his read of this lineup. And Curry in favor from the judges at the moment. Looking for a number against Toledo, who's looked, well, we mentioned he looked a little bit hurt earlier, but just broadly speaking, we sort of look at the general energy and a little bit of the free surf and all those ingredients. I mean, it's all come together for Felipe this year, and it's just really impressive to see him like this.
Well, I mean, there's got to be wear and tear on the body. These guys have been on the road competing, giving it their all, especially Felipe. I mean, how many finals has this guy been in this season? 2 wins, and he's always just wearing his heart on his sleeve, giving it his all, so that wear and tear on the body is bound to happen.
All right, lines marching in here at J-Bay. We're on the upswing of the tide right now, so getting up towards what many consider to be the best part of the tide, that kind of mid to high. Maybe just an hour away from mid-tide, something like that right now, but lines absolutely stomping in here. And it's ruler edge, just puffed by offshore winds. We had a little bit of a squall of rain earlier. Skies are brightened up now. And energy pulsing out of this ocean. No takers thus far on this set, as we see little reposition. Surfers right up the top of the point here at Super Tubes. And looking for opportunities. And obviously, as the more the heats go by, the better read they get on this swell. And in with an entry here, Dora. Then he'll swing one, just over 7 to go in this. What's he got? We see him on a steep wall here. Off the bottom, bangs one. Nice and steep. Little drift in that turn as well. Again, hits it nice and hard, really critical in the pocket. Judges want to see that. And it is a dynamic pocket, absolutely racing away. And he finds himself some cover. Gets in a real throaty tube. He'll go again here. Pulling in, grabbing the rail. Yagadora streaking through a backhand barrel. Wow. Makes it out and goes floppy. Loves it.
Oh my gosh. Well, here we go. On to back from Felipe. Milk on the face of this wave.
Toledo, lip line from him. And he will go down the line with speed. And he'll realize that one is just going to run away a little. So he'll flick out and hold on to priority up the top of the point. A big number to come in for Yagadora. A really crucial one, Rosie. Yeah. 7.16 the requirement. He got pretty deeply barreled there.
I got a little bit of elevation in the pulse just watching that from Iago, and just recognizing that he's had brilliant wave selection out here at Super Tubes. Look as he looks over his shoulder, winds through. This wave has, you know, standing up on that shallow section. These waves offer so much opportunity for the goofy footers. He gets really critical in that pocket. That turn right there, beautiful stuff. He lines up that next turn, looks over his shoulder, bang, up into the lip. So critical, crisp surfing from Iago, showing us some variety, not afraid to really risk it. Gets around that section, pulls under the hood. Beautiful first tube. He's not done. He pulls in again. let's see the depth that he is able to cover here. So 2 sections, gliding through almost 3, you know, and then coming out like that, the judges are going to lap that up, Paul. I feel like this is going excellent in my mind. We'll wait to see what the judges think.
5 big turns. That last turn put him a little behind, added the extra jeopardy as well. He had to kind of swing into that tube, didn't he, from behind the whitewater. And also, just as he gets that exit, got that little extra section, disappeared for a while. We weren't sure, and then he comes out. He's delighted. We're waiting to see what our panel make of it, but brilliant surfing from the Brazilian goofy foot, Iago Dora, with a tough heat against the yellow jersey of Toledo, and asked a question of 7.16. This is what he had to say in reply, just slotting into that beautiful run-in tube section.
It's been so fun to see the goofy footers. I think we've really obliterated that stigma of, you know, the goofy footers not being able to handle J-Bay as well as the natural footers, with Gabby and Itzela making the final. I'll let you read out these numbers. It's so good.
Massive number in, 9.5s across the board from the panel. A huge score and a really significant wave for Iago Dora. And he goes into the lead in this one, now putting an excellent requirement against Felipe Toledo. Just 4.5 minutes to go in this one. I wish we had a little more time to see these two go at it. Can't wait to see Toledo's reply. Pulled out of a wave to make sure he got back to the top and got priority. And Rosie, what a heat this is.
Oh, amazing stuff. I mean, this is what we're here for. Let's see, Felipe, he's up and riding.
Toledo's reply, looks like he's got a bomb here. Takes his time off the bottom, carves a first set up turn. Toledo looking for 8.35. He's patient. And he'll just plug another carve-in, snapping turn through the lip. Toledo eyeing up these sections here. A little swoop back from him, just staying really tight in the pocket. Hasn't done major damage as yet. I want to get tubed in here. It looks like he's going to. Toledo will just have to kind of go around that section, and it didn't really cooperate for him there.
Yeah, that was unfortunate for Felipe, and you can tell there's a little bit of disappointment as he does the dismount. Just 3.5 minutes when he gets his board back under him.
Well, you just can't take your eyes off this. Slater up and swinging. Little snap off the top for Kelly. Bottom turn with a ton of speed. Covers so much ground. Projection on the foam climb float. Puts him back in the pocket.
Whoa.
Goes the carving 360 and goes down. So, well...
Yeah, he's bummed. He's bummed to let that wave kind of slip through his fingers there.
Just still processing on that 9.5 from Iago. And what a moment to get that wave. And just the work he was able to do. Disappear in the backhand tubes at J-Bay. You know, we talk about the backhand turns and what the challenges of that, but getting in the tube here a couple of times as well, Rosie, and it doesn't want to run away from you. It's so hard to control it.
It is really, and just the way that he was able to like huck his body after doing that turn, we're like, oh, he's got caught behind, and then he kind of hucked that weight forward, pulled under that hood, stayed in that top third, came out clean out of that one, and then threaded through a few more sections on the inside. So Felipe looks like he's kind of digesting this heat so far, wondering if he's going to have enough time to answer back to Iago.
Yeah, just under 2.5 in that heat. Our first heat of this round of 16. Dora with priority with the lead as well. 8.35 the requirement. Felipe Toledo needs that for continued participation. A 2-time champion here at Jeffreys Bay. Let's have another look at Kelly's last wave.
Yeah, dot to dot. Kelly Slater just laying onto that rail. It's so fun just seeing someone that's got such a connection with the place. You know, this was looking so beautiful for Kelly. Goes for that carving 3-0, just doesn't complete that move. It's cool to see him kind of mix it up. I feel like he's really one of the guys that has that maneuver on lock and can make it a power move and a transitional kind of not get caught up and hung up on it. A carving 360 like that is pretty cool to pull off.
Brother threw one of those in mid-wave in his heat against Geordie. It's pretty decent scores, would have made it through some heats, but came up against pretty much an unstoppable force.
It looks like Kelly and Iago are kind of having a conversation about that wave.
Iago feeling pretty good about life right now. And having a little debrief with the GOAT out in the lineup. Yeah, I got a big tube. Yeah, there's a couple.
It's funny because, like, even though there's no volume, as surfers, when you watch people kind of like talking in the body language, you know exactly what he's saying and what he's describing.
Stack lines flooding in here towards this famous point break of Jeffreys Bay. Just over a minute in the Dora-Toledo clash. Toledo up against it right now, looking for an excellent score. There you go, Dora, turning the screw with that massive number of the 9.5. Huge for him.
Wow, look at these lines over our shoulder. We heard Geordie mention in that post-heat interview that there's a lot of big swell moving through. Some of them are a little bit too big and some of them hit that reef perfectly. Let's see what this set does.
been a pretty quiet Jack Robinson since his 6.67. He's just been biding his time, being super patient. We talked about that sort of inner calm that he's been able to find, and right now, not with priority over this one. He's just been pretty patient, picked off one decent opportunity. Other than that, not loads on offer from him thus far. Still plenty of time to go in that heat. Toledo having a look here. Just 20 seconds. What's he got for us? It's a smaller inside wave. And he'll just cruise through the motions a little bit here and look to bring this one in. So Toledo, we mentioned what a danger man Llagadora can be, and he's proven that in this. And it's partly down to, obviously, excellent serving from Dora, but the wave as well can offer just incredible scoring opportunities. You got to be there to take them. It's exactly what Llagadora did, and a well-served heat from him.
Yeah, really great surfing from Yaga. I'm excited about this guy staying in the mix and seeing him. I mean, he's into the quarterfinals now with this heat win. Very impressed. And Felipe, I mean, valiant effort. Like I said, he had a bit of a wear and tear on the body in his opening, in that elimination round.
Solid performance from Dora, gets the nod over the yellow jersey of Felipe Toledo. It is absolutely pumping at Jeffreys Bay for the Corona Open. Back with more live action, Slater and Robson, right after the break.
Yeah, you want to win the titles and stuff, but you know, I really look forward to the performances, having some good battles of guys and bouncing off each other. Then you're putting on a show for everybody, and then that leads to the event wins or the titles, whatever it be. Then that comes after that.
Still feeling like I'm a whole person without needing to win is a really important human experience. Especially because you've had an unusual amount of winning.
Imagine if your life was a movie, what would you do? After all this time, I almost want people to experience this story that I've had. To properly meditate, I should probably be like, oh.
I kind of like what people talk about it right now, you know, like, oh, the fastest surfer, you know, like the unpredictable guy, you know, like kind of like that. And then that's something that I know that people won't forget for a long time.
The Corona Open J-Bay is brought to you by Corona, This Is Living. Oakley, the official eyewear of the World Surf League. Hydro Flask, every adventure starts with two simple words, let's go. And Expedia, official travel booking partner of the World Surf League.
Pumping lines at Jeffreys Bay, almost cartoon-like in its perfection today, as our forecast absolutely delivers classic all-time conditions and scintillating matchups continue. We'll check out Callum Robson, high flying in the ratings, number 8, taking on Samuel Pupo, ranked 11. Two surfers who've been really, really impressive. Two rookies, Rosie, who have looked very much at home on this tour.
Very much so. I mean, Callum Robson is just putting his hand up for the WSL Finals. Sammy Pupo, just to open up at Pipeline and get a quarterfinal finish in your rookie season is so impressive.
Robson swinging here, just looking to impose himself on this wave at Jeffreys Bay. Off the bottom, nice and precise. And he stays really low and kind of coiled, that compact stance, a powerful unit. And then he'll build up speed through here, looking to get tunneled. Does just that. Not a long barrel, but he might go again here. That one will run away, so he kind of tries to pull through the back. That goes a little right, he'll go semi over the falls. But a decent way to open things off, going through the gears, surfing with the speed. Meanwhile, priority heat, top of the point, with a ton of speed himself to open up. Blistering pace from Robinson. Big hook to open up. Now, again, just carving down from the top and looking to set this one up here. So a measured pace to the opening part of this wave from Jack Robinson. He's leading this heat against Kelly Slater. The wave gets much steeper through here. Really dynamic turn, loads in the legs there from Jack. And again, a big hit. Just kind of flicks it down out of a powerful lip, quite nonchalantly. Stomps on the tail, and he pulls into a barrel with a little bit of bend in it. He has to come out low. Still ain't done. And again, try and pull in here. A little stall from Jack. Just tags it really hard. And a really well-surfed wave from Jack Robinson finishing off. So was hoping to get really deeply barreled through that inside part of the wave, but basically just had to surf whatever the wave threw at him. Saw a little bit of everything from him there. Loads of variety, Rosie.
Yeah, I mean, there was those 2 turns in the mid part of that wave that was so fun to just see him let go of the fins and really engage that rail. Great 2-turn combo. Now he's in amongst the free surfers. Thought he was going to make his way to point, and the jet ski was going to have to pick him up from Albatross. So cool. I mean, I think for these surfers too, like when you get on that wall and you start connecting spots, I mean, obviously in your mind, you're like, I'm surfing a heat. I need to kick out. I got to conserve my energy. But some parts of it, you're like, I'm going to go as fast as I can to get down the line on this thing. Like you said, he has a measured pace through these opening sections of the wave. Starts to step on the gas, kind of winds through these cutback maneuvers. Now he watches it. He knows it's going to stand up as it starts to double up on this section. I think these guys are becoming really in tune with what this wave is going to do. But here he gets engaged, leans on that right there. Beautiful. You know, that's a kind of a Margaret River main break turn that you come to recognize from Jack. So really like that 2-turn combo. Tucks in the barrel here, has to kind of doggy door exit there. So we'll see what the judges think. Yeah, he just can't help himself. He's like a little truffle pig, just going for that next section, just trying to sniff out more scoring potential. Cool to see that last maneuver completed by him. Now Kelly Slater up and riding. Beautiful rail arc there. Drops into that barrel section over there. This was actually in front of the car park section at Supers. Lays into that rail again. Repositions the foot and then kind of kicks out there. No more scoring potential from him, but that was also another really fun wave to watch from Slater.
Came in as a 5.33 for Kelly, put him in the lead. Perhaps momentarily we all went for a number to drop for Jack Robinson. He only needs a modest one, and he gets a pretty decent score, 5.93, so goes straight back to the lead. So Jack Robinson, his number coming in from a well-surfed wave, kind of a tricky wave with a lot that happened actually, particularly down the end. Maybe not exactly the line he was hoping for as he was setting up, but did well to negotiate various vagaries of that section.
Yeah, I think Kelly really wanted to hammer that last section. It was unfortunate for him to kind of get whiffed off the back.
I just feel like this particular matchup with the conditions in the water and the talent we've got, there's so much left to come in terms of surfing of these two. 17 minutes, 15 to go. Lines absolutely stacked here. It's cooking at Jeffreys Bay, and we are witnessing an absolute classic, historic day of surfing. There's so many cool storylines going on with the final 5. Obviously with Kelly, and we don't know how often we're going to see him surfing competition here or anywhere again. That's been a bit of a constant, but so many things swirling around. So many surfers at the top of their game surfing well, and on top of that, the waves are absolutely pumping.
Yeah, it's been so fun just to follow, you know, the arc of what's happening with all of these surfers on tour, obviously vying for that final 5 picture, and it's always just such a treat to see Kelly Slater, to see him at Jeffreys Bay where he's had so much success. And we mentioned yesterday about having, you know, probably one of the lowlights of his career, you know, absolutely exploding his foot and having that injury that took him out of competition for a number of months, and he's probably still niggling on him. But yeah, it's so great to be front and center watching all these storylines unfold.
You know how much he relishes coming up against the very best of the young crop as well, and Jack Robinson absolutely representing that at the moment. The Western Australian has the lead in his matchup with Kelly Slater, 12.6 his total. Slater looking for 7.27 now. He needs to just ratchet up a little bit in terms of quality, Rosie.
Yeah, for sure. Kelly knows what he's going to be looking for out here at the lineup at Super Tubes. And you think about, you know, the history with Jack and Kelly going back to, you know, the Quicksilver Young Guns. I mean, Kelly's known Jack since he was just like a little pipsqueak grommet. They've spent a lot of time on boats together, doing all sorts of trips. So there's definitely just a mutual respect with both of these guys. They're probably super stoked to be sharing these kinds of conditions together.
Just over 15.5 to go in the Robinson-Slater matchup so far. This is around a 16 action from the Corona Open, Jeffreys Bay. And pumping conditions throughout the day. It's what we're expecting. The winds are due to stay pretty much straight offshore, just grooming this swell as it bends around the point here. And really, you think about different spots around the world, and you can only look at this, so iconic. It can only really be in one place, Rosie.
I know it is. It's so unique. Just looking over our shoulder, looking at the aloe, and looking at the perfect, just the puff of the offshore this morning. I mean, I've got on my camera roll. It's ridiculous. Like all the shots of the sets, you can't really tear your eyes away from the lineup this morning. It's so perfect. It's so beautiful. Just don't want to be anywhere else.
And also reflected in the type of surfing that it takes to do well at this wave. And we've been talking about it, how difficult it is and how important it is to pick your waves, your turns in your right sort of places. But Jeffreys Bay really does dictate the pace, and these surfers, no matter how good they are, they can't necessarily impose themselves on this wave. It makes the big calls.
It definitely does, and I think a lot of times these surfers actually looking at footage of this wave and trying to imprint themselves and find the pace and what's going to work and find that rhythm.
A man who lit this place up, put a massive number on the board. Yagadora is with Pete Mel.
Yeah, that's right, Paul. You lit this place up. I mean, especially at 9.5. I mean, talk about that wave and tell us your experience on it.
Yeah, that wave was just incredible. Just one of those gifted waves, and I knew I needed a score, so I was a bit nervous, of course. But once I got the wave, I knew I had the opportunity to do it, and I was not expecting to get a barrel on that wave at all, but ended up getting 2 barrels, and I just did my best to hold on and come out of the last barrel, and I was able to do it, and I was super happy. I knew right then I was going to get what I needed, but you never know, because barrels always feel so good when you're in them, but you never know how they look from the sand. So I was like, it's got to be a 7, but I don't know how high it's going to go. And then when I heard the 9.5, I was really happy.
You seem to be really connected, though. I mean, you had one of the best waves yesterday, found one today. I mean, what is it about J-Bay? How much experience do you have out here?
Yeah, not much experience, actually. I just really love this place and this wave, and I think this is my 4th time here, and I think this is the best I've seen it, actually, and it's so beautiful. That was, I think, my first real barrel out here.
You've had an incredible season, you know, since you've come back from injury. I mean, that must feel really good heading into next season.
Yeah, it's amazing. I was not even expecting I was going to be competing this year, because my wild card spot is only for next season, and a couple guys ended up getting injured, so I've been getting the call-ups and just really enjoying the opportunity. Just don't have any pressure on myself. I just want to use this opportunity to practice on these waves and get better and better and come back strong next season.
Been a joy to watch. Congratulations, Iago.
Yeah, big stuff. Yagadora, ever the entertainer, and a very measured debrief from him. He absolutely mentioned, well, he said he hasn't been barreled out here before. What way to do it and get a 9.5 as well, a couple of barrels. We saw some big commitment there from Kelly, swinging at that one and going over.
Yeah, he needed that. I mean, like we said, if he's going to reach into that 7.27 range, he's going to have to show us a bit more, show us a little bit more of what he has in the arsenal. Looks like he's waiting on the ski, kind of conserving that energy, and we'll have a look back at that wave.
Slater going to get on the sled, and we'll be taking back out. Let's get another look and see what went down here, Rosie.
Yeah, this looks like a beautiful wave. First maneuver there kind of sets the fins free. Beautiful glide through that right there, leaning on that rail. This wave just has all the elements that you want, that speed and flow down the line, but also letting you place those maneuvers in the pocket. Kelly with the theatrics there on that last maneuver touches that rail, but it looks like it got a little bit too skatey.
New school.
New school.
The grab rail tail slide.
Yeah, it's just so fun to watch the different approaches of Kelly Slater. I think he's always invigorated and really feeling the energy from the crowd, the energy from the swell.
Making a snap decision to spin and go on that wave, and that thing was absolutely sucking out and pretty hollow.
Yeah, it was. It was funneling down the line.
So I was hoping to pull straight into that one. Kelly Slater knows he's going to need to find himself a good wave, get into those 7s. That's where he needs to go. 7.27, that requirement still. Jack Robinson has had economy of effort, really. Just 4 waves ridden so far from Jack. Good enough for the lead right now, though, as we'll watch a big one. A little woolly. This will break wide and catch everyone inside. Some of these do have great sections wider down the end. Everyone will just go under the white water here, but we've got several more waves in this set, Rosie. It's so good to see. Absolutely pumping.
It is. This is a steamrolling set. I mean, this is really not doing it justice when you look at what the surfers are contending with, and a lot of them making the decision to kind of bail off their boards to get under this roll of white water. This must be the biggest set of the day that we've seen so far. That swell is still just marching on through, and like we said, that forecast is predicted to pick up. As we see, someone's going to have a little go, have a little sniff at this wave.
In position and swinging from halfway back out on the bomb, capped on the outside. Kelly Slater, 11-time world champ. What's he got? He knows he needs a decent score, and he'll be patient as this one pushes, but hoping for a tube down on this end section here. Off the bottom, standing tall Slater, big tube. Kelly, can he come out? And he doesn't. Wow. That was a solid section. All of that energy unloading down there, Rosie.
Yeah, solid section from Kelly. And that was almost like a wave where he felt like he had to go. I feel like, I don't know if it had that number written all over it, because he's got to wait a long time for it to kind of stand up. But here it starts to double up. And this one was kind of in the middle of the bay. I mean, I wouldn't even know what section that is, because it was pushing off the rocks. And I mean, could have been just one of those drainers. Sometimes that section, we've seen it in years past, where that sand really fills in on that section. It does connect really nicely with beautiful cylinders, but that one closes out.
Well, from that angle, we did see pulled into that first section, came out low, and then pulled in under the next bit. Would have hoping to get that tube all the way through, but nevertheless, getting successful cover and a number to come for him. He did improve his score, got a 6-2 prior for that wave that ended with that grab rail. Kind of slid out tail. 6-2 is an improvement. It brings his number down, so he's due a score. 6-4-1 the requirement. Comes in round about half that, the 3-1-7. So he's brought his number down, Rosie, with 8.5 minutes left to go. And I think Kelly's very much dialed into the kind of wave he's looking for.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he's chipped away at that requirement, which he'll be happy with. But I think, you know, with this much time on the clock, Kelly can't really afford to be you know, wasting energy on waves that really don't look like they're going to stand up and deliver him those sections to find the juice. And I think Jack, with that priority, with this much time remaining, he's going to wait for something special and try and channel some of what Iago found in that previous heat.
Well, however this one pans out, Slater, you'll know that he's put everything into this. You can see it there. He is breathing a bit, and he's caught an absolute ton of waves. That was wave number 8 for him. And he has been trying to wring every opportunity out of this wave here, taking on Jack Robson, who, by contrast, has just been pretty casual in terms of his approach. He's really just waiting for the best waves. Also, on the other side, the non-priority heat, it's been real quiet for Callum Robson, Samuel Pupo. Here's Slater, as we appreciate the view of him, appreciating a pretty nice view.
Oh my gosh, it is so fun just to be witnessing Kelly out at Super Tubes. And I think for him, you know, there's some waves that you have to turn on. And I think he'd be looking at that set and he's like, I've got to go. I have to go on this wave. One of the biggest that we've seen all day, just standing tall in that tube.
It's almost kind of 2 sections, wasn't it, with a little split between them. If they had come together, I tell you what, anything could have happened there. Slater disappearing into a big barrel on a pumping set wave at Jeffreys Bay.
One thing I will say about Kelly is, like, you're going to watch this guy till the bitter end of the heat, because he is so good at Jeffreys Bay at turning the heat at that last second. I remember being here in the crowd watching the final against Andy Irons and seeing Andy's face coming out of the keyhole, watching Kelly turn on that wave that turned that final. Yeah, Kelly Slater is the master of Houdini out at Super Tubes.
Classic moments in the sports history written at this spot of Jeffreys Bay. It's the Corona Open, and it's delivered great conditions for our first couple of days of competition. We're really enjoying today. Loads more yet to come. We're just getting up towards noon here. So a whole afternoon of pumping surf from the Corona Open. We're really enjoying this display and these clashes, the competing. Just the way the surfers are really surfing against the wave, trying to match the energy of the conditions. Here goes Callum Robson in the non-priority heat. A smaller wave from him. Ever dynamic, using loads of his rail. See how much of it he engages into the water, just buries it and swinging around a pocket, nice and precise and tight.
Ooh.
And maybe just overcooking it slightly, pushing hard on an end section. It's been tricky all day. We've seen a lot of people go down trying to take that on, just maybe pushing a little too much.
Yeah, I mean, great surfing from him, but we've also seen a lot of equipment getting wrecked by this wave. So Callum, hopefully that board's okay. He didn't push the heels through the deck.
Slater just had a little sniff at that one, didn't he? Thought about it for a second as he was making his way up, decided not to go. Probably a pretty decent call. But the 6-4-1, it's one of those scores. Don't necessarily need the absolute bomb to get that kind of number when you're Kelly Slater. But he knows he needs something pretty decent. And he'd be probably hoping, as well as to throw in some of those maneuvers. I've already earned him the 6-2, but some tube time will be very welcome for Kelly. 5 to go in that clash. Once again, he'll just have to bide his time and make his way out, but just absolute patience from Jack Robson, who has not been phased. He's seen all sorts of sets come marching through. He's barely even sort of raised his head, so he knows exactly what he's looking for, and it's been that dialed in that's seen him get this level of success this season.
Yeah, he's unflappable at the moment, Paul. It just seems like he's not like, you know, some guys you look out there and they're kind of like looking at everything, the head's on a swivel. Jack, like you say, he's got the serene calmness about him, and he's waiting for that wave, and Kelly's making his presence known. He's trying to, you know, apply that pressure. I think Kelly would be looking for that mid-range drainer out on this section to get that score. I think Jack, he wants something special.
Oh, tantalizing final 4 minutes or so as Slater joins Robson in the lineup. The young Australian with the lead in this one. He's got himself a decent total, but by no means outside. 12-6 at a 20 for Jack Robson as we see lines approaching. And Kelly Slater having a little adjust, just trying to put himself a little bit wider. Knows he doesn't have the priority, so just trying to get away a little bit and see what he can pick up. Let's have a look as we watch a wave approach here in a non-priority heat. We'll see Pupo, and he'll have to give way, and it is Slater looking for that 6-4-1. Kelly snaps hard in a pocket, snaps under the lip, disappears, emerges with speed. Again, carving down into his bottom turn. And another nice loose snap carve from him. Slater still looking down the line here. And Robinson's up behind him. Slater pulling in off a quick turn and just grabbing that face, stalling really nicely, emerges with speed, crucially, and a little flicking float down to finish. Slater, he's asked a question of the judges. Meanwhile, Robson, is he inside this? Is he coming out? He is. Jack Robson is absolutely flying through a barrel here. Shut the front door. Jack Robson points at the panel. He ain't done yet. Big, meaty carve down again. And just belting it for good measure one more time. How about that stuff from Jack Robson?
Oh my gosh. I mean, Kelly is kicking off his wave feeling like he's got that mid-range set 6, only to look over his shoulder and see Jack locking into that wave. So this is going to be so fun to see these numbers trickle through, to see who's going to get the better of this. 2.5 minutes remaining. So fun to watch this.
Probably exactly what Kelly didn't want to see, a wave with a lot more energy and magnitude and impetus. And Jack Robson, well, we were thinking he must be inside it. He emerges flying out the barrel, and the panel now with important numbers to give out, but you got to be thinking it's going to be a very healthy number for Jack.
Yeah, in my mind, watching Kelly complete that wave, I'm like, okay, the 6.41 that he requires, he's got that number. But now with Jack getting that wave, I'm like, wow, that's excellent. I mean, we're still going to get a better look at it because we were watching Kelly kind of unwind on his wave.
So hanging on to that priority for a long time, Jack Robson, and it looks like it absolutely paid off because it was all about quality on this one, Rosie.
Yeah, tricky takeoff there from Jack. He pedals in hard, digs that back arm in for the layback. So first maneuver really strong. Now kind of goes through the motions of JB, waits for this one to stand up and deliver. Swoops through that cutback, staying high and tight. Now he starts to lay into that rail, just holds onto it for such a long time, such trust in his equipment. Look at this. Finding some tube time, wants to get deep so that he can really make it known that it was critical. Here he starts to pump and gather more speed. Makes it through that section. Really beautiful surfing from Jack Robson. He's not done. This inside section just gives him more to work with. So I don't know, that was looking so good. And then this from Kelly Slater, he needs that mid-range 6. And I think he was looking really good to get that score. We'll see what the judges think, because this is power surfing to a T, smaller wave from Kelly, but it had that kind of pace to it that Kelly really likes to keep him in the pocket, especially with the equipment that he's on. That rounded pin just fits in the pocket so nicely. Find some tube time, and he comes out of this one And he's not done. He kind of floats that edge there, and watch this little claim. I mean, he's kind of, even though it's a no claim with the jump off, you know that he's feeling that wave.
Slater looking loose and free on that wave, surfed it really, really well. Pretty much surfing to the full potential of the wave. Jack Robson with a meaty one that just steamed across the point here and just pumping and weaving inside the tube with an absolute ton of speed.
These guys are going to hear the scores at the same time as they're shoulder to shoulder in that lineup.
We're waiting for numbers still here, and that's the end of the heat. Well, what a brilliant finish to what's been a great matchup of these two surfers at opposing ends of their careers, but very much matching the brilliance of this wave, a great surfing of their own. Jack Robson waiting for a number. We reckon it's a big one. Kelly Slater as well with a score to come in. Let's see where this puts us. At the moment, the judges are having a really good think about this, Rosie. And they can afford to take their time here.
Yeah, this is going to be fun. And I think, you know, Jack and Kelly, these are special moments for both of these guys in their career.
Meanwhile, the other side of this heat out in the water right now, it now becomes the priority heat. We'll see Samuel Pupo, 6 wave from him, and it looks like a decent one. And here he goes, swinging really loose and greased up on the rail, out of the top, covering loads of ground on these turns. A little snap from him. You see the whitewater on the face. Nevertheless, really good shape on this wave. And just slicing through it. And he'll go under, driving through a barrel, come out, and get a successful finish as well. Robson, hammer from him. Big power snap from the Australian. Off the bottom, heaving into a turn with a little snap finish on that carve. And now bringing this one all the way back to the whitewater and having a look for a strong finish as well down the line. This one will just keep on going, and he'll tag it hard, really hard. And once again, not quite getting the finish he was hoping for. So our judges with all sorts of work cut out here. Some numbers to come in for everybody. So 4 scores yet to drop, significant ones, particularly for Robinson and Slater. And we're on the edge of our seats here, Rosie.
Oh, Paul, I'm turning blue, just holding my breath, waiting for these numbers to come in. I mean, I'm sure the surfers are also like got that heartbeat thumping. Check at Jack's face, just waiting for the score to hit the dashboard.
Well, I think he knows he got pretty deeply barreled there. I think he knows he's on his way to a really good number. He maybe wouldn't know what Slater got done on his way, but it looked like they just had a little word as well, didn't they? So
yeah, but you don't know till you know. I feel like both of these surfers are waiting for these numbers with keenly. Even Jack, I mean, the look on his face, his kind of brows a little bit furrowed. He's kind of looking like he's interested in how this is going to go down at the end.
Key moments in careers. These are the decisions really go on to write chapters of the sport. Jack Robinson very much in the ascendancy. A couple of massive wins for him. And looking very, very polished throughout this event thus far, and a really good number coming in. He's going to go into the excellent range. We're just waiting for a last judge to throw down Jack Robinson's score. It's going to be a hefty one. And really, as soon as we saw him disappear and come out of that wave, we knew he was going to get a big number. 9.1 for Robinson. Massive stuff from him. He knew it as well. He was on his way to a really big number. And the other side of that exchange, just prior to that, the 6.67 for Slater. Just as you thought, he did get the number he needed, but that wave came for Jack Robinson, held his nerve, held priority, and gets not only the performance, but also the win, Rosie.
Yeah, really cool stuff from Jack, just to kind of tidy that up in a neat little bow with a 9.1 on the last ride. Beautiful surfing.
Well, an absolute classic of a heat. We're going to go to a quick commercial break, just catch our breath as well. We've got Italo Ferreira taken to the water as well with Nat Young. All this coming from Pumpin' J-Bay right after the break.
Still feeling like I'm a whole person without needing to win is a really important human experience. Especially because you've had an unusual amount of winning.
Imagine if your life was a movie, what would you do? After all this time, I almost want people to experience this story that I've had. My job is professional surfer.
My goal is to win titles. That's what I'm here for.
The world's best surfers in the world's best waves.
We've had a shark attack. Whoa.
It's the most intense surfing scenario you can imagine.
I have to step up my game now and not make any mistakes.
Oh my God!
This is a war. You have to find a way to win it and do it at all costs.
Stop number 9 of the 2022 Championship Tour sees us on the Eastern Cape, South Africa, at Jeffreys Bay. There isn't really anywhere else in the world you'd rather be today. Conditions like this, watching the best in the world go at it. We've got 2 more excellent surfers on the backhand out in the water. Ferreira, Nat Young, 2019 world champ, taking on the veteran of Nat Young, who ripped his early round heat. Paul Evans in the studio alongside Rosie Hodge, and we're still kind of catching our breath from that last one, Rosie.
Yeah, it was so fun. The Kelly Slater, Jack Robinson matchup was, you know, you got the mentor and then the young guy that's really sinking his teeth into his career. Jack Robinson did so well to get the win over Kelly.
Taking it all in his stride and looking to bring all that energy into the later rounds. Meanwhile, out in the action right now, Samuel Pupo, hard carve from him, just tightens up that, puts himself back in the pocket to set up, little snap turn from him as he goes past Nat Young, just with an absolute ton of speed, and he'll look to pull in here, and he'll weave underneath a really nice section. Does well to negotiate at the bottom of the wave. It's not an easy place to maintain the speed and get a big throaty section for Pupo. He'll come out of that. So a big double tube, and he absolutely loves it. We do too. I tell you what, there's more surfing on this wave. Another really nice snap with the release of the fins from Pupo, just tearing this wave apart. A brilliantly surfed wave from Samuel.
How can he not be featuring in one of your top favorite surfers to watch? I mean, Sammy Pupo. I love the kind of lean back claim as he like stalks back to after getting out of that barrel. I'm just loving the way that this guy surfs and the way that he's approaching competitive surfing too. He's keeping it refreshing and fun. Yeah, really cool. Coming off that final in Rio too. I mean, he's got a lot of confidence being a rookie, making a final, but also looking like a veteran out at Supers.
Career best result for him over in Rio de Janeiro, and bringing that energy, that heat into Jeffreys Bay and unlocking a great looking wave that just kept on providing sections. That's what this wave will do. It's part of the magic of it. Let's get another look at this.
Yeah, he kind of telegraphs down the line to get around this big section, starts to get that rail work done. Beautiful line through that, goes right back into that white water, swings it around again. This wave is shaping up to be an absolute beauty, and he knows it. As he turns this corner, finds this section, absolutely disappears from cover. First section, eyes off this thing, decides to go around it. He's telegraphing down the line to really get deep on this tube. Beautiful, threaded through the section, that deep barrel kind of winds it around there. I just love that expression from him as he comes out of the tube. And I mean, as surfers, we all have those moments on waves where you're like, oh, you just can't help but just feel it in the moment. Sammy Pupo just loving his day job at the moment.
Absolute textbook technique here as he goes under the hood, going warp speed. 3 surfers down the end, getting eyeballs on this, looking straight into the barrel as Samuel Pupo comes flying out. Absolutely loves it. And he knows he's on his way to a good number here. Let's see exactly where that goes. Judges, again, with the work cut out, just to really process how deep these tubes are, what kind of tubes they are, all of this stuff making up part of the score. Meanwhile, a man who is ever dangerous at any location, particularly out here. Finalist last time we were here, back in his title season. Italo Ferreira tagging it really hard. Loads of amplitude from his surfing, going all the way from the bottom of the wave right up to the top. Belts that turn massive, hangs it up and lands, and he loves it.
Yeah, that looked like a big old sell from Italo. That last maneuver was definitely dynamic.
Just taking on that end section. We've seen different approaches to it. We've seen a lot of unsuccessful attempts. But we see a lot of servers try and project and use their speed and make it relatively a little easier. He actually really went straight up into that aggressive.
He did. I mean, he was very committed on that closing section. Just grabbing that rail for a bit more control through the bottom turn. Italo, he keeps it so tight in the pocket, and that's what I really appreciate about this guy. But then when he gets there, he goes beyond vert with that board, swings it around, lots of spray. You know, it looks like he's riding smaller equipment with that rounded tail, and he's able to really whip it around in the pocket, doesn't get drawn too far out on the open face. Beautiful series of maneuvers from Italo. But like you said, he really makes sure that, you know, he doesn't project out over it. He kind of got, like, really stuck into that section. We'll see what the judges think of it.
Absolutely clobbering it on the end section of that wave, and the bellow, the full voice of Ferreira.
I think for Italo too, I mean, obviously when you've got a world title to your name and you're so used to getting excellent numbers, he's been asking the question of the judges because they've been reserving that scale this season from Italo. So I think for him, it's all about getting those excellent numbers and really getting back to that form that we're so used to seeing from him.
Still waiting for the number come in for Samuel Pupo for his last wave as well. So the judges can take advantage of the fact there are extended lulls. Just making sure they nail these numbers, particularly when the waves get really pumping. It is important to sort of differentiate, particularly a lot of these tubes and multiple tube rides on the same wave and all sorts of things. It's not easy comparisons to make. However, it's pretty easy for the judges to say that was excellent surfing. Just how excellent, we're waiting for two judges to decide. But a really big number for Samuel, and he's going to love this when he gets read out. He knows already he's on his way to something huge. Live action. Here goes Callum Robson, just highlining through this one. Callum being patient. Again, just surfing off the back of that board, sitting off the tail. As he kind of cruises through an opening section.
Yeah.
Realizes that one just maybe broke a little wide there, Rosie.
Yeah, and I'm also glad he kind of kicked out. I think once you break your rhythm on this wave, which happened to Callum there on that turn, it's almost like, hey, just cut, you know, cut your losses, get back out to the outside. Your competitors just dropped a mammoth number. So yeah, he's got his work cut out for him.
Huge score for Samuel Pupo, 917. So another massive, excellent number for brilliant tube riding performance on the inside section down the end of the wave, and just kept providing other sections. Massive number for Samuel. He'll be really happy with that. Set himself up with a platform to get out of this round of 16. Callum Robson will certainly have something to say about that. He's got a bit of time, 11 minutes, but needs to get going here and needs a really big number of his own. Looking for 994 now as Callum. Let's see how he goes towards getting that. But as these sets just keep providing, this energy keeps on coming through. It's always tough to get a high excellent range score, but if you're gonna do it, it's in these long barrels, almost endless barrels at Jeffreys Bay.
Yeah, you know, Callum's going to have to tap into something special. He's borderline comboed at the moment, so he's going to have to wait for one of these special waves to come through and do his own brand of surfing to get that number. Sammy up and riding on a bomb.
Pupo once more, big swoop with authority from him on a great looking wave. Look at the way it's drawing off the reef and cupping out here, and he's going absolutely top speed. Now we'll wait a little at the bottom of the wave. And just a searing turn down the face, but pressure on that rail again. Nice and loose from him. Really technical surfing at full speed, full flow, joined up as well, and look for a tube that did run away a little bit. That would have been the only thing missing from that wave. Meanwhile, here's an entry from Nat Young, getting into it. Nat Young, we know all about his backhand weaponry, loves the juice. Such a good skill set on the backhand. Set up here, just a little out on the face, hasn't really gone into the lip as yet on this one. Get himself an opening number. It was a modest number for Ferreira that came through, 383 for Italo's first wave. Waiting for another number for him for that big finish though. Nat Young will get something on the board there. I don't think it'd be hugely significant. He's got heat in his hands taking on Italo.
Yeah, I mean, I think for Nat, thinking about that being his opening wave of the heat so far, he waited a long time for that. I think he wanted to get some warmth in his body and feel that board under his feet.
Here goes Italo Ferreira. He's got an absolute ton of speed. The forward stance, that back leg tucked in, and looking for something down the line which wasn't really forthcoming. And he'll just kick out of that.
Yeah, these guys in the non-priority heat, they're really playing the game underneath Sammy Pupo and Callum Robson. I'm sure once it clicks over to being a priority heat, they're going to find better quality waves.
If ever a spot sort of call for this format where, you know, Strider was mentioning yesterday, seeing all these bombs go unridden down the point. Jeffreys Bay, so good for the overlapping heats, offering opportunities to surfers, extended time in the water too, this long period swell, some of the lulls we get, just allowing them that extra time in the water to find the best waves. Good number in for Nat Young, 717 in for Nat. So some work done maybe at the start of that wave that we didn't pick up on, but really good number for Nat Young. Meanwhile, out the back, Callum Robson on the attack, taking risks, and they pay off for him. Slashing turn mid-face, goes down the bottom of the wave in the hunt for a big 9, needs almost a perfect 10, or needs a couple of decent 7s if he's going to get it in 2 ways. He hits it hard here. This wave still providing loads of energy for Callum. Once he got through and inside, he'll want a big finish. Callum Robson bangs it hard. It's always in the pocket. It's always powerful and on rail. And then goes up again. Troublesome. Maybe caught in a little 2 minds of what to do on the end there. Went to the grab rail, went to go re-entry. In the end goes incomplete.
Also a fluster of wind, maybe holding that board up for him, but he was on his way to a great score. Definitely hammering away at that wave. I think he's shaking his head there. He wanted to complete that last maneuver. I think Sammy's going to lock in something pretty substantial after that 917 on that last wave. He did some beautiful surfing. Here we go, more sets on the horizon. These guys are definitely not lacking in wave count because there's so much on offer here.
Ferreira dipping under that one as it just cups on the outside. Absolutely pumping Jeffreys Bay with all sorts of waves popping up. Some good ones coming down the point wider too. But these waves from the top of Super Tubes just offering up that beautiful sense of anticipation. You see surfers setting up, doing these turns, committed turns at full speed, but you know that there's just something yet to come as this wave draws off the reef and sets up that big tube section. And that's where we've seen excellent scores come through. Pupo in the previous heat, Jack Robinson as well. And we got an excellent number. It looks like dropping for Italo Ferreira, that big hammer of a finish. He absolutely loved the finish to that wave. Judges liked it too. 817 is the number for him. So a high scoring heat already for Ferreira and Nat Young. And a man who put in a really high scoring wave to close the door on a heat with the GOAT Kelly Slater's Jack Robinson. He's with Peter Mel.
Wow, Jack, what better scenario than pumping J-Bay up against the GOAT, greatest of all time there, and taking the heat win. Talk about that.
Yeah, I was excited to surf against Uncle GOAT. He's I seen him in Indo getting barreled. I was a bit jealous, and then yeah, to have a heat with him here, yeah, I was excited. Yeah, just got to contain it because the waves are so good, and then your competitors are really good. So yeah.
I mean, with that kind of scenario, it is hard to contain. But you've been seeing that, at least the demeanor I'm carrying from you, is you're very collected about how you've been approaching this season, and it's working really well for you. Have you been like? Is that something you consciously are doing, or is this that's how Jack is?
Maybe that's just how I am. It becomes more and more me the more you do this tour. But yeah, I think you have to have that because it's such a. Someone's got a good one, but it's such a up and down sport. Mentally, it's not easy, you know. So like a lot of sports, but that's probably why I want to be like that. Yeah.
Outside of the jersey, what are you doing to make sure that happens for you?
And we just keep good vibes. With Leandro, Iago, Bemrose, and my wife Julia's here, so just stay around with people and yeah, one by one.
Good people. That's what it takes. Right on, dude. Congratulations.
Thanks, Pete.
The showmanship and the exuberance in the water, a very measured, dialed-back approach, calm and collected on land. The ingredients for a really big season for Jack Robinson coming together. It's been brilliant to watch him in the ascendancy, and another great performance, epic numbers, getting a big win over Kelly Slater, and looking great value to go into the next round and do damage in this event. Still pumping here at J-Bay Rosie, and we're really enjoying this Ferreira Nat Young heat, setting up that 817 for Italo Ferreira. Nat Young got a 7 early on as well. In the other side, Samuel Pupo a 9, massive scores coming through.
Yeah, these guys are really putting up huge numbers at the moment. I'm loving the Nat Young Italo heat, because right now Nat Young pairs the 717 with the 517. He's in the lead, so it's all about Italo's answer back. Fun to keep eyes on that matchup, and I'm sure as it clicks over to being a priority heat, we're going to see those numbers escalate. Sammy Pupo has been an absolute joy to watch. He's just locked that other score, and the judges took a while to think about that number too.
777 drops in for Samuel, and a massive total from him now, and a big combination on Callum Robson. He's going to struggle here. Under 4.5 to go, and needs to go big. Needs a couple of high 8s to get past Samuel Pupo, who's been in full flow down here. A little bit of fortune comes in terms of when it's your priority, exactly the shape of the wave that comes through, but also just being able to match exactly what is on offer, the potential of the wave, getting into those barrels, negotiating the exit. And Samuel has surfed incredibly well so far in this heat, putting up big numbers. We talk about performances, getting the win, getting through, taking it heat by heat, all those kind of things. But when you're getting those big scores, Rosie, and talk about how important confidence is in sport, that's just got to give you so much to take the next round.
Definitely, that momentum that you can carry just by hearing that number, by hearing the beach announcer announce that you've got a 917, you get a bit of pep in your step, and it definitely carries through to your performance on your next wave.
Italo Ferreira here, swinging, setting up, looking down the line as he projects his energy and his speed. Big floater, almost wobbled himself off. Such good control though from that compact stance from Italo, slicing with a hooking backhand turn hard off the bottom. Another big finish as well, and the leg strength as he just powers out of that turn. Speaking of power, eyes on Nat Young, and that one will just run away from him. Nat Young will go down. It's a great, goofy matchup going down in the water right now. Ferreira getting the advantage in that particular exchange from what we saw of the wave from Nat Young, though on his previous wave, we pretty much just picked up the end as well, and he got good work done out the back initially. But a great clash, this one.
Yeah, really good. I mean, a 417 required from Italo. He's thinking that he might start getting the nod and the edge over Nat with that last wave trickling through.
Italo down the point, dealing with the whitewater. Here's another look at his last effort.
Yeah, that medium-sized wave, but this one just drains off the reef so nicely. So Italo starts to glide through here. Almost kind of has a misstep. He kind of almost loses it over that rail there, but like a cat, just stays on his feet. Winds through this section. Beautiful connection with that lip line, but that move right there, really dynamic through the inside section. Is this the 417 that he requires to take the lead? In my mind, yes, it is. It's going to be that number for sure, and he finishes it so well. So
where did he find the end section from? We thought that was a closing turn. He pretty much straightened out in the whitewater, and this is Jeffreys Bay. It's not really a wave that kind of waits for you, and then guess what? A couple more hammers on the end.
I actually thought that wave was done, and I was surprised that he got through that end section and belted it a couple more times. So Italo finding that bonus section on the end and really doing some nice work on it.
Accelerating from behind the whitewater at Jeffreys Bay, one of the hardest things to do in surfing. Italo Ferreira doing it with aplomb, as is his compatriot with a high line. Little sectional drop here for Samuel Pupo, and he'll just fade around that section, have a little look out the back, and he'll keep surfing here on the rail. Samuel Pupo with massive points on the board already, tagging a lip, and he's just flowing through this really. He's enjoying himself out here. When you know you've already got massive numbers, it just kind of loosens everything up. You can see from his body language, he looks very relaxed indeed. Just almost a playful approach to this wave. So he'll look to bring that one in. We're down to the final minute in this, just over 40 seconds to go. And an absolute clinic from Samuel Pupo.
Sammy's been so fun to watch. His brother Miguel this morning, same thing on the backhand. So such a great duo on tour. We just narrowly missed out on a Miguel-Sammy semi-final in Rio.
And when you're in rhythm, you're in rhythm. He finishes off his wave, prones it out straight into the keyhole in one seamless movement. Checks the fins. My guess is that they're fine, and he's got a big smile on his dial from a brilliant performance up against a very informed Callum Robson. Been outstanding this year. Has Callum flying high in the ratings, but he'll bow out in the round of 16 here at the Corona Open J-Bay. But here he is, Actually, last effort from him, but he is combo. So he'll just surf this one, maybe to try and get himself out of combo. He will be bowing out at this stage, as we'll watch. A nice looking section for Callum. Deepens up the bottom turn, opens up hard, gives it some grunt, a little too much. And that's kind of been the story of his heat there in a way, Rosie.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you can't say that the guy hasn't given it his all, but maybe to a fault. He's come off the board a couple times. You see Kaio Bailey opening up his account.
All right, it's all happening down here. Flurry of activity, a quick start there for Kaio, who shone this morning, looking really good in the elimination rounds. He's taken on Kanoa Igarashi. That's going to wrap up our heat number 3, Samuel Pupo. Dominant, brilliant performance from him. Gets the nod over Callum Robson, who will bow out at this stage. We're going to get a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll bring in Ronnie Blakey and Peter Mel into the studio. More coming from Absolutely Cooking J-Bay real soon.
Acho que a minha marca para deixar no surf profissional é essa quebra de fronteiras, assim, não importa um brasileiro, é um australiano, é um havaiano, acho que é um oceano e...
I went on a trip with my dad to Sumatra when I was probably 14 or 15, and as soon as I come back from that, I pretty much didn't want to play footy anymore, and all I wanted to do was surf, so what I'll be riding right there. My own model.
My job is professional surfer.
My goal is to win titles. That's what I'm here for.
The world's best surfers in the world's best waves.
We've had a shark attack. Whoa.
It's the most intense surfing scenario you can imagine.
I have to step up my game now and not make any mistakes.
Oh my God!
This is a war. You have to find a way to win it and do it at all costs.
We're trying to create these ocean guardians that will go into the township and talk about the oceans, that will represent the oceans, and will, be the ones fighting for it.
We're here today for a surf therapy and environmental education program with the WSL Pure grantee J-Bay Surf Alliance. This program provides a safe space for kids to learn more about environmental impact, all while teaching themselves and pushing themselves to learn how to surf and protect the ocean.
They can take this program through the rest of their lives, and I think the kids, when they come, they feel the love and they feel the care. It's a whole different change of attitude.
There's so much awareness being spread with this little program, from mindfulness to cleaning up the beach and ocean and protecting, what's so beautiful and what brings us all so much joy, to taking them surfing. It's an amazing program, and it's just the first step to making a big impact.
Welcome back to the show, and what a show it's been today, firing Jeffreys Bay here at the Corona Open J-Bay. And we've moved through that elimination round, and now we're seeing some big upset results in the round of 16, and the opportunity for some people to make a big climb up that leaderboard, Pete.
Well, I made the mistake yesterday of interviewing Sammy Pupo, and I mentioned, you're kind of out of reach from, and he's like, well, no, I'm a 10th. I'm going for this thing. He had it in his mind, and sure enough, that was a big win over Callum, and he surfed exceptionally well. So my bad. I'll take the, my hit there. I blew it. This kid could turn it around at the back half of this season, and the way he's been surfing here, he's got a good chance to go all the way.
Yeah, he is just surfing on pure confidence at the moment. Got a lot of weapons that he can bring to these tall walls, and really does have a kind of a similar approach to Felipe, and you can see it working out pretty well for him at the moment. Right now, though, let's introduce heat number 5, the round of 16. Kanoa Igarashi sitting in 6th position, and already a couple of big surfers, big names falling out of the mix at the top end of the ranking. So Kanoa will look to really strike and make the most of this opportunity. He's up against Kaio Bailey, and you'd fancy his chances. But Kanoa comfortable performance in the first round, got the win, but it was kind of a strange heat. It didn't all come together for him.
No, it didn't, and hopefully it does now, because this is a situation where you want it to, because look at the waves. It is not easy, though. I mean, you see so many perfect waves, and you have to choose the right ones. The biggest ones aren't always necessarily the best ones. Generally, that would be the case here. You know, you look for the biggest set wave because it's going to be the most perfect, but at this point, there's some that are a little bit too big, and they move off the reef a bit, so those kind of mid-sized ones, those mid-sized sets are the ones to get.
Good battle happening in Heat 4, the round of 16 here, Pete. Two guys that, you know, have really given us some outstanding moments in the contest already, but Nat Young, he needs a big number. Italo's starting to really light up here.
Yeah, it started out Nat's way with the 717, you know, and then Italo was able to find his solid 8-point ride. I mean, it's just, right now, considering there's still 18.5 minutes to go, Italo has the second highest heat total of the event so far. It's a excellent heat, right, which means it's over 16 points. We saw Jordy do that earlier today.
And he's got a perfect head-to-head record against Nat Young, 2 previous heats. Looking for his 3rd victory over the Californian, as we see Nat up now. Big section standing up here, and he does well to hang on to that move. That whitewater tried to knock him off. That wave did break in half, though, and he's really looking to tap into the flow and the momentum down the line here. Just sticking with it. Just hoping that it does do something special through the inside. Nice backhand carve there, but he's going to kick out of this one. He just never really got that rhythm that he had in the opening round with those big backhand blasts on that rod.
No, he's looking for that style of wave, and he hasn't had it yet. I mean, the first wave there, the 717, was a good start to it. It felt good for him, I'm sure, and a good momentum start of a heat with a 7. But Italo right now has put up a pair of 8s against him, so daunting number of a 9.47 needed. He split it in half, though. I mean, Nat's capable of, a pair of 8s as well. So let's see if he can do it in the next 17 minutes.
Having a look at this one on the outside, Kyle Belly, bit of foam on the face here. Drives up into this first section, and he is going to commit. Of course, without that priority and that control over what's happening in the lineup, you'll take your chances on some of these medium-sized set waves and see if you can't turn in something special. Great performance in the last heat from Samuel Pupo, and he's with Rosie Hodge.
So refreshing to see a rookie on tour just surf this place like a veteran. Sammy, when you looked at the schedule, what did you think to yourself when you saw Super Choose, when you see Pipeline, all of these places that you've done exceptionally well at? What did you think looking at these venues?
It's funny because I'm actually really bad at looking at forecasts, so I just kind of wake up and see what's happening. It's been working for me. I mean, this heat was pretty awesome. Even if I would lose this heat, I'll be really happy with my surfing, and I'm stoked to make it through. Callum is such a good competitor, and I know it'll be a tough heat.
And then coming up in that next round, the quarterfinals. I mean, all of these rounds that you're making are keeping you in the picture for the top 5. I know when we caught up with you the other day, you said you're always going to back yourself and give yourself a chance.
Yeah, I mean, you just never know. I went to Brazil with the worst feeling ever. I was losing early in the rounds and the contest before, so I didn't have any confidence, and then it turned into a final for me. So surfing is crazy. You just never know what's going to happen. So I just got to keep the hope alive, and a final here could get me there. So I'm just trying to surf.
I love it. We'll see you in the quarters. Thanks for your time, Sammy.
Thank you, Rosie. Yeah, Samuel Pupo will take on Jack Robinson in quarterfinal number 1. What a matchup that's going to be. Jack continues to impress. That was a big heat win for him too, getting the jump on Kelly.
Yeah, it wasn't, I mean, Kelly probably got the number needed at the end of that heat. It's just that Jack was able to get his next score, which ended up being one of his best. Yeah, so, again, things are falling into place for Jack Robinson as well as Sammy Pupo, and I can't wait to see that one. I think Sammy has a little more electricity in his surfing over there. I mean, if you're going to put a matchup to those two, but Jack's just had such an amazing season and so consistent that he's tough to beat.
Yeah, right. While we're talking about comparisons, Nat Young up against Italo, that's a great exchange. Both goofy footers, obviously both have those big vertical hits that they can go to. Also, both are able to drift across the lip after they release those fins and maintain that down the line flow. Here goes Italo again, already a couple of excellent scores to his name. And he has really cemented a great relationship with this wave after really struggling to turn in solid results here in his first few efforts. A second place finish in 2019. And at the moment, it feels like he's on his way to another big finish and making his move up the leaderboard at the very appropriate time coming to this back half of the year. He's really starting to pick up some momentum.
Well, he's had to. You know, at the start of the season wasn't the greatest for him, you know, and so ultimately he's been able to keep himself above the cut line. With a nice finish there.
Amazing control as he stops the finish at the end of this ride. Right behind him though, Kyle Belly locked in, still traveling in this one, and he'll take the low road exit. Could just see that board flickering inside the tube as he fought his way through the different sections.
So cool. You know, and again, these barrels aren't easy to ride. Easier today, I guess, more than ever. You know, I heard you talking to Luke about how the extra energy really does open up these barrels a bit more than we're used to. But that one was a bit of a challenge there for Kaio, and he did well to get through it.
Here goes Kanoe Igarashi. Comes into this event in 6th position. He's semi-finaled here in the past. He's going to go down on this one, so no major scores locked in for him just yet. Expecting Kyle Belly to bank the best score of their exchange in just a moment. But Italo's on fire out here at the moment, Pete, and he's going to be pretty hard to beat. I think, you know, he's really sort of, even though he's had big results this year, I think he expects more of himself. He hasn't had that big breakthrough victory yet, and his chances of winning seem to be improving with each performance.
That's for sure. I mean, he can take the confidence of being a finalist in the last time we've ran an event here, so he knows what he's doing. As we watch this replay here, a little tuck and roll, and he sets up the next section here for Kaio Belly, and this was that moment to see how the barrel filled up with water, and he still somehow was able to negotiate through. Don't expect a huge number out of that one, but great technical tube riding.
Yeah, and changing up his equipment from his elimination round heat earlier today to this round of 16 heat. Just feeling like this this board just be connected with a little more out here at Jeffreys Bay.
I would say so. I mean, he's been, it seems to me, I mean, the way, if I'm listening correctly, this is his 3rd heat, so it's his 3rd different board too. I mean, he rode a different board the very first day, I mean yesterday, and then rode 2 heats and switched up his boards. Jet ski assist.
Italo's on the back of the ski here.
Yeah, they do. They're doing jet ski assist in this half of the heat here. It's only a slow crawl out, so they get to use it and rest.
That's a massive advantage as we see the replay here. A couple of big turns on the outside again.
Yeah, and this, I mean, they haven't given the number yet for this one, but it feels like it could easily be in the excellent range as well. I mean, because it was a full package, you know, from the outside sections to the mid portion of it. You know, we've seen kind of the outside section play a role, or the inside section, but not the entire wave, and he's just done that. Look at how crisp his top to bottom surfing is. He's laying over his carves too, you know, getting that knee down on the water. And he's finishing, you know, and knows how important it is to get those finish moves, especially for a judge just trying to solidify a score. He's always looking up at him. Hey, see, I'm here.
A lot of point breaks, you know, don't taper off, but J-Bay in particular really stands very tall on the end section, as it does on the outside when you paddle into these rides. Nat Young, he's got to play some serious catch up now. He's going to need a big number here. He's after a 9.47, and he still has time to get the job done with a couple of rides, but he's got to make this one count if he's going to chip away at the requirement. As he just plants that forward. Oh, that was an awkward wipeout. He landed on his board and actually kept riding in front of the whitewater there.
I mean, the board, if it's in 2 pieces, I mean, he landed pretty darn hard there.
That was hectic. We're going to have to see that in slow-mo. Nat Young just
no worries.
Lost contact with his equipment then and just came down onto his board on his stomach.
Abs of steel.
He's a solid customer. Italo's score starting to roll through now. Doesn't look like it's going to factor in. Won't go into his top 2 by the look of things. But Nat Young has work to do. It was after a 9.47. Let's have another look at what happened here.
He had a good turn on the outside section of this. This is the finish move. Again, just riding the lip line. And wasn't able to keep the board under his feet. You know, it felt like maybe he was going to connect a little earlier and then right onto his board. Oh, jeez.
That was heavy. That was a real rib tickler. And Nat Young, he got back on his board pretty quick. There wasn't too much recovery time there, so he's obviously all right. And the board, two-peat, is still in one piece, which is a bonus. I think he limited some of the impact by still landing on his feet. Just that front foot slipped off, but he is sucking in some big ones right now.
This board's been on tour for him since Bell. You know, we saw him riding that same black rail board. This is his step up. very comfortable with this equipment. Loving the Proton, 6'1".
It seems he's definitely in recovery mode here. That was a hectic wipeout, maybe the most awkward we've seen, and there's been some pretty good ones at the end of this wave.
Love the grandstands here, and just look at that, just pure as can be here at J-Bay.
Oh, the fans have been eating it up, and we hope you've been enjoying the show at home. It's been non-stop action. The sets continue to pulse through here, and Kanoa Igarashi gets going in heat 5. He's up against Kaio Abeli, hasn't had a decent score just yet. And I think we still have a number for Kaio rolling through, but Igarashi gets well and truly barreled and comes flying down the line now and looks to set up the tube once again. He's going to drive past that section and opt for a big turn instead. Really did lose the tail, fully committed as he climbs up into the pocket. A nice high impact turn there. And he's not done with this one just yet as he calls for the ski as he pulls through the back of the wave. That's a bit more like it. And Italo up against Nat Young is going to get another opportunity here. His last ride came through at a 7.4, didn't go into his top 2.
You see Nat Young's score came in, and if he pulls that last move off, you know, that's the score he needed. You know, there's probably a point on the very finish there. It came in at a 7.57. He had one turn that we didn't get to see in the live view. We just had a drone view. It was a sick one on the outside section. That's a lot of where that score came from.
Yeah, 7.57 does help him chip away at the requirement, though. He's after a 9.07 now. We just, you know, I have to ask the question, Pete, do you think that wipeout's going to take something out of him as he goes into the final stages of this heat, or do you think he's had enough time to recover on the back of the ski there?
I would say, I mean, knowing Nat, that, you know, his determination, his resilience, it's not going to affect him too heavily. And I just think that he's probably more mentally the fact that he didn't get the finish on that, because I feel like that was, you know, it could have turned it into an 8.5. All of a sudden now he just needs a mid-8, right? Instead, he still needs a 9-point ride.
Heart rate will be up. It'll be inspired by that score. You've been in that situation in huge surf where you take massive wipeouts. The ability with the adrenaline coursing through your veins to recover in these moments and really keep putting it on the line. You know, it's different to a free surf, isn't it?
It is, for sure it is, because your adrenaline's flying down there and you don't actually feel the pain.
Here's the replay of Kanoa's last ride. Good size wave, and it had some serious moments on it.
And it loads up right here. And see, that's those ones that load up for the barrel in the inside section right here. The super tubes just played it perfectly. Super deep, and I know at this point you're like, gosh, what could you have done in this type of a section? You know, do you sit back and try to get barreled again? Maybe. Feels like that section there probably could have been there, but that turn was so epic. I mean, especially with the rail grab in it. I mean, he had as much speed as you could possibly have on your surfboard at that point, so you had to grab the rail just to keep control.
Yeah, it was a really strong combo, but here's Nat Young's ride, that 7.57, the big turn on the outside.
This is the turn, I think, here. Just okay, a little loose underneath the lip there, but you know, 2 solid turns on the outside. Maybe it's this one. That was the one. That was just hammering that section so quick in transition. Good healthy mix of these maneuvers too. I mean, backside's easy to get in there and do the same type of turn, but those are 4 or 5 turns, you know, right in the cup of that wave. Especially that third turn was just massive. It's too bad that he didn't get the finish here, because this would have been a big number.
The offshore breeze here at Jeffreys Bay, Peter, it really helps accentuate those turns. I mean, we have to take our camera shot pretty wide to capture the height of the spray off some of those major turns. But when someone times it like Nat Young did, they do get, you know, just a huge fan of spray. That was such a heavy beating that he took at the end of this ride, though. Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see how he performs on this next ride. He's after a big score, and he's going to have to probably attack that end section in the same fashion if he's going to get this number. It'd have to be one of the highest scoring rides of the day.
Yeah, so there's a special wave that he has to choose here. That's really what it comes down to. You know, trying to surf up a score.
The good news is there's about 300 waves coming our way at the moment, and they're all double overhead. This is going to be a fantastic final 5 minutes here for Italo Ferreira and Nat Young, both getting themselves into position. The scores are starting to grow for Kanoa Igarashi, 7.83 on that last ride, and he gets ahead of Kaio Abeli, the Brazilian, in second spot, looking for a 4.74 at this point in time.
Feels like there's just those wow moments, you know, those ones where you're like, wow, you know, you see something that's happening that you hadn't seen today. That's where that 7.83, I mean, that combo at the very end of that ride, the barrel was good too, don't get me wrong, but we have seen barrels kind of not score super high, right? So it has to be combined with other maneuvers, and that's exactly the type of wave that happened for Kanoa there.
The decision-making for Kanoa Igarashi in this one is all about getting on those better waves. In his opening round heat, he was almost gambling with his decisions. He was taking off on waves he wasn't sure about, and then he kicked out, and he was giving opportunities to his rivals. He kind of survived the opening round, Kanoa.
He sure did.
But here he is in the round of 16, cleaning things up and starting to drop some big numbers. As we see now, Italo on the outside. Unbelievable backhand snap. I think one of the most high-risk turns that we've seen on that outside section yet. Just fell out of the sky and still has the momentum as he tucks into the tube. Will he come through this one? He's driving, and he reappears, hangs onto it. On his way to a monster score, trying to get rid of an 8.17, and he knows it's good. There's the salute. Awesome surfing. That first turn, absolute dynamite. Rosie Hodge out there in the grandstands, lapping it up with the local crowd.
Oh my gosh, definitely has a festival feel here, Ronnie, as we just see Italo finishing up that wave. You hear the noise from the crowd. It definitely starts to amp up when we see the South Africans in the water, but everyone really appreciating the surfing here. So good to see the Corona Open J-Bay back here after a 3-year hiatus, and obviously everyone's loving their time on the sand, watching this event unfold. We've got more action out the back, Ronnie. I'll send it back to you.
Oh, they're loving having you back too, Rosie. And that was an unbelievable wave, Pete. Expecting a monster score for that one. It was a huge wave, and he attacked it like it was a medium-sized set.
Yeah, and we're going to see it. I mean, there it is. Watch this first section, and that was exactly that, right there in the most critical part of the wave. And it's still loaded up with a bunch of energy here, and he's attacking it one more time. He somehow just keeps that cat-like ability to stay on top of his board, and especially when that whole barrel filled up with water and he slides out of it, no worries, and gets to the finish.
That was so solid. 9.17 is the number for Italo. Have a look at this in super slow-mo. Just incredible. Upside down through the roof. Just knocked the top right off it.
I mean, if you're the epitome of backhand snapping carve, I mean, it's everything involved there. There was a carve, there was a snap, there was drifting, and it was a very critical section. So again, Italo looking the goods here at J-Bay, and just so exciting. I'm sure these surfers have, just to contain themselves in these types of waves, it just must be so difficult.
He's been warming through these past few events, hasn't he? Getting his best results in El Salvador and Rio. The performances have been improving. I don't think it's fair to say that he hasn't looked like he did in 2019 through the opening stages of this season. Just hasn't had that same, I guess, timing is a big thing. He found it on that ride. That was super dynamic. Luke Egan's watching on. Luke, that's some of the best backhand surfing that we've seen this year.
Absolutely, Ron. That was the best backhand wave I've seen ridden out here this week, and you're right, for the whole year. And good to see Italo on a bit longer board. In the free surfs earlier, his board looked like he was surfing a little lateral, but bit more curve, bit longer board. He's just become a beast. How's his turn? Just lining up the lip, and this is where the backhand guys are getting the money. Is getting up right in that bit of the lip as soon as it's coming over, and then airdropping. Look at that airdrop, just landing. And not only does he do that, but he manages to get around one of the fastest sections on the whole point and come around and do it one more time. So amazing to watch, and Italo just turning it on for the boys today.
Oh, that was unbelievable. And it just feels like, Pete, his motivation with Felipe falling out of the draw is really starting to lift now as he takes off. Switch foot. Oh, don't do that to me, Italo. Ride a better wave switch foot here at Jeffreys Bay than what we have this week. But he's just on, Pete.
He's on.
Unbelievable. 30 seconds to go. The highest heat score total we've seen, 17.64. Just so strong. I think for me, and add your thoughts please, but Italo at different stages throughout the year, it's felt like his surfing has been predictable. There's been a lot of those backside air reverses on the backhand, and going to that more traditional approach but doing such a good version of it is suddenly unpredictable when it comes to this guy. And so as a result, he just kind of knocks your eyeballs out of your head.
Yeah, I know it's surprising to see, not to see him, start the season off a little stronger, being that he has been one of the standouts on tour as of late, but that performance right there was as good as it gets.
Unbelievable. And he has taken a bit of time to digest that result, waiting for the onside announcer to read out that score, 9.17. He got a 2.27 on his switchfoot wave too. But an unbelievable effort, and no doubt some highlights that we'll see later on the WSL post show. We're going to take a quick break. More action to come from the round of 16 right after this.
Finals day, all Brazilian semi-final for the men.
First finals.
First final.
How are you feeling?
Amazing.
Team Felipe, Team Sammy. I actually want to jump under them with you.
Amazing to have your company as we get stuck into the round of 16 here at the Corona Open J-Bay. We're on the lookout for quarterfinalists. We just saw Italo put on a stunning show, one of the performances of the event so far, and one of the highest scoring heats that we've seen. But we're going to see Miguel Pupo and Connor O'Leary go at it in another goofy-footed battle here, and it should be a lot of fun to watch. You look at how close these guys are on the rankings, really looking to knock each other out of contention maybe for a WSL Final 5 spot here, Pete.
So true. I mean, brother Sammy, he's right behind these guys, so he was running up the rankings already. But great performances from Connor O'Leary earlier in this event yesterday, putting up some great backhand numbers, as well as Miguel Pupo. So yeah, battle of the backhanders in this one.
Meanwhile, in heat number 5, Kanoa Igarashi continues to build a 7 on his last wave. Kai Obelli's got to stay in the fight here. Still plenty of time though, just under 21 minutes to go. As we see more set waves, it's just been relentless. And it's great that we've got that option for the overlapping format.
It sure does. I mean, especially in conditions like this. I mean, it's been more than enough for all of the competitors, and we moved through a bunch of heats. It's an extra, you know, with overlapping, you're adding the extra minutes, you know, 48 minutes to be able to ride 2 waves. And with conditions today, shoot, I mean, they're already, Kanoa's, you know, he still has 20 minutes left. He's got 7 waves already.
Yeah, amazing. And the best of them are a couple of 7s. So it's a healthy heat score total already. And Kai Obelli about to bank his best number as we have a look at the deep stats powered by Hydro Flask between these two competitors. And it's pretty close. 3 previous battles, 2 of them going Kanoa Igarashi's way. But have a look at the average heat scores, a couple of points in Igarashi's favour when these two meet.
Yeah, and they're not the highest of heat averages really overall. You know, you'd like to see it around 13, 14 points, but you know, against these two, they've just had probably some, you know, some heats that were in pretty marginal conditions or something like that to keep that average so low. But you know, at championship tour level, also I feel like it's tough these days to get get solid numbers in the early rounds.
Yeah, it's definitely seems difficult, especially to get a 10 from that panel. But right now, let's check in with Rosie. She's found Italo. Rosie, the performance of the event so far, maybe.
Oh my gosh, wasn't that just such a spectacle? Well, Italo, the highest heat total of the event so far. You know, the non-stop on the tour. Was that your favorite heat so far?
Yeah, that was a good heat. I was watching from home, like the other guys ripping, get like good waves, and I was like so excited. And yeah, just try to pick the best wave and surf, you know, and that's what I did. So I'm super stoked.
I've seen you bench press pretty much a small truck while you're training, but how much energy did this take out of you? And are you still feeling like you have enough energy to carry on as we head into finals day?
Yeah, for sure, but today I'm done. And I had like quick session before starting comp on the dark, and I got like a couple little ones, and I was like, oh my God, it's gonna be a good day. And yeah, let's go for the final days, and I'm super excited to get one more, and let's go.
And how do you prepare for finals day?
Just relax, play Uno with my friends, and yeah, have fun.
Enjoy the games of Uno. Back to you guys.
Well, that's sort of as relaxed as we've seen Italo post heat maybe all year. He's had this sort of real intensity, a real focus, but I think he's at his best when he's vibing it and he is having fun.
I agree.
And that performance was mind-blowing.
And I think you would have felt that way. I mean, because the adrenaline's so flowing, and all of a sudden now you've got the relief, you made the heat. I mean, Nat was a tough draw. You know, and Nat had been, you know, building steam here as well, and he looked like one of the best backhanders in this event. So he knew he had to put out a good number, and he did.
Of course, you count every result through the back end of the season, just one throwaway in the first half of the year. And Italo with those 2 semi-finals with a victory, he'll get close to that top end of the rankings. He'll close the gap between himself and Jack Robinson. And, of course, Felipe Toledo, as we see the replay of Conor O'Leary's first wave here.
Yeah, and he's been one that's going straight up, very similar to, say, the Italo style, where he's carrying a ton of speed when he goes off the top of the lip and just carves his way through the lip upside down. This one didn't have the end sections that he would have liked, only gets the 517, but it's a number that's in the books for him. This was the replay of Kaio's major set wave. Beautiful arcs here, but they're out more on the face, and that is why this score didn't go, you know, upwards into the 7s or 8s. It just, a lot of those turns, it just had to do kind of carving maneuvers and wasn't able to really attack the lip. And then the end here, of course, not able to get the full finish as he sets up this next barrel here, and I think this was where he gets swallowed up. Yeah, that one filled up with water, and he wasn't able to pull himself out of it. And a no finish here, generally the judges are pretty cruel. They're not going to give you a whole lot of number. The only surprise to me was the one that we saw from Nat Young that came in as a solid number with the fall at the end.
Well, Kanoa Igarashi using his priority on this one and looking to improve on a 7. And I think that speed-wise, he's just got a bit of an edge over Kaio at the moment. He's just finding these waves that really do stretch out real quickly, staying out in front of it, letting go of a variety of turns. As he whips that one down into the bowl, now looks to set up the tube on the inside, grabs that wall, and stays nice and high, finds the exit, and now drives up into the lip one more time. Nice layback finish. And that heat score total could be growing, and the requirement with it.
Yeah, feels like it to me.
Right behind him, though, Kaio gets an opportunity to answer. Has to push hard now because he's falling behind on each exchange.
You know, I was watching Kanoa Igarashi, how he sits off the bottom. He can sit there for decades, it feels like, and still holds his speed. It's, you know, there's a few surfers that have been able to do that over the years on tour. You know, the one that comes to mind, Julian Wilson, being able to, you know, sit off the bottom and just wait as long as he wants to set up that next section.
Miguel Pupo up now, trying to find a response to Conor O'Leary's opening wave, which was a 5.17. This one gets a little bit ugly down the line and shuts down on him. So he'll head back to the takeoff zone and look to win that next exchange.
And look, it's just nonstop. I mean, every time you look out to the point, it's just another smoking, you know, 8-footer coming at you. It must be really challenging, you know, just paddling back out and just trying to figure out which wave do you choose at what point. You know, you got to have your lineups and trust what, you know, you've learned over the years of coming here.
Well, Conor O'Leary already on his way to his best finish here at Jeffreys Bay. A couple of previous efforts for a couple of 13th place finishes there. So he is looking really good and definitely has had, as you said, Pete, that great vertical approach with those big explosive backhand turns. And he's not afraid to throw it at that really steep critical section and risk the whole ride from the outset. I think that's been the real key to his success so far.
Yeah, that wave shuts down. It didn't give him, you know, that finish move, which would have been really nice for him, because it's going to be another mid-range score because of that reason. His outside turns were magnificent. but it's the whole package at this point.
Yeah, Miguel Pupo, 5 efforts here at J-Bay in the past, and he hasn't cracked the quarterfinals or been past the 3rd round either. As we see Griffin Colapinto gearing up for me, what is the heat of the round of 16 up against Geordie Smith. These guys have both been putting on great heat score totals, Pete, and really have had some of the cleanest rails in the field.
It's so true. You know, it's really been the standout. I mean, if you're going to think about who's been, you know, holding the speed and carves, and you know, those are the 2 surfers that have done it. I mean, before, you know, of that round, which was the elimination round, Geordie had the highest number. You know, he went into 16, but this is now changed in the round of 16. We've had a couple bigger numbers now with the Toledo, as someone else had an excellent number here too, previous to that. Who was it? I'll think about it for a sec. So again, that's the priority shift. You know, Kanoa was able to utilize that priority to get this wave. This is what I'm talking about. Just sits off the bottom. As long as he wants to wait off the bottom, it's there for him. The speed stays with his board. Good healthy mix of different angles of carves and snaps. He even does that same type of where he holds the rail a super long time through the top turns. Showcasing the variety by tucking in the barrel and then a big layback snap to finish. I mean, this wasn't the biggest of waves, but the surfing was excellent, and the judges, as he sits off the bottom, see how it compresses, and he's looking up in the lip. Where am I going to place this turn? And he just projects big round bottom turn, and then the vertical approach right there. He's in that pocket, and right when the critical section is there, he's there to do the maneuver, which is exactly what they want to see, is that peak of energy and time and criticalness, and then straight back into it. And I love this one because it's a nice big round arc, and he holds his rail all the way through. Actually, this is the layback snap. Little back foot jam, little karate kick. And this was the arcing, or, you know, again, so you're trying to mix it up, the variety. See how he drives. He lifts his back arm up a little higher than a lot of surfers and drives through it, brings it down low. I like that, actually.
Yeah, 8.43 was the number for Kanoa. And it was Kanoa that said he was embarrassed by his performances here in his first 2 efforts at Jeffreys Bay. He left the location, went and spent a lot of time in El Salvador, actually, just perfecting his flow and finding some form on the right-hand point breaks. He returned here the next year and got to the semi-finals. So this wave has been a big part of his evolution, and he's showing us again just how far he's come.
And how cool is it to recognize that, you know, and go, okay, how can I go and work on this, and not necessarily go, you know, fly to J-Bay, which is really far away, you know, I'll fly down to El Salvador. A lot of Libertad has some looks of J-Bay. Go there and find a wave that's going to emulate what you're trying to better yourself, you know, whether it be like an example. I mean, you look at Adriano de Souza, right? I mean, he, in order for him to win his world title, he felt like pipe was a big key element of doing that. And he went there, you know, he hired a local, Jamie O'Brien, who gave him the ropes, stayed in his house and got the mojo there, wins the title and the Pipe Masters. And so he was one of those guys that I think has been, that work ethic is so high. Kanoa's right there with him.
Yeah, Kanoa's sort of starting to emerge as a real favourite in this contest too, starting to really build on these scores. Had a 7.83 earlier. The 8.43 has helped him push Kaio into combination with 10 minutes remaining here. Meanwhile, in heat number 6, Connor O'Leary winning the opening exchange, getting a couple of decent numbers on the board. Mid-range scores, 5.17 and a 5.1. Set waves approaching. And Connor's with priority again out there, but ultimate priority is obviously with Kaio Abeli and Kanoa Igarashi, and Kaio wants this one as he loads up off the bottom. Nice big hook off the top. It's all there for Kaio. He's just got to find that wave that offers him a bit more variety. He's had some flatter sections to deal with, and this wave's kind of doing the same thing, Pete.
Yeah, it has some chop in it too. You can see that, you know, that one of the first waves of the set, so there's a little bit of wind effectiveness.
Well, starting to steepen now, but he gets caught behind it for a moment riding out of that big hit. But it was a high impact turn as he climbs the end section and actually projects out off the lip. Can't reel it in on this occasion, and behind him, Igarashi up again, trying to get rid of a 7.83 as he lines up the tube here on the inside, starting to build some momentum, and wisely kicks out and opts for that priority. heading into the final stages of this heat.
Yeah, and that's exactly what he was thinking there. You know, he's like, okay, do I get the finish here? I'm not going to better. It didn't feel like he's going to better the 7.83, so holding priority is so key in the back half of a heat, especially when you have the lead. Good to have the Red Bull skis here for the round of 16. I mean, shoot, you're paddling for a very long time, and it's a little different than we've seen in the past with the assist. Is basically they're asking them to drive slowly out, so it's almost like it's a saving of energy for paddling out. You know, not necessarily going to be much faster, but ultimately saving of energy is really where it's coming to.
Well, this is a venue where that wake is going to travel a long way uninterrupted. So, you know, they don't want to disturb the face of these big walls and create any lumps or texture that the surfers will have to deal with.
Plus, you have 4 surfers in the water, so there's more, you know, more opportunity to affect waves.
Here goes O'Leary trying to better a 5.1 on this one. This wave standing up beautifully, and he lets go of a good turn to get started. Second effort goes to a carving approach. So mixing things up through these first 3 turns. There's a big explosive hit, well timed, as he drives up into it again. And this guy is really starting to click with Jeffries this year. With the
really
goofy
like
footer from Cronulla.
His equipment. I mean, I feel like you know, he's been, you know, looking around for good boards, and this one right here, the DHDs under his feet. This especially, this board looks just absolutely positive, built for the speedy walls and the backhand attack of Conor O'Leary, because it looks like it wants to do whatever he wants it to do. It reacts to him, especially those big speedy carves off the back on those set waves. So difficult to do, and Conor's been placing it and putting it very, very nicely. Let's take a look here at this replay. You know, the high line, carry that speed, and then you're able to set up the first section, which he attacks. Again, you can over-rotate sometimes. Like he sits off the bottom. That's just rail, inside rail to outside rail. That one, probably the turn of that actual wave, or maybe it was this one. Either way, they're both massive. Too bad he wasn't able to get a solid finish there, but a lot of work done. That's going to be his best wave.
I think he's been watching a bit of Occy vision there. It's almost that subtle go-to grab on the bottom hand turns there.
And you remember he actually brought up Bobby Martinez as another one he had been focusing on because he'd been watching videos.
Well, get set, everyone. The next heat is a showstopper. Jordy Smith will be taking on Griffin Colapinto. We saw Griffin's warm up, really intense, getting those legs moving, activating in a big way. Jordy Smith, typically casual. Just like another free surf here at Jeffreys Bay for him coming up. Looking forward to that clash. It should be unbelievable. Just under 6 minutes remaining in Heat 5 here, and Kanoa Igarashi well and truly in control in this point in time. Kaio is about to turn in one of his better numbers, but he's still going to have, it looks like, a 2-wave total to chase down here. It's a 5.77, didn't break combination. And with 5.5 minutes to go, Pete, unlikely he'll be able to dig himself out of trouble here.
Yeah, pretty tough. I mean, especially since, you know, if you're going to look at excellent numbers, you need to ride the wave from start to finish, and now it'll take at least, you know, 4 minutes, you know, just to even get all the way down the point, and let alone get back out there.
The race for the final 5 is intensifying here today. Griffin Colapinto wants to maintain his spot. He came into the event 4th position, but Kanoa Igarashi doing some great surfing out there at the moment, and he's sitting just outside that final 5 at the moment. And this is a really crucial heat for Griffin.
It is. It's very, very key, and he's got a very tough opponent. You know, a surfer that has won out here twice. As a crowd, he's going to be surfing against the crowd, really, because you know that the crowd will be rooting for Jordy Smith in a big way.
And the thing that, you know, you've got to remember about Griffin is he's had a couple of victories this year, but it's the 17th that have really held him back on that ratings, and, you know, he's hanging on to a few of them now, getting knocked out in the second round over there in Rio. So he can't afford to slip up.
Yeah, no, he can't. Little different techniques on the paddle out. You know, there's that keyhole. The reason why we call it that keyhole, because there is that little deep spot, but a lot of surfers will walk out to that point and then jump into the little keyhole. And right now it looks like Griffin got the head start. He got in the rip and it pulled him right out.
Yeah. He was hitchhiking and a car picked him up. He just surged his way through there. But Jordy knows this location. He's probably paddled that keyhole more than any other competitor in the draw. And he'll be feeling confident after a great performance. Both the surfers in this next heat just performed so well in their elimination round clash. So this is set to be potentially the heat of the contest. I can't wait to watch it all unfold. But right now we're focused on Kanoa Igarashi, Pete. Really setting the pace out here at the moment and looking to make that climb up into the final 5.
You got heat 8 too, which is going to have another surfer that's sitting inside of the final 5 on the leaderboard too, Ethan Ewing. So I mean, you think about all of this, how important these heats are right here in this part of the draw. Griffin's going to have to get over Jordy Smith if he wants to hold that position right now, and same with Ethan.
Look at these sets starting to line up now. Just on 3 minutes to go. Connor O'Leary, he just banked a 7-point ride. And he is well out in front now. Miguel Pupo needs a big number at this stage. They do still have plenty of time, though. Just under 27 minutes to go here. No takers on that first wave in the set. And nobody likes the look of this second one, too.
I do.
Me too. No, there hasn't really been too many waves go through unridden today that have had the good scoring potential on them, though. But, when it's as consistent as this, Pete, you don't really need to go scrapping on average waves. You just hang about out the back and you'll get your opportunities, even if you're in that heat with no priority, as Kanoa lights up the first section and drives up into the pocket again, and he can afford to push it. He's trying to better a 7.83 here, and his rival is comboed, so no harm in giving it a good go.
And just riding a bunch of waves, and feeling that equipment. I'm sure that this is a board that, yesterday he was riding a swallowtail. Today he's on the round pin, so a little different equipment. So it's always nice to kind of feel that board out.
Yeah, when Kanoa starts to really find that timing, that incredibly precise timing, is when he starts to really build some confidence and can get on a roll through heats, getting big heat totals, heat after heat.
And that timing, what that timing does, it translates into just a ton of speed, right? Because he's able to time everything perfectly where he's going to get the maneuver done, but he carries a ton of speed through it, and it's faster than his competitors, and it looks exponentially faster. And that's what translates into bigger numbers.
I just wonder what that performance and, the other competitors within that WSL Final 5 at the moment, how they're feeling about Kanoa progressing through here to the quarterfinals, because there's going to be some applied pressure for those competitors you spoke about, Griffin Colapinto and Ethan Ewing.
Yeah, it's a must-make situation. Is what it puts. You talk about pressure, it's must-make.
and 4 of the highest scoring surfers are in those last 2 heats of this round of 16. Ethan's got Matthew McGilvray, who top scored in the opening round, and Jordy
it's not an easy draw, is it?
And Griffin have been on fire. So a lot of excellent numbers coming your way this afternoon, I believe.
Wow.
40.
And the waves are still here. It's still absolutely pumping. I mean, it would almost be nice if it could dial back slightly.
Why?
Just because it's a little more easy to perform on a wave that's not double overhead. I don't know. That's the thought.
I like the challenge, though, for the competitors of having to line up big calves and draw them out top to bottom. And if you're going to attack the lip, there is commitment involved in it on those steeper sections, and especially at the end of the ride here. Just on 10 seconds to go here, Igarashi gets a comfortable victory. Much more comfortable than he had in the opening round.
That's right. Didn't push it, and that'll build that confidence for him as he heads into the quarters.
Kyle Belli, his run comes to an end here at the Corona Open J-Bay. We can look forward to seeing Kanoa Igarashi in the quarterfinals. Current world number 6, making his move and looking to consolidate a position in the WSL Final 5 with potentially a win here at Jeffreys Bay this year. Stick with us after the break. Griffin Colapinto and Jordy Smith will go to war at Jeffreys Bay.
Still feeling like I'm a whole person without needing to win is a really important human experience. Especially because you've had an unusual amount of winning.
Imagine if your life was a movie, what would you do? After all this time, I almost want people to experience this story that I've had. my job is professional surfer.
My goal is to win titles. That's what I'm here for.
The world's best surfers in the world's best waves.
We've had a shark attack. Whoa.
It's the most intense surfing scenario you can imagine.
I have to step up my game now and not make any mistakes.
Oh my God.
This is a war. You have to find a way to win it and do it at all costs.
For the most part, how this trip came about, I mean, I haven't been home for a winter in 13 years. I've started my career here. It's the waves, it's the places that have molded me into the person that I am today.
I'm just cooling in my stories. The world goes crazy. I ain't going crazy. 'Cause I ain't playing stupid games.
Welcome back to the show. Live action. Miguel Pupo up against Connor O'Leary in Heat 6, the round of 16. And he's got work to do. He's after a 9.67 at the moment. Still plenty of time in this exchange. But Miguel, it looks like he'll be on his way to his best number so far in this heat as he drives up into the bowl. Big hook there. And this wave's starting to double up. I wonder if it's going to hit that inside section and barrel through the inside. Miguel sure hopes so, as he just sits back on the tail and waits for this wave to do its thing. Casually drives up into the pocket, grabs that rail, ducks down and tucks in, and he's rolling through it, finds his way through, and again just pulls up into it but dives off.
He's right back in this heat after that wave. It's going to match, you know, Connor O'Leary's best wave there in that 7-point range. I mean, the barrel itself was pretty darn solid, plus he had those turns on the outside. So this is a definite advantage to Miguel Pupo just by, I think he's going to get the best number of this heat.
The quarterfinals are taking shape. Jack Robinson will take on Samuel Pupo in quarterfinal number 1. Italo Ferreira up against Kanoa Igarashi. Big opportunity for Kanoa there to stall the momentum of one of those WSL Final 5 surfers and get himself into the mix potentially. Iago Dora will take on the winner of Connor O'Leary and Miguel Pupo, and at the moment it's Connor O'Leary sitting in a good position, but Miguel Pupo, as you said, Pete's going to get himself right back in the heat with that last ride.
Yeah, he should, for sure. You know, that's down at the bottom end of the point there, which they're calling the Salads Bowl.
Have a look at this matchup. Two of the highest scoring surfers who both actually lost out in the opening round despite putting up good scores.
It was a treat. We get to watch them twice, the extra heat.
Yeah, and it might work in their favour. Just, you know, really connecting with this wave now in the elimination round. Both were really strong. And they actually both did quite a bit of work too. They rode a number of waves and took them from the top of the point to the bottom. Griffin had a couple of runarounds.
He did. That's right. You know, the added element of, you know, no jet ski assist in the elimination round, so you had to get out there as quick as you could somehow.
An Olympic silver medalist on screen. He's had a championship tour win, but he's a guy that constantly comes up in the conversation when you're talking about world title contenders.
I would agree, you know, especially nowadays. You know, it all kind of started with his win at Karamas, and, you know, that was where that momentum really, I mean, he was dominant in that event. And it kind of got him into that, you know, world title contender talk from that point forward. As you know, now he's just consistently into the quarters, and, you know, he's got big heats and big numbers.
Compressed schedule last year, but also the cancellation of the Tahiti event meant that Kanoa Igarashi, Griffin Colapinto, and a cast of other competitors didn't get that opportunity to save themselves and potentially get into that final 5. But we were talking about Kanoa in the lead up to the Rip Curl WSL Finals last year. Even if he came in at number 5, he would have had a fantastic shot of ploughing through the field and giving himself a shot at a world title. As we see Griffin get things started here in heat number 7, up against Geordie Smith. Can he punch through the curtain on this one? Doesn't look like he will.
Looked like he was there for a second, but there was a lot of ribs, and as soon as the barrel fills up with water here, it's so tough to keep the speed and momentum to get out of it.
Let's see if Geordie Smith can put together another dominant performance here at Jeffreys Bay as he drives up into it. You know, this board looks really nice under Geordie's feet, but he is going to get out of this one.
Yeah, that wave was a little sloppy, unfortunately. You can see a bunch of bumps on it and stuff. Not easy to negotiate through, but still ton of time in this matchup.
Yeah, well, whenever you see that competitors from that heat without the priority over the lineup taking waves. You've got to think that, you know, Connor O'Leary or Miguel Pupo didn't see the potential in that ride. So those guys are really just looking to get themselves off to a good start. But yeah, big heat for Griffin. You know, I keep saying it, but you've got to echo it because he can't really afford to trip up. He's going to be hanging on to those 17s. Not that many surfers in the final 5 at the moment in that picture are hanging on to such low results.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. And again, every point counts. Now it's just like, okay, can you finish above, you know, the surfer just sitting either just, you know, ahead of you or just behind you. You got to make sure that you finish ahead of them.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, it might take wins for surfers way down the line to make that jump and catch up to,
like
to Griffin because he's got the 2 big victories. Exactly. But, you know, the field's sort of opening up for those competitors.
Agreed. I mean, again, when you look at the quarterfinals and who's in it
when
now,
you look at these last 2 heats of this round, that you've got top dogs knocking one another out.
Yeah, big time.
So they're really in that same side of the draw.
That's what we want. We want that. We want that drama. And you want the performances to lift because, you know the surfers are going to know the situation. You know, like, you know, that was great when Ethan Ewing was talking about it. I'm like, yeah, you're aware of that so-and-so? And he's like, yeah, I was aware. Absolutely aware of it. You know, and sometimes you get surfers that are like not aware of it, but for the most part, I think they all have an understanding of what's happening in the rankings.
Oh, they know for sure. We've got the quarterfinals on the women's side to look forward to this afternoon. And the matchups are unreal.
They are, aren't they? I mean, they couldn't have asked for some better matchups, and especially how critical they are in regards to the final 5.
Joanne DeFay up against Tyler Wright, Stephanie Gilmore, Gabriella Bryan, the on-fire rookie up against.
And we know that
7-time world champ.
2 spots are basically clinched for the women already with Joanne DeFay and Carissa Moore. So really, there's only 3 spots left.
And only 4 on the men's side. And Jack Robinson's really getting close to locking in his position too. 15.5 minutes remaining for Miguel Pupo to turn things around here. His last ride came through at a 6.5. It did get him back in the heat. Now only needs a 5.68. But Connor O'Leary's only looking to get rid of a 5.17 here, and you'd back him to do it with a bit of time on the clock here.
Well, I guess I'm now reflecting upon Connor O'Leary's. The turns were way stronger on Connor's wave for that 7, you know, in comparison to Miguel Pupo's. Miguel had the barrel, which, again, the tubes, you know, here you need to be long, deep barrels in order for it to work out for you.
We just had a huge tidal surge here on the beach at Jeffreys Bay and caught out a few of our spectators who were just so fixed on the action unfolding. It reminds me of the scenes at Pipeline when those big surges come through from those big sets, Pete.
Yeah, it happens.
A couple of fully clothed kids down there now going to have to ride the afternoon out and soaking outfits.
Head up to Country Feeling and all the shops up there and go grab some new warm gear. Actually, we've got on site. You can get some WSL and some event gear. There's some sweatshirts, some jumpas, as we call it here.
Just on 14 minutes and 20 seconds to go. And yeah, Connor O'Leary's really sort of tapped back into the form that saw him take Rookie of the Year honours. Of course, in 2018, he actually fell off tour. He did make a CT final in his first year, but he's kind of getting into the final series of CT events again here as Matt McGilvray makes his way down, and he's gearing up to take on Ethan Ewing. And looking forward to seeing both those guys out here because Matt has been attacking the pocket, maybe like no one else on the forehand, and Ethan Ewing obviously with some of the cleanest rail turns on tour. Should be a fantastic clash.
And one of the things I think that Matthew is bringing, at least in the round earlier that we were able to watch him, is his wave choice. I mean, he picked waves that just had extra energy in it. His local knowledge playing dividends here in a big way, I think, and especially on a day like today when you're trying to choose that wave that's going to give you the best scoring potential. I feel like he knows exactly what that wave looks like.
Nothing in the opening exchange for Griffin Colapinto and Geordie Smith, but having a look at one now on the inside is Geordie. Medium-sized wave, it'll give him some freedom, and he digs into a great turn to get started. Has that flow, that speed to get down the line, just weaving through that slight transition at the base of the wave to get back out in front of it, and gets on the attack again before pulling into the barrel. Just a quick cover up there. And again, somehow he's able to maintain that momentum to get back out onto this green wall. A great read on this wave as he glides through the cutback, rebounds off the foam. And again, just stomps on the tail to set up this final turn. Really solid stuff. He's not done with it yet. He's still going, adding the extras down the line, just hammers this one, bogs down a little bit on that final maneuver, but almost pulls it out of the foam and rides out.
He is all the way inside. At this point, I don't know what the decision-making is going to be for him, being that he's so far on the inside, he's going to have to paddle out over the top of the bricks, and he's going to be way down there.
Miguel Pupo getting a ride in that set as well. We'll see a replay of what kind of work he got done, but he was only after a 5.68.
Yeah, look at it. There's Jordy there. That's our farthest camera down there. You know, he's inside of the free surfers actually down there.
Jordy will be super aware of the danger that, you know, Griffin Colapinto poses, because they obviously surfed a lot together at Trestles when Jordy was based over there. But yeah, yet to see Griffin get himself into a quality wave in this heat just yet. But Jordy Smith, the veteran on the championship tour, is actually looking pretty good here at the moment.
I was able to kind of keep my eyes out there on the outside, and Griffin was on the next wave. It actually looked like a really nice wave, and he went for it and had fallen, unfortunately. Let's watch the replay here of Miguel Pupo. And I think we're waiting for this score. And again, he's carrying a 2.5. So this is going to improve his situation, and he could overtake the lead here pretty easily. Unfortunately, this wave inside double up here is going to shut down, so he just kicks out. But some good work done on the outside section. Take a look at Jordy Smith. Such great acceleration here. You know, you watch it live, and you can just see how much speed he carries, and just a great read. He knew he was behind this section, but he wanted to make that maneuver count, so he did it with all that speed, and then just hammers that lip, and then the barrel ride just quickly up in there. Gets into this impossible section, and somehow does get around the corner, and then the wave slows up, so he's able to do these maneuvers and finish super solid.
Just love the crowd, how engaged they are with every move Jordy makes on the face of these waves, especially when he ducks behind that curtain and re-emerges. That was a nice turn, and then he sort of tucked in. You wouldn't call it a barrel ride, but a pocket ride. Didn't finish this one off, but did collect a few points on the outside. At this point, it's going to be the best ride of the heat for sure. But we're interested to see what Miguel Pupo logs for his last ride. Meanwhile, out the back on a good-sized set wave, Connor O'Leary climbs up into the pocket and unloads one of those big backhand belts. Again, driving up into the zone, that high-impact zone of the wave. The judges love to see you go there as this wave steepens again and starts to reel through the inside, just riding high at the moment, wants to stay out in front of this one and hopes that it hits clean water here. Again, just banks off the bottom. Wow. Gave it everything but lost complete control.
Yeah, that's tough, because that wave was, you know, being a major set wave, you want to complete the ride and end up with a good number, but with the fall at the end, it generally releases that.
Waiting on the numbers to come through for that one for Miguel as well. It's going to be interesting to see who's chasing what coming into the final stages here as Jordy Smith gets on the back of the Red Bull ski there and just takes the idle back to the takeoff zone.
Good
it's a
time
slow
to be,
trip, but a good opportunity to suck some breaths in and
right.
reset.
Using that breath skills.
He looks so on though, doesn't he?
He does.
It's going to be great to see what kind of response we get from Griffin Colapinto. Obviously, you can't see the kind of surfing that Jordy's doing when he's sitting out the back, but
sure,
I think you can assume that you're seeing something great when you're hearing the crowd light up the way it did.
And you don't see your competitor, right? You see he's way down there, and you're like, oh, wow, that was a long one.
Have a look at these things. Miguel Pupo, an easy call to swing on this one. Good looking wall. Last wave came through at a 5.4. It wasn't enough to see him up into the lead. And this wave's not going to do it for him either. Meanwhile, on the outside, Griffin lining this one up, takes off under the lip. and he doesn't like the looks of it. He's going to kick on out. Well, this is a big set, Pete. This one pushing wide, and Griffin did kind of look down the line and think that that wave was going to kind of fill up. It looks like he was spot on. Strider's back and watching the action unfold. Strider looking forward to seeing the number for Jordy Smith, but again, the response that we get from Griffin here.
Oh, wow. I just can't believe how incredible the waves are. I was just taking a video just to document, just to have it. It's just unbelievable. I'm up here. I'm at African Perfection, which is an accommodation here, but the entire Red Bull athlete zone below me, you got the hot tub, you got, you know, the barbecue is going off, the bride, I call it here, and everybody just hanging out watching this. And the view of the waves here is just unbelievable. It's as good as it could possibly get. And having this opportunity to be up here looking at it is just incredible. And to see the waves pumping this hard on a day of competition here is as good as it gets for the WSL, for the competitors, for all the people here that have come to watch this event. It's just absolutely through the roof. And I just can't, I'm just getting chicken skin just thinking and talking about how incredible of an opportunity we have here. And you know, being out in the water this morning, seeing the athletes and the way that they were coming at it, there's a lot of water moving out there. And just this elevated view, you can kind of get a better understanding of the entire playing field, which I believe the viewers really enjoy, that big look at what's happening here on the top to the bottom of the point, and just the waves wrapping all the way down. I mean, literally, you're going, I don't know, half a mile every wave. It's incredible.
Strider, you know, it is the perfect scenario as we move towards the WSL Final 5, and we have surfers clinching. We're seeing them really just be able to chase those results by performing on these big open faces as opposed to grinding or being at the mercy of Mother Nature. It's a real battle in performance here this year.
Well, you know, it's interesting because you've got, you know, these guys that are creeping up into the 5, and you've got like Kanoe Igarashis, but you got Griffin sitting there watching his heat and seeing who's kind of come through. Like, each guy is intently watching their opponent and gauging their amount of performance that they're going to have to put in, watching their opponents as they all graduate through this event. And it's just so fun to watch these guys in the athlete zone and watch them like eyeball each other up and watch them watch each other on the waves. It's like they're actually going through this emotional roller coaster as they sit here watching every wave that goes by. It's just so fun to be a part of.
They're going to say like, fall, 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 fall. You know, like when you're watching. Good buddies will do that, right?
Strider, your thoughts just quickly on this heat between Griffin Colapinto and Jordy Smith, the two very informed surfers meeting in this round?
Well, you know, I feel like it's hard for Jordy, or it was hard for Jordy going into the beginning of this because it looked like he was a little shaky, and now he looks like he's found his stride. I mean, we saw him just building through the event, and when you start to build through an event, it's scary for the opponent. That's it. You know, we're looking at Griffin, who's just been lights out even before the event, even on the warm-up surfs or the small waves, and now he's just got this huge playing field. He's making smart decisions. We saw him kick out of that wave just now that was going to run into the deep water and really try and find those waves that are hugging in tight on the point that give them the opportunity to really attack. So this thing's anybody's game. Obviously the beach, they're cheering for Jordy, but I think if it wasn't Jordy, they'd be cheering for Griff. They love Griff here. Everybody's been in a big support for Griffin, so it's going to be fun to watch this thing play out. But it's a huge heat for Griff for the Final 5. He needs to stay in this.
He sure does, yeah, and he just took a wave and he was way too deep for it, but he might get a little rebate here. He's kind of in a good position now with everyone sitting quite deep and some big set waves rolling our way. Jordy Smith dropped a 7.17 on his last ride, and Griffin at the moment looking for a 7.77 to get himself into the lead. Meanwhile, in heat number 6, it's Connor O'Leary still hanging on to the #1 position, Pete. He did improve his heat score total on his last ride, 5.77. He just seems to really be able to cover these big walls beautifully. He's a big guy. He's got a lot of power, and he doesn't shy away from hitting those critical sections.
You think about the number needed now by Miguel Pupo, a 6.28 before, you know, it was a mid-range 5, right? So it's added an extra element as we see Griffin up and riding.
Here he is, Griffin Colapinto, a 2-time event winner this year, breaking through for his maiden victory against Felipe Toledo in Portugal. And he did it again, beat Felipe in El Salvador for his second win. Well, he looks, to me, Pete, like the probably the second most informed surfer on the championship tour at the moment.
It's so true. I mean, in all the different venues too, he doesn't feel like he has it much of a weakness, especially when you go to, I mean, being as young as he is, but you put him in a place like Pipeline or Chopo, he's had enough experience as a youngster to feel very comfortable in those venues.
Got a curious mind, always asking questions. Jake Patterson used to coach him, called him the sponge. Working with Tom Whitaker now, always really laid back and casual around the event site, but you do see him just sort of block everything out in the lead up to a heat. You know, you can't shift his focus, you won't get his attention. He really zeroes in on the task at hand, and he's had a really interesting start to this round of 16 heat. That was his 8th wave. He hasn't had a decent score just yet. Geordie Smith, only 2 rides. But I think Geordie's probably, his output of energy has probably been similar because he took that 717 way down the line. As we see on the outside now, Miguel Pupo using his priority to make a move here against Connor O'Leary, just transitioning at this point in time as he loads up. Bit more of a vertical approach this time, bangs it in the pocket. Looks like the surfers are dealing with a couple more bumps on the surface of the water out there at the moment, as Miguel just continues to style his way through these rides. Just such a smooth flow to his surfing, but has definitely bust out of that flow and let go of some high impact maneuvers at different stages throughout the contest so far. But this wave, again, not really panning out for him. 6.28's the requirement. Don't know if it felt like one of the better rides in that heat.
You need to have, he even feels it too. He did a little hand slap there. You know, you need that moment, that aha moment, that wow moment on a wave in order to really sell it completely. You know, 6.28 needed for Miguel. But at this point, with 1 minute to go, Connor would think in his mind that he has to get another wave here just to solidify it, because he's not safe with the 12.77 total.
Yeah, Connor O'Leary. No, he's caught fire at different stages and just not gone on with it. I feel like this is the best we've seen him look since actually the first year he was on the championship tour. He's had one-off performances, but putting it together through a couple of rounds already. Needs to back this 7 up though, because Miguel's been turning in solid numbers too.
There is only 28 seconds left here, so you know we're actually probably going to have to just wait for the score from Miguel and see if it's enough, because I don't see an opportunity.
It's the first time I've looked out and not seen a set wave rolling in.
Yeah, but there's still some lines. If you look out to the outside, there's more coming.
Much to Miguel's disgust. This one coming to a close, and looks like he's going to fall short on that last ride. We are still waiting on those numbers to roll through, but they're starting to drop now. It feels like it's going to be in the 5-point range. He got so close. Great work on the outside, but it was a 5.47, and Connor O'Leary is going to jump into the quarterfinals and give himself a shot at maybe his first CT win. But he's going to have to lift those numbers. There's been some really impressive performances throughout the contest. We're going to take a quick break. More to come from heat number 7. Geordie Smith up against Griffin Colapinto, and Ethan Ewing and Matt McGilvray will hit the lineup with Paul Evans and Rosie Hodge stepping into the booth.
Semi-final for the men.
First finalist.
First final.
How are you feeling?
Amazing.
Team Felipe, Team Sammy. I actually want to jump under them with you.
We're the WSL. We travel all over the world, chasing the best waves and surfing the nicest beaches. But we don't just surf. We're also doing our best to protect the thing we love most, by restoring coasts, stopping plastic pollution, and reducing climate impacts. We know we're not the only ones trying to save the ocean, so we want to hear what you're up to. Use hashtag #WeAreOneOcean and tag WSL to share your sustainability story.
Thick swell lines continuing to pulse into the famous point at Jeffreys Bay, and the very best surfers in the world are putting on massive performances in meaty conditions, Rosie, and this show is just continuing to deliver.
I love it. I mean, these next few heats have big implications for that top 5 picture. It seems like every single round that we're getting through, it just becomes more and more clear about who's been the standouts, and we've seen some amazing performances, a lot of excellent rides drop this event.
A heavyweight clash in the water right now. Seeing Geordie Smith, of course, former winner here, former surfer of a perfect heat out here, taking on one of the form surfers of this year, Griffin Colapinto. But interesting to see maybe just a little more energy with the swell coming through. The surfers not having it all their own way. They're having to scurry for cover, kick out of waves. So there's a lot of energy coming through here at J-Bay.
Definitely. I mean, we have seen that swell just start to pull in, and we're still looking at the tide marching in. So there's a lot of water, a lot of energy, and it's been so fun to see the world's best navigate this lineup.
Brand new heat to close out this round of 16. Ethan Ewing, Matthew McGillivray, and what a clash that is. You think about surfing stars, Ethan Ewing surfing almost really sort of designed for right-hand point breaks. Outstanding performer on the rail, taking on the man from this very town of Jeffreys Bay. He spent the day before the waiting period jumping out of an aeroplane, skydiving down to the beach here. And in live action, here goes Ethan, just shroud pin one off the top, just loosening up on that rail and just kind of bouncing at the bottom of the waves. He's just like a coiled spring, and the way he unweights and applies pressure back on the rail. Poetry in motion from Ethan Ewing. A nice wave to open up with. It's not one of the bigger waves we've seen in the last little while, but it's really lined up, and he gets good drift, degree of difficulty on point as ever, and very technical, very controlled. Meanwhile, Colapinto with a bit to do here. He's only got a couple of twos. We've seen him fall off. We've seen a couple of missteps from him relative to the sort of form that he showed, and that, I think, is a reflection of how much energy there is out there. It's tough to read.
And also energy from Griffin and Geordie. I think when you have these expectations, it starts to maybe bubble over from both of the athletes. Geordie so far has had the best of it, the 717, but Griffin yet to really find his footing.
Geordie got the wave that went all the way through that impossible section, just went right down towards the point there. Unbelievable stuff. That great read on the lineup. Really paying off from him, that big number, 717. And that's standing sort of extra tall in the total right now when you look at the way these scores are going. The Griffin Colapinto, tell you what, he is going to be dangerous anytime he stands up.
So lively too, like there's just like electricity moving through this guy's veins as he's punching through every section, trying to make that point of difference. He knows that he's up against Geordie, so it is about really relying on your strengths and leaning on that rail. I think Griff, you know, he's got ground to cover, medium-sized wave from him. Ethan Ewing, I mean, I'm trying to put my finger on what it is about Ethan that's just so amazing, and I think it's just the fact that he keeps his center of gravity so centered over the board, and it's just such a beautiful thing watching him kind of weight and unweight off that back foot, front foot transition through the maneuvers. And it also seems like he has a lot of trust in his equipment. I think those DHDs just look so trusty under his feet. So when he goes to any maneuver, he knows the board's going to hold.
Everything tucked in as well as he repositions back towards the pocket of the wave. The wrist, the elbow, the shoulders, everything just sweetly aligned. And it transitions beautifully on the rail, looks slick.
Yeah, it's all that weight staying over the hip. Sorry, Paul.
Very impressive surfer at a wave like this, and I can't wait to see him in these kind of conditions. It has ramped up a notch, and there's plenty of energy coming through, and that tide filling in as well, Rosie. What's that going to do to conditions down here?
Well, yesterday we saw it almost kind of swamp out, and it kind of sucked some of the energy out. But I think with the size that we're seeing, I think it's just going to play through for us.
Saw a couple of crazy double-ups that went. One in the last heat, Miguel Pupo got himself on a double up that almost looked like kind of beach break style big double up where it broke out the back, and he waited patiently, pulled into a tube, and then the next section just ran away really powerfully. But perfect point break, but ever a dynamic lineup. Changing conditions for our surfers to read at the moment. In the priority heat with the best of it is our local from South Africa, Geordie Smith, former champ out here a while ago now that he took that event out, and it really was a landmark victory from him, announcing himself big time at the very highest stage. Geordie with that 717 at the moment in this. Good enough for the lead, and a relatively subdued Griffin Colapinto in terms of the score so far, but all he needs is one of these ways to line up.
That's it. I mean, that opportunity comes knocking. Griff's going to capitalize. But I think for Geordie, you think about a long time between drinks with victories here at Jeffreys Bay. There's only so long that you can hold on to those memories before that hunger really starts to take over you and pushes you towards something special. So let's see if Geordie can embody that. I was down there in the crowd earlier, Paul, and it's crazy. When Geordies or one of the South Africans are about to hit the lineup, everyone starts flocking to a bit of open sand and open seat on the grandstands. It's fun to feel that energy.
The Groms were hounding Matt McGillivray, asking for his ration before he paddled out.
Yeah.
One kid even asked for one of his fins.
Oh man, give the guy some room.
All right, here goes Geordie, going through the gears. Yeah, it's a little shampoo from a lip, and that one will run away from him. So just trying to get himself down the line. Wave had other ideas. Wild disparity in terms of wave count in this heat. Geordie with the lead. That was just his 4th wave ridden. Griff's had 9 already. Did get his high score in his previous wave, the 4.33. He's going to want quite a bit more than that, though. And just with over 16 minutes remaining in this, those are going to go by quicker. Does seem to fly, particularly as the waves get bigger and you get those lulls. That clock will just get eaten up when you're chasing a score. It's not a huge number for Griff right now, 5.68, but he's in relatively unfamiliar territory of chasing that number, and he hasn't really come well over a point shy of that thus far.
Yeah, definitely. I think you think about the advantage looking at this matchup. It's definitely the fact that Geordie spent so much time in this lineup. It's so easy for him to identify the wave that he wants, and that has been so crucial in these matchups. And Geordie just relying on that advantage. Like you said, he hasn't really had to work too hard just yet. He's ridden 4 waves so far, the 717, obviously the high mark, but Griffin definitely trying to give himself as much of a chance as he can. 9 waves ridden, so a lot of energy that he's used so far, and we still have just over 15 minutes remaining.
Great number in there for Ethan Ewing. That's 7.83. What a way to kick things off. And here we go, live action. Colapinto found himself a good wave here. It's a decent size, not one of the bigger ones, but it looks nice and steep, and as a result of that, he's just on rail, non-stop off the bottom into the top. Vicious hit from him at speed, and he's setting up here. He'll go into a low line, thought about a tube, and that wave just running away again. We've seen a little bit of that happen. Someone is deep inside the barrel and emerges to a massive roar from the home crowd support. Geordie Smith just pouring his way out of a barrel and then into the lip. Hits it nicely, gathering speed again. It's as ever powerful and smooth at the same time. Geordie Smith into the lip, really nicely done. And he loves it. These guys love it too. A really passionate crowd here and a good number on the way to Geordie Smith.
Oh man, I can't wait to see the beginning part of that wave. He was tucked undercover for a long time, finding a lot of shade. Man, he is just playing to the crowd too. He's feeling that energy and that hometown support and not letting any nerves get to him.
Speaking of hometown support, Matt McGillivray, here he goes. Just got a small number for a quick throwaway. This is a much better way for him. Look at the speed on it as he goes off the bottom and opens up a little too much. And the board just got away from him, pushed out with the legs. And J-Bay, well, at any time, particularly when there's a bit of size and plenty of power, don't want to get your board too far away from the body. So going down there is Matt chasing a bit of a number by way of Ethan Ewing's opening rides. A good number to come in for Geordie, who's been super patient in this one. Griff's caught a ton of waves. Geordie making that wave selection pay off, Rosie.
Oh yeah, and Geordie straight off the bat pulls under the hood, just really maximizing the time under the lid there. It was a little bit of a dirty entry into that barrel, but still just so deep and undercover. But I also like the fact that he is just so in tune with this wave and finding more scoring potential on the inside.
Speaking of energy from the crowd, the was is down, sampling the vibes. What have you got, Strider?
This kind of energy out of the crowd when you see the waves completed by Geordie and that just feeling. I mean, look at that lip line float, just comes down, just barely pulls it off, but then looks in, and that right there is the roar of the lion. That was just amazing. I just love that feeling and that vibe. You know, watching these surfers and their position in the lineup, and it was when you see them, you see the big sets come through, and you see them all kind of getting caught inside, you think in your mind, but they're actually doing that on purpose because those really big ones are stretching out kind of wide, and they're going kind of, you know, the wave just kind of mushes out into the bay more. And those other ones that they're catching, they're more onto the point. They're pushing in deeper, and those are the waves that they're waiting for. But with that, you have to cat and mouse and duck dive those really big white waters, and then you find yourself on those beautiful canvases that are hugging the point, and that they can get those, you know, near excellent scores on. What's it look like from the water out there, Laura? I know you're out in the water hanging out. What do you got for us?
Yes, I'm so stoked to be out here. It's actually my first time out in the J-Bay lineup, and wow, what a place. Geordie, he was hooting and hollering after that wave. It just feels like the wind has dropped off. It was howling when I first got out here, but the last 5-10 minutes, it's going glassier and glassier. I think that was expected to happen throughout the day, but also the beach, the crowd just doubled in size, and for good reason. We have two of the South Africans out right now, Geordie Smith, Maddie McGilvray. There's a sign right behind me on the beach that says "Go Maddie," and I mean the crowd is just on fire this afternoon. And I would say these 4 surfers in the water right now have been the standout natural footers of the event so far. So we're in for an absolute treat, and hopefully they can find those waves that have the big scoring potential. Maddie up and riding right now.
Hometown hero Matt McGillivray just tagging it hard, successfully going super vertical into the lip and recovering with style off the bottom. Got some speed here. What is he going to do with it? A little stinging hit with a little bit of drift as well. Using that local knowledge to find sections. Meanwhile, blistering pace from Colapinto. And he is tearing across this wave. He's actually got himself in the lead prior to the score to drop for Geordie. But he could well need this score because we reckon Geordie's on the way to a good number. What's Griff got here? He's patient, sets up really nice. Just kind of flings that turn out of the lip down to the flats. Also projects him. It's functional, puts him into this section, which is hollow. That is a really tough maneuver to do. And a little celebratory look back towards the contest area from Griffin Colapinto. This heap has fired right up, Rosie.
Yeah, amazing commitment to get that 2-turn combo from Griffin, just staying so able to adjust and really anticipate what the wave is doing. So that's going to be a better ride for him. I'm very interested to see what Geordie's going to get, but Griffin's answer back is also going to be pretty solid.
In terms of the judging on the barrels, they have required that the waves be kind of solid, pretty round, and the surfers are deep within them. They're going to look at those criteria process on Geordie's tube ride and the other work he was able to do. Griffin improving his end prior to that with that 617. Another score to come for Griff, a crucial score for Geordie at the moment. Only leads a low number right now. We'll certainly get that. Well, we think he'd certainly get that for his wave, but another number to come for Griff as well. This matchup has really come alight now. Under that 9 minutes and 40 seconds to go in our priority heat, penultimate heat of this round of 16. And I tell you what, just watching these waves come through, it's so impressive this wave from any angle. It doesn't really matter where you find yourself. You're looking at it, you just can't help but watching the wave. And as you watch a surfer go down the point, you kind of have to run a little bit around, whether it's in the studio or down there, just kind of crane your neck. The acreage covered on a ride out here.
Yeah,
there's nowhere else really like it.
No, it's such a wonder of the world. It was actually my husband that made a comment. He's like, why aren't there more point breaks in the world like Jeffreys Bay? And it's just something to ponder. It's so perfect at lots of sizes. I mean, we're seeing it today, you know, 4 foot bigger than what we saw yesterday. And yesterday was super fun and rippable. And today we're seeing very, very good Jeffreys Bay, pristine conditions.
We are still waiting for numbers right now. Well, Geordie's number's in actually, and it's big. It's huge, 907, going excellent. So Geordie Smith, with just 5 waves ridden, put up a whopping total 16.24 for the South African. And he's got priority as well, very much in the driving seat. Griffin Colapinto right now in very unfamiliar terrain. He's comboed pretty deep. He's a couple of 8s at the moment. He's got just under 8.5 minutes to go in this, but Geordie Smith just controlling this one.
Yeah, I mean, Griffin is coming up against a brick wall at the moment in Geordie Smith, and you just see him on the back of the ski, hearing the scores from the beach announcers, and he's thinking, okay, this is a chess match. What do I do now? With this much time remaining, I need 2 scores. How do I kind of digest this and turn it in my favor?
One of them's in. He has got his high score, 727 for Colapinto. As we'll check out the deep stats powered by Hydro Flask and have a look at these matchups here. 2 surfers, kind of different stages of their career, but both very impressive in waves like this. Full repertoire of maneuvers and a skill set to go deep in the competition. It's been Colapinto has had the more success this year, but right now it is the veteran Geordie Smith in the ascendancy, and a little bit of a comeback from Greg Colapinto. He's going to need quite a bit more than that, Rosie.
Yeah, good to see Griffin's comeback, and he knows how crucial this is for the WSL top 5, final 5. Just seeing Kanoa move through the rounds. There's so many of the surfers that are inching towards his spot in that top 5. Ethan Ewing in the heat right after him. So asked Griff this morning, are you aware of the standings? He's like, I've looked at the rankings a couple times, you know, over the past couple of days. So very well aware of the implications of this heat. So he's hungry for a victory here to extend that place.
7 minutes to go in our priority heat. Smith leading Colapinto. In the non-priority heat, it's Ethan Ewing, just the one wave ridden, decent, 7.83. Commanding start for him with plenty of time. And we've seen that in these extended overlapping format heats. You get big scores early on. Not only does that obviously give you a numerical advantage, just allows you to sort of surf with a bit more freedom as well. Maybe not rush any decisions, even your on-wave decisions, you can kind of relax into it, and that also just gives you a further advantage.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, when you have that solid start, it's just such a good foundation for the rest of the heats.
Okay, well, as we wait for more of these stack lines to fill in here, we're going to hear from a man who surfed one of the biggest waves we've seen all day, all event. Connor O'Leary got out of a tight goofy foot clash. He's with Peter Mel.
Connor, amazing performance once again, and you know, it's your third quarterfinals since the mid-year cut. What's been the change? What's the difference?
I don't know. I mean, to be honest, it wasn't an overly satisfying performance just then. I feel like I had a few waves that I could have performed better on, but it's all right. We live and learn and on to the next one. But yeah, I don't know, just that relaxed approach, I guess. I know I feel like I'm just learning how to really push myself a bit more and commit to kind of, you know, doing bigger turns, doing harder turns to get better scores. And yeah, I feel like it's slowly working. It's not quite there yet, but yeah, it's getting there.
I mean, it looks like the board's stuck to your feet, so it looks like good equipment is also very helpful.
Yeah, I got a good DH under my feet at the moment out here, and yeah, it's been working really good and cutting through the water nice, seeing as though it's really bumpy and fat out there. So yeah, it's working well, and yeah, I'll keep using it to the next one.
Congratulations, job well done.
Thanks.
Yeah, impressive. We know he's got more, but you think about power on the backhand. There aren't many surfers that can really rival what Connor is able to do out here.
Man, Connor's been, you know, one of my favorites to watch, and also just when he gets a quality wave, the surfing that he does is so impressive. So you see him giving us an honest assessment of his performance, and I think he's saying, you know what, I've got more to give. So that's cool. That's good to have that little bit of a disappointing heat out of the way and see him into the quarterfinals regardless is pretty amazing.
Yeah, we've seen surfers at this very highest level kind of maybe reflect on decision making and maybe thinking they made the wrong decision, but I guess if you are making those kind of what you would call wrong decisions but still getting through the heat, that's only sort of sets you up for hopefully a really big result on this one. Through to the quarters, looking forward to seeing him surf again. Meanwhile, let's get caught up. 4.5 in our priority heat remaining. Colapinto still chasing down the 8.98, needs a big number. He's on the ropes here. Jordy Smith has thrown up massive numbers, and he's been so patient in terms of the waves. He knows he wants to catch, and it can sort of flatter to deceive a little bit. You see these big lines kind of belting through, and Jordy's just been able to say, you know what, I know what this wave's going to do, I'll leave that one. And he's been absolutely on the money.
Yeah, spot on with wave decision.
Someone else who knows this wave very well indeed, the local, Matt McGillivray, as he goes a little tentative off the top, and now he'll pump from a low line, a hard bottom turn into the lip, and recovers well, trying to stay light on his feet, and he smashes into a lip there, arrived a little late as that one was running away, and unable to put much on the end section. Got a couple of turns done before that, got a 6 as well prior to that to answer back towards Ethan Ewing, who's been pretty quiet with just that one wave. It was a good one from Ethan early on. Matt McGillivray just vibing off that support from the crowd. There's so many people down, just kind of negotiating these little paths that walk through. It takes a little while to go, a couple hundred yards. It's a big crowd down here, and they're loving this show from the South Africans.
Oh man, we're just so stoked to see competition back on the South African shores. And Matt McGillivray, just catching up with him earlier, I'm like, what's the game plan? I mean, you know you're going to be bumping into so many people, and there's going to be so much of your time. He's like, I'm going to have to arrive a couple hours before my heat, just like in all honesty, just to cut through the crowd, give everyone some time, but also be able to focus on my heats.
McGillivray just taking a little moment to breathe on the back of the ski. He also size up conditions and just assess. He'll get his score read out as well. It's relatively modest. The 3.5, he'll be hoping that's a throwaway. But at the moment, it does put him in the lead in this one. But he's going to need to just make slightly better choices. He's he's going to match up well with Ethan Ewing, who at the moment has got close to that excellent range with just one wave. And he's been pretty selective. Ethan, he's not been tempted by much else right now, so just waiting things out. Priority in that non-priority heat, but meanwhile, let's just turn our attentions back to this Geordie and Griffin heat. And it's one of those matchups when we first saw it, Rosie, we're just thinking, wow, I just cannot wait to see how this one goes down. You think just the way kind of form's been going, I mean, talk about form being temporary, class permanent, all those kind of things, but Griffin Colapinto, he's just had that kind of winning formula. Not deserted him in this one, but he's just looked a little out of sorts.
Yeah, it's tricky. I think when you look at surfers that are in form and that can tap into a certain kind of rhythm, Griffin's been that guy throughout this event. I'm sure he'll just be, you know, willing that kind of energy his way at the moment. Like I said, it's just so hard when you come up against someone like Geordie because he's made his own rhythm just by knowing this place so well. But something about Griffin that I'm just always so impressed with is his composure on those last-minute exchanges.
Yeah, you can't count him out. I mean, his scores have come on his last two waves. So waves 10 and 11, he's got his numbers. So he is definitely heading in the right direction as he'll just give way to the priority status of Geordie Smith, who is on the prowl here with just under 90 seconds to go. A slightly smaller wave as it just drills down the point here, opens up with a big wrap, hooks it back into the pocket, off the bottom and into the lip as he just pushes that tail through. And opens up again, really nice, just releasing the fins, showing the variety, hooking again. Absolutely textbook stuff from Geordie. He's looked really composed when he's sitting in the lineup, crucially on the waves as well. Just snatches slightly at that turn as the wave gets a little milky through on the inside. It's gone a long way. It's turn number 7 or 8, and a bellow, a roar from the crowd. Strider, how's the energy down there, mate?
Yeah, it's amazing. I was feeling it up on the you know, the Red Bull athletes. When you come down here on the beach with everybody, you just feel that even more. You just get that lift, and they're really excited for, you know, their countrymen out in the water right now. So there's going to be a big fight back here. As Geordie comes in over the rocks, he's going to have to watch Griff on this thing as it's going to fly down the line. And oh, he is going for the Hail Mary there. Needed a huge score, but you know what? Geordie Smith might have just shut the door on that last wave. A bunch of the kids are running down the beach right now to go see him. Absolute incredible energy down here on the beach, up and riding out the back. He looks like Ethan Ewing. I mean, it's just a non-stop performance show by all these surfers. And, well, looks like Griff's trying to find something down the line as well. He's got up before the horn, and he'd have to do something pretty spectacular on this wave to take the lead. This wave's not really offering up, I think, what he needs, but you never know with Griff. It's always down to the last second with him. He's not going to stop until it's over, which it looks like it is.
Griffin Colapinto making his way in here. 8.98 is that requirement prior to the scoring for Geordie. I'm not sure necessarily he'll trouble his top two, but it looks like all that will be elementary. And the run of Griffin Colapinto looks like coming to an end here. We'll just wait for all those numbers to come in and make it official, but just really didn't quite get the waves that offered up sections. Maybe like the very early part of that heat when he looks back, breaks it all down, as I'm sure he will. Had that one fall, he went down pretty hard on a bomb, and that potentially could have been a big score for him. And that man there has been the picture of composure and of brilliant surfing once again, Geordie Smith.
So amazing, and I just look at the Groms running up to him. I mean, I'm sure Geordie remembers being one of those Groms looking for the autograph from all the pros. So watching him fill some big shoes for the South Africans, and it's good to see him get the job done.
Geordie Smith gets an important win over Griffin Colapinto to keep South African hopes alive in the Corona Open J-Bay. More live action to come. McGillivray and Ethan Ewing out in the water. We'll be right back for more right after the break.
My job is professional surfer.
My goal is to win titles. That's what I'm here for.
The world's best surfers in the world's best waves.
We've had a shark attack. Whoa.
It's the most intense surfing scenario you can imagine.
I have to step up my game now and not make any mistakes.
Oh my God!
This is a war. You have to find a way to win it and do it at all costs.
Epic moments at Jeffreys Bay as Jordy Smith, a legend in this part of the world and all across the surf world, takes his plaudits for a commanding performance. Electrifying out there, big scores, the 9.07. Improved on his final wave as well, gets a high 7 for that too. And a man who's pretty much seen and done it all in professional surfing will be really relishing this moment right here in J-Bay with surf pretty much as good as it gets, Rosie.
It's as good as it gets, and tomorrow's forecast to be much of the same. So Jordy's just licking his chops, thinking about what tomorrow could offer, and I'm sure he's going to go to bed tonight thinking about past wins here and trying to channel that magic.
On the cusp of quarterfinals as we just finish off this round with the heat right now out in the water. Features another South African surfer from this very town of Jeffreys Bay, Matthew McGillivray. At the moment, he's holding on to a lead with due a score for Ethan Ewing, though, and it only needs to be a 1, something like that, for him to go back up in the first place. Ethan Ewing, who has been pretty controlled in terms of his energy so far in this one, but where he's able to identify waves and sections and just show his surf and his repertoire, maneuver selection, look pretty good so far from what we've seen. So let's see how he goes throughout this heat as we look to close it out. Still 20 minutes yet to go, though, and a lot yet to come. We've seen those pulses of energy, and we saw at one point, maybe about 40 minutes or so ago, it was just set after set. It's been a little more measured since then. We're hoping for more pulses.
Yeah, definitely. I think the ocean's still got a lot to give us as we move through the afternoon. And just watching these guys on the screen, you can tell they're on a bit of a treadmill at the moment. They've got to, you know, keep up a little bit of a paddle, keep the arms moving if they want to stay in position.
Ethan Ewing, of course, has put together a solid season of his own. And he's looked strong at a variety of venues around the world, but we like to identify surfers and think about the style of surfing they do and their technique. And, you know, J-Bay back on the schedule after 3 years. As soon as you see that on the schedule and you think about his surfing, it does feel like a very natural match. But, of course, coming up with a surfer who's basically grew up surfing here. This is the break where he learned to surf. This is a break he knows better than anyone in the world. Matt McGillivray, he is going to be hard to get past in this one. And he also shows, from what we've seen of him, he seems like he's in kind of like, he's not feeling the pressure of being at home. We've seen people react different ways, and sometimes it weighs heavy on surfers. Matt looks like he's wearing it pretty easy.
No, Matt is just such a cool customer. I mean, yesterday he was one of the better performers out of that first round, winning his heat very handedly. And like you said, on his off days, he's jumping out of planes right here at Super Tube. So, you know, one of his best friends flying the glider up and down the coast, just watching that wildlife. But he is, I mean, he's into all sorts of things that we don't even really know about, Matt McGillivray, and it's cool to see him at his local break.
A two-time world champ in the form of Tyler Wright makes her way down to the hallowed sands that line this point at Jeffreys Bay. She'll make her way up to the keyhole for her quarterfinal. Tyler Wright, who had a surfing elimination round, gave a much better performance in that round to earn her spot out here in the quarters. It's all coming up in just over 18 minutes time. Right now, these two out in the waters and looking for opportunities, looking for numbers. Ethan Ewing does go back into first, just the low number for him, the 3.5. Get enough to move him up, though. Right now, priority is with McGillivray. We'll just have to remain patient, look to identify those really good opportunities that come through. But just thinking about having the waves this solid all day. The wind as well, Rosie, it's not all the time that the wind, we've seen quite a few wind shifts yesterday. It's basically been straight offshore all day.
Yeah, and just when we were touching base with Laura, who's out in the lineup, she was just mentioning that it's like really start to like go down a notch, and the conditions starting to see that groomed look about them. Ethan Ewing, here he goes.
Ewing on an inside wave. It's nice and concave on the face, and he's sharp out of the lip. Again, tags it. Just kind of blast those fins into the lip. Just the natural speed of the wave does a lot of the work. Only really needs to kind of redirect, do an impressive turn. McGillivray, big roar from the crowd. This one's hollow, and he gets in the barrel. Oh, he's nice and deep here. McGillivray, what's he got? He's still traveling, Matt McGillivray. An unbelievable tube ride. The crowd laps it up. Big hook down out of the lip, tags it hard. Oh, and he went for broke on the end section, which we love. He would have loved to have made that turn. But that tube ride just kept providing sections, Rosie.
That was amazing, just to watch him maximize that time in the tube. Unfortunately, that wave had a bit of a fang at the bottom there and just was able to grapple the board from underneath Matt's feet. That would have been the score that he required to really put him in the conversation and edge out Ethan Ewing. Let's watch this wave. I mean, it had such a nice long tapered wall turn and got really hollow on this section. You see him drag that second arm, then he releases it. He knows he's got some ground to cover as he tucks through all of these sections, threads it so nicely. Leans on that rail on this maneuver, eyes off that next section. You watch that eye line, and just right there, just falling into that frothy end bit. And he gets snuffled up by that whitewater, and Ethan Ewing has a front row seat for this wave. Matty McGillivray, he's just doing such beautiful surfing. He's just, like you said, he's so composed, he's so calm all the time. I love this. Watch, he kind of just drags that front arm to really slow himself down and then starts to thread through it and pump through that barrel, and he stays in that top third. We've been saying, you know, this barrel at Jeffreys Bay, it's pretty almondy, so you've really got to read it to perfection, and Matt does that so well.
McGillivray comes out to huge applause from the crowd who have been in full voice here at Jeffreys Bay, partly because of the hometown hero, also because of Big Geordie Smith, who's put in a commanding performance. Let's hear from him. He's with Peter Mel.
Yeah, thank you, Paul. Number 15 in the rankings, had a couple quarterfinals in the season. Now you're into the quarterfinals. Now you get a win. You could go to 32,000 points and be knocking at that door. Is that the goal?
Yeah, absolutely. That's all.
That's all. Talk about the waves out there again. I mean, that was a tough draw with Griffin Colapinto. You know, you would have had to know that you're going to go out there and have to get big numbers. And feeling that pressure. Do you feel that pressure?
To be honest, not necessarily. It's actually harder to read now. I think he was having a hard time reading it. Obviously, you know, everyone always says, you know, J-Bay is an amazing wave to surf, but to surf it well is really knowing it the best, I think. On the higher tide, everyone's been kind of hunting down the bigger waves still, but it's the smaller waves on the high tide that are the better ones, the ones that hug the reef. Obviously, you can get the bigger ones that go down the line and get a kind of a wild card barrel, but for me, I just kind of stuck to my guns and go with what I know.
You were asking about that last wave and what the score was. It came in as a 7.7, but that was that type of wave you're looking for. Absolutely.
It's just kind of ones that sit a little bit in on the reef. They kind of come in a little slower and more unexpectedly than the sets. The sets, you're going to kind of see them coming from indicators. So, yeah.
Well, the surfing definitely looks on point. I mean, is it something you're feeling a little bit different? I mean, because at the start of the heat, a little shaky, or start of the event, it's a little shaky, but now you just feel like it's hammers.
Yeah, like yesterday, I felt good. The waves I chose were a little more down the line than I had hoped for. J-Bays are one of those waves you really want to allow yourself to open up. Almost the slowest moving ones are the best.
And then what's your thoughts on tomorrow? What are you thinking this is going to look like?
My thoughts are pretty much devil wind in the morning, and then it kind of goes a little bit dead winds, and then turns east. So yeah, it all depends on kind of WSL and what they're kind of feeling. But yeah, for me, it's just kind of wake up, check it, do as I do every day.
Good job out there.
Thanks, Pete.
Geordie Smith with a thorough assessment, as we'll pick up live action here of Ethan Ewing swinging hard, beautiful turn on the rail. Puts it in the steepest part of the wave and no loss of speed. It's blistering pace from him. And again, just wrapping it on that speed wall, running down the point. Ethan Ewing so gathered and clean with the technique, and gets a little double up here. Gets nice and steep for him. Kind of carves into a turn, which gets a bit of lip too. He does have that slightly just kind of unique approach, able to do different turns. He's going to need to bring his best though, because scores in for Matt McGillivray. Got an excellent number, 8-point ride, Rosie, for that tube. Yeah,
even without the finish, Paul. So you think to yourself, had he finished on his feet, that's going up in that north region of the 8. Such a good way from Matty. He's going to be just loving the fact that he's giving himself a fighting chance in this matchup and really doing himself justice.
Got a wave straight away as well and pulled into another tube after that one. Just ended up as being a low number, the 4.33. So we wait for this number to come in here for Ethan. This is another look at Matt.
This is the wave after the 8.0. So got really deep. Is this? No, this is the 8. So this is Matty's 8-point ride. This goes excellent, but this is what we're talking about. I mean, he goes for this maneuver right here, right there. The board gets snaffled from under his feet. So gets that 8. Ethan's got that front row seat. Beautiful barrel ride from him.
And we can hear big noise from the crowd. Laura Enever, you getting this noise out in the water?
Yes, guys, the crowd absolutely erupted. We couldn't see the wave, and it was one of the first barrels that I've seen that was way up the top, and then we came over a little wave and saw Maddie getting absolutely drained. It felt like he was in that barrel for eternity, and just weaving, the way he read that was just, you know, he knows this wave so well, the local boy, you know, the crowd behind him, super special, and even seeing what he did straight after, he actually got the jet ski to drop him off a bit closer in and turned and pulled into another big nugget on the inside. So, you know, he knows this wave so well. Sorry, eating my hair, but yeah, it's just amazing to see Maddie go up against Ethan Ewing, one of the standouts of the first day. So, well, both of the standouts of the first day. What a heat.
And Laura, we were just talking about being the hometown hero. Sometimes, you know, surfers can tend to sort of feel the pressure a little bit. Does Matt look pretty relaxed from where you are?
Oh, Matt looks so relaxed. He looked a bit beat up after that fall. That was a pretty heavy fall on that last turn. But, you know, he just looks like he's scouring the lineup. And like I said before, the wind has backed off and it's cleaning up throughout through the afternoon. And, you know, he just looks like he is so in tune and in the zone. And it's going to be a battle. More waves coming, guys.
Beautiful wave setting up here for Matt McGillivray. What's he got for us? Goes into a manoeuvre out of the lip, just pushes on the tail of that board. And swooping back again, goes all the way into the whitewash on that one. Setting up with a jam off the rail. And looking for a hollow section inside here, into the lip. A little release from the tail. And he'll try and claw on here and just push on through, which he does successfully. And looking for a finish down on the inside section. Geordie Smith mentioned the ones on the high tide, a little bit more inside, offering the steepness. What's he got for us in here? McGillivray, a little stiffer with that finishing turn. Looking to go back into the lead because Ethan Ewing, he's got a number in. He's got a 7-point ride, Rosie. And this heat, can't really take your eyes off it. A couple of 7s for Ethan, the 8 and a 6 for Matt. It's so close, not a lot to split them.
Yeah, this has been an amazing heat, and it's really just turned on for us. The afterburners are on for both of these surfers. Yeah, Geordie, just in that post-heat interview, just giving away so many nuggets of information. I mean, the competitors that are still left in the field are probably going to go back and with their notebooks write down some of the assessments. And yeah, it's just so fun to watch surfers go wave for wave like this. It's so entertaining. So Maddie now been relegated into that second place position, needing that 683, that first maneuver. Just a lot of heft in that turn, puts a lot of power into it. Just kind of going through the motions here. You can see him eyeing off the section down the line. Gets a little bit caught up on the bottom there and does well to negotiate that last maneuver. Stays on his feet. Comes around to this frothy section. Bides his time. You see him kind of eyes down the line the whole time, looking for where he can connect with the lip, where he can get more critical. Wave doesn't really give him that two-turn combo he would have been hoping for. Ethan's wave, just the flow through this that kind of gathers that speed and really leans into that maneuver right there. Just such a study on technique and then how to stay on that rail and keep that center of gravity placed over the surfboard. This is the wave that saw Ethan into the lead.
Don't see a lot of surfers able to do a layback style maneuver where you actually speed up. Quite often it's a turn that will kind of put you back into the section of the wave. Ethan Ewing able to do it and actually pick up pace throughout. It's beautiful to watch. Judges enjoy it too. 7 points for him.
So functional, like you said. So most of the time you're burning off that speed, but there he just dips that back arm in and keeps his composure. And then this is where it is. He stays low as he reaches the bottom and really gets that pump and negotiates more speed as he gathers for that next maneuver.
7.5 on the clock. Ethan Ewing with the lead in this one. Not a lot in it to separate those two. Meanwhile, for fans watching on YouTube and Facebook Live, this stream will stop at the end of this round. A new live stream will start for the quarterfinals and beyond. For fans watching in Brazil, coverage from the quarterfinals will continue exclusively on worldsurfleague.com and SporTV. For everyone else, keep it right here as we continue with the quarterfinals of the Corona Open JBL. Rosie, I think we'll permit people maybe just dip away, put the kettle on, make a cup of tea. Other than that, stay near the internet.
Oh, I would have my eyes glued to the screen. This has been absolutely unbelievable all day. We've got the women's coming up next. So I think we had rostered about 20 heats for today. We're really going to squeeze the juice and the life out of today and suck the marrow out of the conditions.
Just over 6 minutes and 40 to go in this clash as it just kind of simmers down to a situation which we may carry in towards the final part of this. It's been a really, really interesting matchup. So we see Ethan Ewing at the moment with priority, just the 4 waves ridden, the high 7 early on, the flat 7 for his last wave. Really, really impressive surf. McGillivray does have the high score. He got that 8, got into the tube. It's one of those tube sections that, do you see it, Jeffreys Bay, where surfers look like they're kind of emerging, and then they get that second section. That's what puts them deep. That's where the score comes. Meanwhile, your heat leader, the Australian Ethan Ewing, really nice set-up turn on a bit of a meatier section for him, and this one's nice and steep here. And he'll just juice that one using the full arc of the rail, covers so much ground with those turns on the rail. That one, more in the lips, kind of slicing back down, and just keeping that power. Another under the lip turn at full speed from Ethan Ewing. It's unbelievably polished and controlled, and he's still going down here. What's he got to finish with? Eyeing off a section. It's really steep on the inside, goes nice and vertical, takes on the lip, and gets it done with control.
Man, just watching him surf, he keeps those arms so close to his body, almost like a little praying mantis, and then he kind of leaps up into the lip, and he just keeps his body so controlled. That technique is something that you can break down and really take a lot from.
Ethan Ewing surfing that wave down the point, getting multiple maneuvers in, each one just slightly different, kind of relates to the last turn. They're linked together really, really well. It is absolutely textbook on-rail surfing and elite competition surfing too, just showing us that little bit of difference, that variety through the maneuvers, Rosie.
Yeah, and I mean, this wave could definitely eclipse that 7.0 that he's got in his scoreline and make Maddie's job a little bit more difficult. A bigger wave from Ethan, staying in that pocket, just utilizing so much of the critical section and the critical part of the wave. This is a beautiful slice there. So those 2 turns right there were just so immaculate in my mind. So I'm interested to see the number that the judges throw at this and if he does extend that lead.
Bigger wave, as you mentioned, with energy all the way through. Just relentless from him. He had to let one section kind of tumble. Aside from that, it was just relentless on the rail throughout, top to bottom surfing. Judges with a bit to think about.
The only thing that if I'm going to nitpick is maybe he didn't get that same dynamic end section float that the judges love so much. He kind of just went up in that lip a little bit, and yeah, the wave didn't have that same on the bricks approach.
4 minutes to go in this one. Ethan Ewing had the lead prior to that last number to come in. Will he extend? We'll see if he can improve on his numbers and put a little bit more on Matt McGillivray. But at the moment, he's chasing the 6.83. Could be going for a number slightly north of that. It looks like an improvement is going to come in for Ethan Ewing. Just waiting for one judge to lock in. There it is, 7.93. So improves on his high score. And now puts that situation on the South African. McGillivray looking for 7.76, and this is his answer back. And he tried to come from way back on a section and had to eject. And depending on where Ethan Ewing is, I haven't seen priority assigned as yet, but let's see where he ends up in this whitewater. But if he surrenders priority as well, that's going to be tough with just over 3 on the clock.
Yeah, you know, that was really a tough use of that priority, as he's probably hearing that he's extended his lead. Let's see. There's no priority at the moment.
So Matt making his way back into the lineup. He does get priority, so Ethan Ewing still down the point right now. Under 3 to go. Another swing here for Matt McGillivray. Here he goes. And a meaty looking wave, and it is motoring down the line. There's a wrapping turn, pushing really hard, almost over-rotating there on the back foot. Does well to hang on, but a little bit of time eaten up at the bottom of the wave there. That won't help him points-wise. He resets it and goes into a slopier section. And that is a set-up turn. That wave now will go flat, and that's not going to be the number he's looking for.
Tough look for Matt, because you just saw him kind of lose it on that bottom edge as he was making his way through that maneuver. And once you kind of off kilter like that at supers, it's really hard to renegotiate and regather yourself and look for that number. And he knows that. He kicks out, and yeah, not much time left. Let's see if he gets another opportunity.
The contrast in wave quality as well. Ethan's last wave just had that measured pace. It was kind of draining all the way at a steady pace. Matt's wave really quick at the beginning and then just flattens out halfway through. That's always going to compress the scoring potential.
Yeah, I think he was hoping for that double up little sucky section to present itself, and it never really eventuated.
Wrapping up the round of 16 right now at the moment. Ethan Ewing putting 1 foot into the quarterfinals. We will not be counting out this man though. The local from J-Bait knows this wave literally inside out. Looking for a 7.76, a decent number. It's not a wildly huge score for a surfer of his capabilities. Time not on his side necessarily. 90 on the clock. Got some lines coming through. He won't have priority by the time he gets to the line. So maybe we'll just hang a little wide. We have seen scores come through on some wider waves. Maybe not so much at this stage of the tide, but he's just got to try and get a little bit lucky with the ocean. He's got a pretty good relationship with it at this spot. Meanwhile, at the top of the point, Ethan Ewing just looking to control this. If he sees a wave coming through, he thinks might offer up that score, he will take it. Nervous moments for South African fans in the final minute, Rosie.
Yeah, as we see, is this Ethan Ewing up and riding, using that priority, a beautiful wave in front of him.
Ethan Ewing just swooping on an absolute bomb. Glassy on the face, just knifing that turn. Board looking unbelievably good. Not loads of maneuvers for him on offer. And he will just finish up down in the white water. So Ethan Ewing getting a bomb wave, which didn't go particularly far, relatively speaking, down the line. Just a reminder once again for fans on YouTube and Facebook Live, this stream ending the end of this round. A new live stream will start for the quarters. Fans in Brazil, coverage of the quarters exclusively. WorldSurfLeague.com, SporTV for everyone else. Keep it right here. McGillivray just trying to get on something. And a bomb out the back. Don't think anybody's in position. So desperation stations for Matt here. He's given a big performance. He's actually got the high score in this heat, getting the 8. And it's just the backup, a relatively modest number in the context of this, 6 points. And he might try to get up here. Not sure this is going to count for him. It won't let him in anyway. And it'll be a certain amount of frustration for him to get a couple of opportunities out there. But he did come up against a surfer who really didn't make any mistakes at all, Ethan Ewing.
Yeah, Ethan surfed a brilliant heat. Maddie did well. I mean, like you said, he had the high mark of the heat. So well done to Matt McGillivray, making the South Africans proud.
Ethan Ewing will go into the quarterfinals. Speaking of which, women's quarterfinals coming up. We've got a 2-time world champ, Tyler Wright. We've got the world #2, Joanne Defay of France. That's all coming right after the break.